Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you all for being here. We want to start right on time because we're webcasting and we don't want those folks online to just see a blank screen. So my name is Kevin Gover. I'm the director of the Smithsonian National Museum of the American Indian. We want to welcome you to our symposium on racist stereotypes and cultural appropriation in American sports. We also want to extend a warm welcome to our virtual audience watching the webcast. Now, in this program, we explore the mythology and psychology of sports stereotypes and mascots. And that reminds me, if you would be so kind, mute your phones, because we are online. We examine the retirement of Native American sports references and the efforts to revive them. And we conclude with a spirited community conversation about the name and logo of the Washington, D.C. professional football team. I would also like to invite all of you to continue the conversation and enjoy some refreshments at a reception in our Potomac atrium immediately following the symposium. Now, most of our visitors, whether native or non-native, come to our museum carrying information, misinformation, ideas, attitudes, and prejudices, both negative and positive, based in what they have learned about American Indians in the course of their lives. Now, only a very few of us have devoted extensive study to Native history, art, and culture, so most people's understandings are formed based on the limited information they received primarily from two sources: the formal education system in the United States and the popular media culture in the United States. Now, my own experience in contending with the information I was given while growing up as an Indian kid in Oklahoma is instructive, I think. Native history and culture was only rarely touched upon while I was in elementary school and junior high. I had more than the usual interest in these subjects, but I can recall only the occasional reference to American Indians, almost always accompanied by a photo of Indian people standing on a rocky hillside dressed in feathers and buckskin. I learned nothing about the history of Native people prior to contact with Europeans, save the few pages in my Oklahoma history book dedicated to the Spiral Mounds, which was an archaeological site in eastern Oklahoma. It was as though what pre-existed Columbus' arrival in the America was uninteresting and unimportant. Meanwhile, at the movies and on television, the Westerns were thriving. Even while knowing these stories were fictional, they wore on me. The Indians were semi-naked, monosyllabic, and fierce, quite unlike the many Indians I knew as family and friends. The white people, on the other hand, were smart, industrious, and only reluctant users of violence. The racial message was consistent and powerful. Indians were stupid and violent, though oddly noble in their savagery, and white people were civilized, principled, and heroic. And this brings us to sports stereotypes and Indian mascots. I noticed at a young age that professional football teams in Washington and Kansas City and professional baseball teams in Cleveland and Atlanta used Indian references as their nicknames and images of spears, war clubs, arrowheads, and the like on their uniforms. They used, in some cases, caricatured or stereotyped images of Indian people on their helmets and jerseys. Atlanta even had an Indian mascot who would emerge from his teepee to celebrate in dance each home run by the team. This struck me as strange because I noted that no other existing racial group qualified for this role, and that none of the athletes on these teams were actually Indians. I also noted the widespread use of Native images and references, including mascots, as college sports symbols. Indeed, the University of Oklahoma had its own Indian mascot, Little Red. I spent my junior high years in Norman and, of course, was a fan of the university's sports teams. When the football team scored a touchdown, Little Red would Indian dance exuberantly for the cheering crowd. To its credit, the University of Oklahoma long ago abandoned the Little Red mascot. Taken together, the messages my generation received from our formal education and the popular culture were clear. Indians were interesting only in terms of their engagement with non-Indians. A good Indian was one who assisted white people in establishing civilization in the American wilderness. Native women were especially likely to see the virtues of white civilizers and assist them in their efforts. Native men, being violent and dim, resisted civilization ferociously but futilely. Above all, perhaps, contemporary Indians were not relevant. Indians were figures of the past. It would be entirely fair for a non-Indian student in, say, Ohio, to conclude that Indians simply ceased to exist. This is a powerful set of ideas being delivered over and over. They made growing up as an Indian child harder than it had to be. As an older student and as an adult, I made a point of learning more about Native history and culture and came to understand the enormity of the omissions and misrepresentations about Native people that continue too often unchallenged in the educational system and culture of the United States. Now, some things have changed. Certainly, the mythological heroism of Columbus has been challenged in both popular culture and modern scholarship. Most people acknowledge the absurdity of Columbus discovering a world that had been occupied for millennia. On the other hand, certain myths persist and are reinforced. Disney's animated Pocahontas celebrates the Indian princess helping white people bring civilization story of old. Even the movies in which Indians are heroes too often engage in the old stereotypes. The large blue Indians of Avatar and the Indian werewolves of the popular Twilight series may be heroes, but note the spectacular violence of which they are capable. Note as well the addition of new stereotypes that evolved in the late 20th century. Indians as pristine environmentalists, and even better, magic Indians. These characters portray Indians of the past. Television, movies, books almost never portray Indians as contemporary characters. We are confined to the past as though the government's policies directed toward the deconstruction of Native nations had succeeded universally. The practice of using Native people as mascots largely emerged at the very time government policy was to deliberately destroy Native language, Native religion, and Native identity. In this respect, the mascots served very directly the government's purpose by portraying Indians as proud and noble figures, but only figures of the past. Government policy and the popular culture assumed that, certainly by the end of the 20th century, there would be no more Indians. These policies find their roots in the misguided beliefs of the 19th century in racial hierarchy and the ranking of cultures from primitive to civilized. It hardly bears noting that the so-called science of race in the 19th century always concluded that white people, Anglo-Saxon or Nordic white people in particular, were the pinnacle of human development and their civilizations were the best ever achieved. Now, this foolishness has long since been discredited as simple racism, as have the policy ideas that arose from it. The popular culture, however, has kept alive the vanishing red man stereotype that is at the foundation of the phenomenon of Native mascots. The celebrations of our extinction turned out, of course, to have been premature. However, certain ideas and themes in the popular culture remain persistent and influential. Native mascots are primary offenders in perpetuating these stereotypes. We are told they are meant to honor Native American qualities such as bravery, strength, physical, of course, not mental, endurance and pride. Certainly Native people have and had those qualities in varying degrees, though I see no reason to believe they had or have them in greater quantity than other peoples. And why is it that Native people are not chosen to represent positive human qualities such as intelligence, piety, generosity, and love of family? I suppose the answer is that we are far less interesting to mascot makers when revealed to be ordinary human beings with all the virtues and failures of other human beings. Now, I've just given you sort of an intellectual approach to this issue, but in fact, my opinion about this issue was formed a very long time ago when I was about 15 years old. And when it comes to this issue, as is true of many others, I am very much my mother's son. When I was 14 or 15 years old, as I said, I lived in Norman, Oklahoma. And my mother, Maggie Gover, who was a white woman, happened to work at that time for the president of the University of Oklahoma, Herbert Holloman. And at that same time, Indian students at the University of Oklahoma were challenging this mascot, Little Red, that danced at the football games. I remember my mother writing a letter to Dr. Holloman, her boss, describing what it was like to be an Indian at that time in Oklahoma, where aggressive and open racism against Indians was not the norm, but it was not unusual either. And I was sort of stunned, because I knew my mother was white and I knew my father was Indian, but I was stunned to see how well she understood the challenges that Indian people faced. And I realized how hard it must have been for her, trying to raise 3 little brown kids in that environment. And in that letter, she spoke passionately and persuasively to her boss, Dr. Holloman, asking him to do away with the little red mascot. Now, I don't know if that's why Dr. Holloman did it. I'm sure he had a complex of reasons. But in fact, the little red mascot was done away with. And I found that story not only important to my development as a child, but certainly inspiring as we continue to fight these battles over the use of Native American people as mascots. So here at the National Museum of the American Indian, we relish the opportunity to challenge these and other stereotypes. I would like to thank our outstanding panelists for coming here today to advance this conversation. In particular, the distinguished panel moderators, Dr. Manley Begay, Dr. Suzanne Schoen-Harjo, and Dr. Philip Deloria. It's now my great pleasure to introduce Manley Begay, who will moderate the first panel of the day, Mascot Origin Myths. Dr. Begay is Associate Social Scientist Senior Lecturer in the American Indian Studies program at the University of Arizona and co-director of the Harvard Project on American Indian Economic Development at the John F. Kennedy School of Government at Harvard. He is also a man who has thought deeply and taught influentially on the topic we address today. Please help me welcome Manley Begay.
Good morning. It certainly is a beautiful day. I'm so happy to serve actually 2 roles, one as a moderator for this particular panel, and I've also been asked to give a blessing to open up this particular event. I'm a Navajo, originally from Tuba City and Wheat Fields, and it's actually my pleasure to give a prayer this morning. And I ask you to join me in this prayer. As a Navajo person, we usually pray no less than 2 hours. And you can remain seated. And I will not be praying in the mic, and I welcome also those that are on air as well. Thank you. Mascot origin myths is a really interesting topic, and we have with us a distinguished panelist. And this particular subject matter is a very serious matter. When I was a graduate student at Harvard University, I received a call from a teacher from Quincy Public Schools in Quincy, Massachusetts. And he mentioned that, that there was a mascot that they've been trying to change for quite some time. But it was very, very difficult for the community and the students and the faculty and also administrators to support this change that needed to occur. And interestingly enough, you see this mascot here on the screen. And the story behind this is rather bizarre, laughable at times, but very, very serious. There were two Native kids at the school, and the kids clearly were offended by this particular emblem. So I was asked to go speak to the school board and also community members, and so I went and spoke to the board and also spoke to the community members, and I asked, I said, you know, I went through the typical arguments about why this is offensive. And I was continuously reminded that this is not a Native image. And I said, really? And they said, no, this is not Native. It's not an Indian person. I said, it sure looks like it. Two feathers, a headband, a tomahawk, breechcloth, moccasins, and they said, no. I said, well, what is it? And I was informed that, well, Mr. Yaku, as his name, is a depiction of an Armenian dentist. I said, well, I don't see a drill. I don't see a mask. And they said, yeah, it's an Armenian dentist after Dr. Yacobian. I said, okay. I said, well, this is the origin of this particular mascot. Apparently, Dr. Yacobian, a generous benefactor to Quincy schools, was honored. So his facial feature was put on this emblem, and it became Mr. Yaku. Mr. Yaku was born, and to this day, North Quincy High School, the Red Raiders, they still have this emblem. And I could not convince, for the life of me, the people that I was addressing that this is not a Armenian dentist. But you can see that the entrenched feelings, the entrenched understanding of tradition is very, very difficult to change. Our panelists here today will address mascot origin myths. To my left, Dr. E. Newton Jackson is Associate Provost and Professor of Sports Management, University of North Florida. Dr. Jackson actually hails from Washington, D.C. Welcome home, Dr. Jackson. He's held various positions in academia, like Associate Dean, Department Chair, Program Director for Sports Management Programs and Faculty. He's worked at Howard University, Florida A&M University, Grambling University, and Florida State University. He has extensive NCAA coaching experience. He has also held the position of Athletic Director. He has written articles on the sociocultural aspects of sports to include racism in college sports, media relations in sports, and perpetuating the wrong image of Native Americans. To his left is Dr. C. Richard King. He's co-author of Team Spirits, Native Athletes in Sports and Society, and Encyclopedia of Native Americans in Sports, and professor and chair in the Department of Critical Gender and Race Studies at Washington State University. Dr. King has written extensively as well on Native imagery in sports, and among his writings are Sports in the Media, Borrowing Power, Racial Metaphors, and Pseudo-Indian Mascots, on Being a Warrior, Race, Gender, and American Imagery in Sports, Defensive Dialogues, Native American Mascots, and Anti-Indianism and Educational Institutions. To his left is Dr. Ellen Starosky. She is currently professor in the Department of Sports Management, Goodwin School of Professional Studies at Drexel University. She has served as graduate program chair, athletic director, men's soccer coach, let me repeat, men's soccer coach, dean of students, and a number of other positions. Among the places she's worked are Rutgers University, Oberlin College, Colby Sawyer College, William Smith College. She has expertise in social justice issues in sports, gender equity in sports, Title IX, athlete exploitation. She has researched and written extensively on the topic that we will discuss today. Her writings include American Indian Sports Imagery in Sport and Public Imagination, Title IX Literacy, What Coaches Don't Know and Need to Find Out, Hazing, and she's also written with Dr. King of Polls and Race Prejudice. To her left is Ms. Linda Wagner. She's author of Firelight, The Life of Angel Decorah, Winnebago artist, and Plain Indian, Dreaming Indian, The Trial of William Lone Star Dietz. She's a lecturer in the multicultural studies at Sonoma State University. She's also a specialist in Great Lakes Métis history and Winnebago culture and genealogy. Her other writings include Posing Indian, Manifest Manners, and Subversion of William Lone Star Dietz. The Trial of Lone Star, which was actually cut from the original manuscript of Firelight, and Reclaiming James One Star, and Neither White Man Nor Indians. We will go with my left with Dr. Jackson first, who will give a short presentation, and down the line, and then we'll have a panel discussion about the topic, and then we will open up questions to the audience. And again, welcome to this event.
Thank you. Being a member of the Eastern Cherokee, Southern Iroquois, United Tribes of South Carolina, it's a privilege to join these colleagues and this group today on such a timely topic, timely in the sense that we've been discussing it for decades. Ironically, some institutions of higher education got the message long ago, as we heard Oklahoma, Stanford, Dartmouth, but a lot of institutions of higher ed have not, and K-12, have not quite yet accepted the dialogue that there are some issues with race and ethnicity. Anytime we talk about race and ethnicity, there is such an uncomfortable cloud in the room. It doesn't matter if we're in the nation's capital, which, yes, I grew up here and went to high school down the street at Gonzaga, but it's across the country. It's uncomfortable. It doesn't matter which ethnic groups we have in the room to talk about it. But discussion and dialogue is certainly the way to begin change. The problem that I've seen about the Native American mascot images historically is that the learned behavior, we don't always want to use the term racism, racist, because then it's defensive and we got to put up our shield. But we have to lay out certain facts. And the more we do that, the more we have the opportunity to hopefully allow our colleagues, our friends, and those that we don't know an opportunity to see for themselves some of the disparities, and I would have to call them lies. I wanted to find a nice word. I was going to say untruths, but the lies. You know, I grew up learning Columbus sailed the ocean blue 1492. Well, you don't pull up to a place and people are waving and you discovered it. It just doesn't work that way. But that's how many of us in this nation were educated. So it's hard to change some of these perceptions. I was going to begin here with a discussion on symbols, because that's somewhat where we go with images. It's about symbols, how we view things. And it's always the same. Is the glass half full or half empty? It depends upon the eye. It depends upon what we see. The same image, but has a different meaning, sadly. when we talk about sports and images, somehow this image comes up and denotes different things to different ethnic groups within the United States still today. In South Carolina, it became a debate over their capital, but it did not even rise above their capital till 1962. So is it really a tradition? We have a lot of different perceptions, and certainly my colleague to the left will discuss the Cleveland Indians, I'm sure, a little bit better than I will. But I think that the dialogue, when we look at calling people a name, Cleveland Africans, and this is just one of many descriptions, the depictions that we've seen before. It used to be the Newark Negroes, the Jersey Jews. These are the ones that have been out there historically that I don't see anymore today, and I couldn't find it to show it to you, unfortunately. It only affects public opinion when it affects the individual. Unfortunately, the Native Americans seem to be the least powerful ethnic group in this nation today. Great discussion on immigration. I don't know about all the folks that didn't use that coming in initially from the Mayflower down, but you know, it's a different perspective. I wanted to put this quote from Carol Oglesby, who's a white female, by the way, and a noted scholar. She talks about where's the white in the Rainbow Coalition. And this was in a book from Dana Brooks a few years back. And the irony is that for change to occur, it requires the dominant group to be supportive, encouraging, and participating. Civil rights here in this country, you know, we talk about the dreamer, and Martin Luther King has a statue down the street, if you haven't seen it. But for those that are not aware, the African Americans, blacks for that era, did not all agree with Martin Luther King. There were those who were like, don't rock the boat. It required white people to join in arms, and arms are like locked in arms, not arms, as in other types, but to participate in the marches, in the boycott, in the protests, for change to occur. It requires the dominant group to buy in, which eventually gets the media support and exposure to others. And this is no different an issue. Coming from a sport management position, I see it a little differently about marketing. That's where images come from, the promotional attitude of mascots, whether it's the Cleveland Indians or the Florida State or the Fighting Sioux or any of these other groups that we've talked about. It's how they market it and how they promoted it. Well, I think you have to consider that it's about revenue today. Not historically, but today. It's about revenue. And although there's a good debate about Florida State, where I was a faculty member for a number of years and had a great opportunity and loved it, the challenges about the Florida Seminoles supporting Florida State University's push and symbolism is quite unique, because I'm not aware that the institution gives them any of the revenue that they have from the apparel sales of all the Seminole distribution that they have. We're talking about, for a couple of years, they led the nation in athletic apparel sales. So there's millions of dollars. This is a sign that was down there for many years. Recently, they took the bridge out to have different urban planning going on and reconstruct the traffic flow. But let's talk about traditions and myths. The Florida State Seminoles, in the description of bringing Chief Osceola out on a horse they call Renegade and throwing the spear in the ground, and if you've watched ABC on TV, you've seen it certainly. That didn't start till 1978. So how do you talk about historical? Where does that start? Once again, it's a promotional activity. But this sign here is not a promotional activity. Now, I can't say when it went up, but I can tell you it was there a good 15, 20 years. It's images. It's not only the language that says, but it's an image. How do we get to the other place where we understand one another a little better? That Native Americans are not a mascot, but it's the tough dialogue that must occur in the schools, among each other. I grew up in Washington, and I love the national football team here. I don't call them by that name anymore. A number of decades ago, I participated with the Rainbow Coalition of Fairness in Sport group, and we protested outside RFK Stadium. And I want to tell you, I was never so embarrassed and hurt that my fellow Washingtonians and Maryland and Virginia folks were so disgraceful, rude. The things they said to us, I couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it. Whites, blacks, and Asians. Season ticket holders going in. I met with Jack Kent Cooke and a group of other folks to try to convince him to change the name, that there was a revenue stream. Ironically, his counterpart, Abe Pollin, who owned the Washington Bullets, did, and they're now called the Washington Wizards. You could sell all your old apparel and have a whole new revenue stream and make more money. It's about money at the pro level, so I just couldn't understand why he couldn't get to it before he died. But I'm not going to hold up because we're going to have a lot of discussion later on. I did want to share one last thought here about imagery. How does one person tell another that they honor them best? How do you do that? When I'm telling you that what you're saying and doing does not honor me. Keep in mind, you will hear the debate that, oh, well, not all Native Americans agree. Some Native Americans think that that it's okay to have mascots in such a stereotypical format. African Americans don't agree on the word NIGG, whatever. There are some that think it's a despicable word from generations. And there are those that use it with term of affection and endearment today. Within groups, we're not going to all agree. The issue is that some are offended. That's the issue. We don't agree in anything. 400 yards from now, there's a bunch of folks that we put up in that big building, and I guarantee you they don't agree on anything. Thank you.
I want to make sure I stay on time here. So I have a feeling I could talk for too long on this today. First, I want to say great thanks to the National Museum of the American Indian for bringing us here to have this event today. It's a great honor to be here. And I'd like to express gratitude to the activists from Carlos Montezuma through Charlene Teeters, to many people we don't know who have raised this issue and have brought it both to the consciousness of scholars and to everyday conversations in the newspaper and on the street. And I should say that I come to this project as an alum of the University of Illinois. And really for a great deal of my life, I grew up, didn't think much about mascots. I grew up in Kansas City. I was a fan of the professional football team there. My high school played a team called the Indians. I swam in this water and really didn't take much or give much thought to what mascots might have meant. It was really only when I was at Illinois that I began to think about mascots and really come face to face with the anti-Indian racism that they embody. And I was quite hopeful in 2005 when the NCAA banned mascots in collegiate athletics that, hey, perhaps we've turned a corner, perhaps some kind of progress
has been made. We're on a new page. And I'm here today to tell you we really haven't turned a corner, and the football team in our nation's capital might be one point of evidence of that, but I'd like to point to a more local and perhaps less known set of practices, which is the efforts to revive Chief Illini Wick at the University of Illinois. There have been efforts by student groups and alumni groups to have alternative homecomings, to bring the chief back to homecoming parades, and as the t-shirt on the screen indicates, to offer up, I guess, what they would call playful revivals of the chief. And if you can't read it, the t-shirt says, excuse me, this is the unofficial St. Patrick's 2010 shirt. It has Chief Illini Wick on the front. He's got 2 beer bongs, which reinforces all kinds of negative stereotypes about Native Americans and I would say college students. And on the back it says that Chief Illini Wick, the mascot's far from dead. He's just passed the F out. Right. So far from us turning a corner, I would say that we really are living in a kind of afterlife. And I'm interested really in the afterlife these days of mascots, right? Those arguments to revive, to defend, and to make mascots meaningful still. Chief Illini Wick emerges in 26. He emerges out of Boy Scouts, out of playing Indian, out of an acceptable tradition of taking and remaking Indianness. And this is a picture of the chief dancing at halftime. I suppose they would have said at this moment in time the chief was about honor, bravery, respect, and reverence. While at the same time, you could go to a shop near campus and buy Chief Illini Wick toilet paper as well as Chief Illini Wick on t-shirts. Right, so ultimately, Native American mascots turn as well on a particular kind of dehumanization and a desensitization of the dominant population to that. Because the tradition that matters, the form of Indianness that matters, is that they have made. It's a particular kind of possessiveness that really demands preservation and demands narratives and stories to protect it. And this is where I think, and why I think origin stories matter so much. Origin stories don't matter really at the beginning because you're creating something. Origin stories begin to matter when people say, hey, that mascot is racist. That mascot hurts. That mascot is bad. And people look around and say, no, this mascot isn't bad. And they begin to create narratives, what I would call sincere fictions, to justify the mascot. They sincerely believe what they're saying, but what they're saying is fictional. Perhaps we would like to say these things are untruths, lies, or myths. And the reason that, I'm sorry, here's the toilet paper. I got a little ahead of myself there. And here's a fan in DC who probably thinks very little about the origin stories that circulate when they're dressed in paint on the sidelines. Right? Why it's possible and why it was possible to manufacture mascots, I would argue, hinges on a particular kind of misrecognition on the one hand, right? An expectation of what Indians are supposed to be like and a capacity to invent those or make those images real. Right? So much so that actual embodied Native Americans get lost, cannot be seen, and are not understood as equal human beings. Right? It also hinges on a very material reality, right? And a consciousness that emerges out of that, right? A reality of dispossession, of displacement, and of death. Right? And one in which a settler society emerges on the foundation of this and yet would like to forget it. Right? As this image suggests, right? Don't be self-conscious about playing Indian at your hipster party or at halftime. It's not like you've perpetuated any kind of real or symbolic violence against these people. Right? And ultimately, even when we're being ironic, as Diesel is in this ad, right, we're always stupid when we think it's okay to play Indian and when we allow Indianness to be appropriated and perpetuated in this fashion. All right. Now, I would argue that this kind of misrecognition and material condition has bred a kind of entitlement in white Americans, right, that remains largely unexamined. When we talk about origins, right, we are talking about white Americans and what they have done. We're not encouraging white Americans often enough to reflect on what it is that they have done or what kind of practices and consequences they're visiting upon the world. Right? We instead say, well, where'd that come from? Right? What is it about? And I would rather say, right, no, how does that story mean? Or how does it matter in the world? Right? Origin stories give their tellers a map of what the world is like. It tells them who they are. It tells them what is moral, what is good. Mascot stories in particular resolve contradictions. They allow for rather ugly images of Native Americans to persist and people to feel good about themselves creating them and enjoying them. And ultimately, I think stories, origin stories, let people off the hook. If you can say, I'm honoring you, right? If you can say that what this is about is honor, if we can say, hey, the Cleveland Indians, that's all about honor. That's a kind of reverence that we're expressing. We like Indians, right? You've let yourself off the hook, right? And as Dr. Jackson has suggested, it's uncomfortable, it's hard to talk about race. Nobody wants to be the bad guy. Nobody wants to be called the racist. Well, if I'm honoring you, I can't be racist, right? And so I would argue that we need to spend and pay much more attention to the afterlife of mascots and when they become questioned, right? Because one, it tells us and shows us how untenable mascots are. It shows us how vacuous the fictions are. And ultimately, it tells us a lot about racial politics today, which I can say more about later, right? And I would encourage us to shift our focus from intention, what do people mean, why did they create that, and begin focusing more on impact, right? And focus, moreover, to support what Dr. Jackson said previously, on how we can engage these images, right? How we can engage whiteness, how we can deconstruct the histories we've told ourselves, and how we can come to terms with being a settler nation. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for that. I'm really so deeply appreciative of the opportunity to speak here and to have been invited by the National Museum of the American Indian to contribute to this conversation about American Indian imagery as it's promoted in sport venues and the legacies that it draws from and passes on to future generations, and why I think it's important that we come to grips with the dynamics that go on around these images. I would suggest that as a nation, we will never come to a place in our understanding about race until such time as we deal with this particular issue. I think that the stakes are this high for all of us. I very much appreciate what Dr. King is talking about in terms of this notion of an afterlife, especially because of the fact that when we get beyond the surface of the individual stories that we tell about these images, we can start with Cleveland, and I'm going to do that in just a minute. One of the things that we begin to see very, very quickly is that they actually are all one and the same. So that here we are sitting in Washington with the use of the term Redskins having been disputed for over 30 years and longer. And somehow there's the experience that because this is quote unquote our image, that it's somehow very special and just, you know, ours. But of course, you know, that imagery was exported from Boston. You know, there was the Boston Braves, and of course the Boston Braves, in terms of the baseball team, moved on to Milwaukee, which eventually became the Atlanta Braves. And of course, in terms of the practices associated with both the Braves and the tomahawk chop, then we get something where we see it in Tallahassee. When we begin to look at that surface impression and then go deeper, we see that it's all one and the same. And I was particularly struck when I saw the image of the North Quincy Armenian Indian, I guess. It's a little puzzling for me, but was very struck, especially having spent a good deal of time looking at the image of Chief Wahoo that if you, and you can join me if you like, but you know, Wahoo Yaku, Wahoo Yaku, there's such an interesting intersection there, and also in how kind of had this image put up on the screen again. When you look at the Indians image here and remember the North Quincy image, they're almost identical. So I think we really are up against this fabric of narratives that that obscure the racial dynamics that are underneath them. In 1992, Native American scholar and author Michael Doris wrote about these images that they serve as opaque curtains, solid walls of white noise. And in a classroom in Ithaca, New York, I ran smack dab into that curtain when my students engaged in a debate about the appropriateness of franchises using American Indian imagery during the quote-unquote politically incorrect World Series, which featured the Braves and the Indians. And one of the students, after I allowed this conversation to go on for quite a while, and I didn't have a position on it, I had grown up being a Methacton warrior myself, had not reflected on these things at all. And a student in the back of the room raised his hand and he said, well, of course, the reason why the team is named for Lewis, or named the Indians, is because of Lewis Francis Sauk Alexis, so the first American Indian in professional baseball. And so he contested our discussion, saying, well, why are we talking about this? This is such a notable figure and such a benign gesture. Why would we ever contest it? And, you know, thus began this journey into unpacking the mythology associated with both the story, the way in which a story was manipulated by the franchise to get us to believe what they wanted us to believe. And in the meantime, much of the history behind Lewis Francis Sauk Alexis is also obscured. For example, the franchise states that its position is to honor Lewis Francis Sauk Alexis, but it neglects to share with those people who believe that the way in which Sauk Alexis was characterized in the sports pages was, and in one particular news account, as a quote-unquote redskin, I think salient in terms of here, and within the context of needing to be subdued, similar to the first scalp for Custer. And these kinds of reminiscences circulate throughout the time that Lewis Francis Sauk Alexis is playing in the 1890s. And I'm reasonably sure that the fans of the Cleveland franchise are never educated about this particular history. And to me, this brings us back to why it's so important that we challenge these images. Because if, as an entire nation, if we know far more about our American Indian image mythologies than we do about white American Indian history, then these images are doing exactly what they're supposed to do, which is miseducate the entire populace so that we do not have to be accountable for what has gone on in the past. And we can also allow for the continuing marginalization of American Indians as an entire group. So I think that, that as we continue our conversation today, that there is much at stake for us to unlock this puzzle, to continue to challenge it, and ultimately to prevail. So I'll close with that, and then hopefully we'll have a lively discussion. Thank you.
First, I want to thank the museum, the Native American Indian Museum, for inviting us. But I also want to put a special thanks to Elizabeth Kennedy, now I'm Gish, right? For taking care of all the arrangements, and especially to my heroine, Suzanne Schoen-Harjo, for putting this together. She's been amazing. Okay, I'm going to start with the past. And kind of the beginning, near the beginning of this whole mess, really. Sports historian William J. Rychek writes that in 1961, the Washington Football Club, owned by the reactionary George Preston Marshall, was the last in the NFL without, quote, a single black player on the roster, end quote. So that's 1961. In protest that year, the NAACP led a boycott against the team, joined by Secretary of the Interior Stuart Udall, who nonetheless did not feel, quote, he had sufficient legal standing to bar the team from its stadium, end quote. Obviously, this story is significant to our discussion, but what caught my attention was Rychek's observation. Quote, ironically, Marshall had been a racial pioneer of sorts, hiring a full-blooded Native American, Will Lone Star Dietz, as coach of his Boston Braves in 1933. That's not pioneering, I thought. Native men had long been playing football. Pennsylvania's famous Carlisle Indian school team, who called themselves the Red Men, were wildly popular in the late 19th and earliest 20th centuries. The team, whose best-known coach was Pop Warner, began competing with Ivy League schools well before Jim Thorpe and his friend, Lone Star Dietz, joined the team. Carlisle closed in 1918, so Marshall hired the showman Dietz to replace Coach Lud Ray in the spring of 1933, hoping to cash in on Indian football nostalgia. As a nod to Carlisle, they, and I don't know which one, but both Marshall and Dietz created a new name for the Boston Braves, one already in the sports writer's lexicon. They dropped men and replaced it with skins. Today, Pro Football Inc. claims that this slick marketing ploy was to honor Lone Star Dietz. Newspapers of the day, however, did not mention Marshall's homage to his Native American coach. Instead, they listed Dietz's career accomplishments. Quote, Dietz assumed charge of the Redskins after a series of triumphs on the collegiate gridiron. He received his early football education under Glenn S. Pop Warner at Carlisle Institute and has coached successfully at Carlisle, Washington State, Mare Island Marines, Purdue, Louisiana Polytechnic, Wyoming University, Stanford, Los Angeles Town Club, and Haskell Institute. Dietz's tenure, end quote, Dietz's tenure at Haskell an Indian school in Kansas allowed him to recruit Native players for Marshall, who were then directed to apply war paint to their faces while they played football. After complaints that the war paint clogged their pores and a disappointing second season, Marshall dumped his Indian coach, honored or not. Still, Lone Star Dietz has continued to play mascot for Washington Football Club. He was also inducted into the College Football Hall of Fame this year in May as a coach. And mascot comes closest to describing the nearly full-blooded, if not full-blooded, German. But he was a dramatic fellow who wanted to play football, and he wanted to play at Carlisle, where it was, as Sally Jenkins reminds us, the all-American spectacle sport. So he took on the identity of a missing Oglala man, or Sioux, born at Pine Ridge, named James One Star. He enrolled at Carlisle in 1907, probably illegally recruited by Pop Warner, and 3 months later, at 23, he married Carlisle's head of the art department, Angel Decora, a Ho-Chunk, or commonly Winnebago, woman who was 14 years his senior. In June of 1919, Dietz, after Decora had died, and they had actually, he divorced Decora in November of 1918 because he had gone on to Pullman to coach football, and she did not follow him. So he divorced her in November. In February 1st, he was indicted, and on February 6th, she died. So I never knew, because I wrote a biography about her, I never knew if she knew about his real identity. But in June of 1919, Dietz was on trial in Spokane, Washington for draft evasion. The federal government filed 2 counts against him, the first alleging that he falsely registered as a, quote, non-citizen Indian of the United States, end quote. The second charged he made, quote, false statements as to the fitness and liability of himself for military service, end quote, all while he was coaching the Mare Island Marines. The prosecution intended to prove Dietz was born of white parents at Rice Lake, Wisconsin, had not assumed the role of an Indian until he entered the Carlisle Indian School, although he had assumed the identity a couple years before, and that once he learned of the existence of One Star, he began to impersonate him and assumed his name. So this is One Star, the real James One Star's enrollment form or descriptive historical record from Carlisle Indian School, where he went in 1889 until 1892, and then in 1894 he enlisted in the Army and served in at Fort Vernon barracks where Geronimo was. He was actually part of a troop hired, enlisted to, ironically, guard Geronimo. And then he was dishonorably discharged from the Army in 1894 and disappeared entirely. The year he disappeared, Dietz was 10 years old. An FBI investigation begun in December of 1918 proved Dietz was posing. The prosecution proved Dietz was not James One Star, was not James One Star, who was the brother of a woman named Sally Eaglehorse, who at the time was 58 and was living on the Pine Ridge Reservation with her husband, and that Dietz had begun a correspondence with Sally in 1912 by representing himself as her brother. The judge instructed the jury to determine not what was true, however, but what they thought Dietz believed about himself. Thus, they did not reach a verdict, and Dietz was re-indicted. He pleaded no contest and was sent to jail for 30 days in January 1920. Often you will see information about Dietz on the internet that's incorrect, saying his identity was contested because people think that the jury was hung because he was or was not Indian, rather that they were hung because they couldn't determine whether or not he believed he was Indian. Infamy was better than neglect, however. As Dietz told one newspaper reporter in 1916, "I'm like Lillian Russell. I don't care what they say about me as long as they say something." Eventually, his trial was forgotten, and though Dietz's relationship with Sally was over, he continued to promote, and promote is a really good word, and it goes with what we were talking about before, his phony Sioux identity for the rest of his life. And in fact, his headstone says he was born in South Dakota, and he was born in Wisconsin, and calls himself Lone Star. This is the real James One Star, who is also pictured in a Carlisle Indian Carlisle group of boys from Pine Ridge. Let's see. And the last, I just want to say, sorry, this is Dietz was an artist, and so he's painting Lewis Weller, who of the Kansas team of, I'm spacing out right now, the school. Say? Haas? Okay. And what's interesting is that Lewis is wearing Dietz's outfit, and I'm going to call it an outfit rather than regalia because it's not really a regalia. So Lewis was one of the people he recruited to play for the Boston Braves, the Boston Redskins. Alan Trachtenberg of Yale University poses a question crucial to the Dietz case. Quote, "How did it happen that dreaming Indian, playing Indian in fantasy and imagination, became a way of dreaming American, imagining oneself a member of the nation?" End quote. Before the 1924 Indian Citizenship Act, although native to a place called America, American Indians were not considered native to the nation, end quote. Of course, Trachtenberg builds on Philip Deloria's important work on how playing Indian seemed to relieve the burden of modernity. As Deloria explains, quote, "Primitives imagined as being in close contact with nature were thought to be able to mime the natural world more accurately than moderns," end quote. And Trachtenberg adds, by an ironic semantic twist, by the end of the 19th century, the same Euro-Americans who had once viewed American Indians as alien savages came to embrace them as the true, the natural, the first Americans, icons of the nation and its territory, end quote. As they both concur, playing and dreaming Indian fulfilled modern Americans' longing to go native. America's desire to go native arose in tandem with the notion that American Indians were headed to extinction. The vanishing Indian myth obfuscated the existence of still living American Indians, still suffering from the effects of America's devotion to its equally mythological manifest destiny. The Great Sioux War of 1876 to 77, which led to the Ghost Dance movement and the devastating massacre at Wounded Knee on December 29, 1890, produced iconic first Americans, such as Crazy Horse and Sitting Bull. The legacy of these warriors and their portrayal in mass media greatly influenced Dietz's generation. But as long as he plays Indian mascot, their spirits are terribly dishonored. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. We are going to have a discussion here about the presentations that just took place. And then a little while later, we will have questions from the audience. There are microphones in the back that we'd like you to use if you have a question. And I'm just thinking, as the panelists were talking, and the question that Dr. King raised about we haven't turned a corner yet. Sparked a thought in my mind, and I'm wondering why. Why is that the case? I have a colleague, Professor Freiberg, Stephanie Freiberg at University of Arizona, who's done a lot of good work with her colleagues around the psychological effects of mascots on young American Indians. And today, the highest suicide rate is with young American Indians. And she's done work around the effects of mascots on self-esteem, personal and community worth. And she's found that the negative stereotype and imagery has detrimental effect on young American Indians. And as we all know, the suicide often occurs because of a lack of positive self-esteem. And it's really quite interesting. Her work is proof and evidence that mascots can be quite harmful. And I'm wondering, back to this question that Dr. King raises, we haven't turned a corner yet, and I'm wondering why. So I'm going to throw this out to the panelists.
I guess since I raised the question, I have the obligation to try to answer it. I think I would point to 2 or 3 things. I mean, first, I would say that I think in general, we as a nation or a society believe we've made a lot more progress on race and racism than we've actually made. I think that we've found new ways of talking about race that allow us to perpetuate racism. So we no longer use ugly, overt stereotypes outside of the context of mascots, perhaps, yet social stratification is as bad or worse along the lines of race than it was 40 or 50 years ago, right? Which is a very disturbing pattern to note. So I think that one is this kind of disconnect between signs and structures and the kind of perhaps social work that they do for us. The second, I think, has to do with the fact that this set of mythologies, as Ellen suggested, are so central to what it means to be American, what our nation means, and how we understand our past and future, that we've been unwilling or unable to really untie them and to begin to make sense of them. And I would say that the primary reason that both of these other 2 features have persisted, that underscores or undergirds all of this, has to do with white privilege and with whiteness and with the unwillingness or the inability of whites to really come to terms or begin to just ask very basic questions about their history, about race and power. And the ease with which perhaps they've been able to flee many of these conversations, hide behind gated communities, and hide behind origin myths. I mean, those are the 3 things that I would point to, none of which perhaps are particularly suggestive of good ways out.
Ellen?
Yeah, happy to take my shot, a swing at it, since this is sports. It occurs to me that these images are reinforced by institutional authorities and power. They are encoded on schools. They're embedded within the educational system. The media perpetuates them in their coverage somewhat uncritically. And so I think part of this dilemma of challenging them stems from the fact that we have these powerful institutional authorities that are giving full permission to engage in casual racism, to, on a day-to-day basis, literally take from the American Indian community in grand tradition. You know, you take land and then you take culture. But I think, you know, when we allow people to sort of talk about individual images without understanding that underlying piece, I think it becomes more difficult to interrupt them. The other thing that I think we do really have to think about, especially from an educational perspective, is what the educational imperatives are that we share as educators in interrupting the dynamics of what's going on. The notion that, oh goodness, I'll get in trouble for this, I'm sure, but the notion that we can have an image like the horse renegade riding out into a football arena, taking a spear, throwing that spear directly into the head of the honored, directly into the head of Chief Osceola every time, is something that must be challenged. It cannot go without comment and opposition. You can put whatever kind of window dressing you want on it, but it is as reprehensible of an act as anything that we will find in America. And so I think for educators, they really have to rethink what they are allowing to go on as part of our fun and games.
Dr. Jackson?
I think there's been some, you have to look at the bright side. Remember, you have to keep giving some positive reinforcement or else the dialogue dies quickly. And there has been change. Of course, 70 for Dartmouth and Stanford is a long time ago for some, but not so long for others. There have been institutions to make informed decisions. Of course, alumni and some supporters are not always pleased. I am more disturbed with Dr. King saying that those trying to, you know, I guess in the current state with vampire movies and everything, we're coming back from the dead. We're going to bring Illinois back again. Here, the Fighting Illini are not giving up. That's horrible. That's horrible. So there is some progress, but we haven't gotten to where we need to be. But that says a lot about social justice as a whole.
Linda?
Well, I believe that this comes back again to the question of being American and what is it to be American and how the shaping American identity has always been, at least say since 1798, tied in with the identity or the assumed identity of Native American people. Being American, in order to separate from Britain, one of the things Americans did in literature and in other, before sports even, is they identified themselves as Indian characters. They wrote books about Indian characters. They made up stories about Indian characters. And it's very deeply ingrained in our psyche, I think, even if you took it out of the sports realm, where it kind of, it went crazy. It's still in literature. It's still in Halloween costumes and Disney films. I mean, it's kind of like putting the mirror back on ourselves and saying, why is it that American identity is so intimately tied with a notion that we have this Native American side to ourselves, this primitive side to ourselves? Why do we want to identify with that? And that's, I guess, all like.
You know, when I gave a talk to the school board at North Quincy High School, there was a lady sitting next to me, and as I was standing there, she grabbed my shirt like this, and she says, "Please don't take our Yaku." You know, she was crying. It was as though if Yaku was eliminated from North Quincy High School, she would cease to exist. And I'm wondering, you know, we're talking about mascot origins, and I'm wondering why? Why is it that there's this entrenched feeling that we have to hold on to these mascots, otherwise we cease to exist? And I'm just kind of, Dr. Key?
Well, I actually, if I had more time, I might have told a story today about my own grandmother who went to a high school that was the Indians. And after I got into this research, we had a long conversation in which she was crying about what the mascot meant to her and what it meant for me to be doing this work and wondering why it was everyone, I think she used the word hated her. Why do they hate us so? Why do they want to take this from us? And I think that this experiential, effective element of mascots and of playing Indians explains one reason why people don't want to give them up. I mean, it's part of their identity, it's part of their life experience, it's part of how they know themselves, it's part of how they know their region. And it's not simply a sort of like, oh, well, let's just choose a new mascot. It's a whole set of other things that are entangled with who they are that they consciously or unconsciously will have to sacrifice and have to work through that I think underlies those kind of reactions.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Jackson?
When we talk about the savagery, it's the tenacity and that's the emotion we want to attribute to the mascots or those that are using them. When you bring up Chief Osceola, for those folks don't really know the history. Half black, never rode a horse. They were running, they were hiding in the Everglades. They didn't want to be relocated. And the irony is that when he made peace or attempted to make peace with the United States government, the Army, they captured him under white truce, captured him, and then beheaded him. And the commanding officer kept the head to give to his child. Now, I'm trying to get, who's the savage? I just have a hard time understanding how we portray the historical facts. And then we distort it a little bit to try to make it, once again, a promotional and exciting thing with the flame and the spear and, pomp and circumstance, fireworks. But what do we constantly pass on to the next generation? I'm glad to see that there are some young folks here today that'll have the opportunity to hear the descriptions. But it's certainly not what we see in Disney all the time and or read. The images are wonderful and flowery, but America's not that way all the time. Are we?
Back here?
Just 1 second. Ellen?
You mentioned before the research by Stephanie Freiberg. Mm-hmm. And I think that research does give us some insight into why we hold on to manufactured Indian identity the way that we do, from the standpoint that her research reveals that for non-Indians, they receive a boost to their self-esteem. So while American Indian children may be suffering the consequences of a hit to their self-esteem, that whites actually experience a boost to it. And when we put that into the calculation of such strong formative experiences, playing cowboys and Indians, favorite Indian stories when we were children, what happens to us in high school, I think to chip away at that and to fundamentally have people acknowledge that this is racist, to actually acknowledge that is something that it's a place where they do not want to go. And I do agree with Newton that we have to figure out a way to get them to that space without shutting down conversation. But it's a space where they just do not want to go.
Linda?
I'm thinking of what you said, Ellen, about it. At bottom, it's one and the same. I think that just as a teacher, one of the things is to show students how these stories are completely interchangeable. Just get every single, because we had the Indians when I was in, was at the high school, was the Indians, and junior high was the Warriors, and just show them when if they think this is some kind of special link that they have to this mascot, that that's the only one ever. Part of it is that people are pretty insular about what they know about what's going on in the country, and I mean, I think just showing the reproduction of all of these images, one on top of the other, and then side by side, perhaps showing the real history like you're talking about, I think it would dawn on people eventually that there's something funny about that, that really it isn't special, that there's something deeper that's going on here that has nothing to do with your special team. And I think in teams, I'm almost thinking of the notion of the clan, that your mascot is your clan because you don't have a clan, so you can identify with this mascot or this team. I really think the more people know, the more they would let go of it. If you didn't just focus on your one region,
Great, thank you.
Dr. Begay, I used to live in...
a question from the audience.
Yeah. Dr. Begay, I used to live in Page, Arizona, which is a major commercial center for the Navajo Nation, work with many Diné people in the National Park Service. Now I'm in Montgomery County. Our local high school, Sherwood High School, are the Warriors, but so is the high school in your hometown of Tuba City. In the Navajo capital of Window Rock, their football team is the Fighting Scouts. If people say we want to hold on to the Redskins, the Braves, the Indians, the Chiefs, the Golden State Warriors, is it then all right for Diné to hold on to the Fighting Scouts and the Warriors? Or is that's something that also should be given up?
That's a very good question. And here's my perspective and my thought. Native people have been colonized. And we're barely coming out of this colonized state in many respects. And mascots take historical root. Many of these mascots, as the panelists have said, have had roots back into the 30s and the 20s. In particular, even the boarding schools. The boarding schools have, Indians, Carlisle boarding school, and and many of these schools on different reservations, including the Navajo Nation, have adopted these mascots from back in the 30s and 40s and 50s, and often under some false pretense as well. And I think that there's a lot of work that needs to be done toward decolonization. And it is not appropriate, in my mind, to see this occurring at any school, whether it's native or non-native.
Dr. King talks a lot about, Dr. King is talking a lot about whiteness, about white guilt. I would ask Dr. Jackson, what about African American fans of the Redskins, of whom there are hundreds of thousands? What does that mascot represent, do you think, to African Americans in Washington?
I think the same thing to the misinformed white folks. As I indicated before, when I protested RFK years ago, there were African Americans that were just as rude and vile as the counterparts. Education is the key, but it's a reinforced education. And I think the comment that Linda made a minute ago, that we have to keep putting everything out there for them on both sides of the screen so everyone can understand better what they don't really understand. We're caught up in a love of a sport and a team loyalty, brand loyalty, whatever you want to call it in the marketing world. But the reality is there's some sidebar impacts that individuals don't understand.
Thank you.
They don't care.
Okay. Another question?
It's a tough audience, Dr. Begay. I'd like to address this question to you. Like Dr. Jackson, beginning in 1992, which was the last great season of the Washington football team, and also the 500th anniversary of Columbus's beginning of the plunder, Native American groups began picketing every single game at RFK Stadium. I attended every one of those home games and witnessed, as Dr. Jackson said, the abuse that was heaped upon the Native demonstrators. I was a reporter. And at that same time, Susan Schoen Harjo and others launched a lawsuit before the Patent and Trademark Board, which was eventually successful in outlawing the racist name, which was eventually overturned. But as Dr. Jackson points out when he mentioned, so I'm familiar with this history and have written about it often and totally embraced the rejection of the racist name. We wouldn't call them the Coons, we wouldn't call them the Jigaboos, and so why should we call them the Redskins? But
Or niggers. Or niggers.
But Dr. Begay, I'd like to ask this question, which when Dr. Jackson pointed out the history of Osceola as half African, just in 2012, there was a massive disenfranchisement. When I mentioned this point to my colleagues and friends, they say, well, why are you expecting black people to support this native cause when in 2012 there was a massive disenfranchisement, a vote by, I think it was the Sioux Nation, to disenfranchise the black Indians and say, you're no longer Indians.
Cherokee.
The Cherokee, thank you. So how do you justify recruiting the support of African Americans like myself, or how do I defend support for this cause when African Americans say, well, they disenfranchised us lock, stock, and barrel after hundreds of years, after decades of being thought of thinking themselves as Indians? How do you correct that imbalance?
Wow.
Any Cherokees out there? I want to throw it to you. This is the way I would answer that question. It's actually a very good question. Native nations, in its entirety, exists on the fundamental principle that we're sovereign entities. We're sovereign. We're sovereign nations. Politically, it's deeply embedded in the Constitution of the United States, which specifically recognizes at least three sovereigns, the federal government, state governments, and Indian nations. And each nation has their right to determine who should be a citizen and who should not. And each nation within its boundaries determines how they should run their affairs. It would not be appropriate for me to comment on what is going on in Cherokee Nation in terms of their sovereign status. I have an opinion. It might not necessarily be what Cherokee people would like to hear, but really, what's happening at the Cherokee Nation is up to the Cherokee people, including those that have been disenfranchised. And we live under the rule of law, we live under these circumstances, and that's something that will need to be addressed through the institutions that have been set up at the Cherokee Nation. It has not been resolved yet. It has not been resolved yet. So we're going to see how this gets played out. So it's very, very interesting. The other question that sort of was embedded in the larger statement is around why should we support one another. It's really quite interesting. We're in this together.
That's right.
We're a human family.
That's right.
We are who we are, five-finger people. And the United States is based on a set of laws and rules and regulations, in particular democracy, justice, and so forth. I was one of the 7 litigants with Suzanne Schoen Harjo against the Pro Football Inc. And we went through 17 years of this fight. We did not lose on a technicality. We were paused on a technicality. There's a younger group coming up where latches will not be attached to them. And let's see if the United States is up for justice. Let's see. Let's see what these younger folks will achieve. So I'm looking forward to that day. And it also reminds me that as a young man, I would go into a store, I would walk down the street, in particular in the border towns. Wouldn't you know it, I would be called dirty redskin, stinking red nigger, and it still is with me. You know, those words. It's very, very hurtful. And when hurtful comments are made like that, and you hear and see in sports entertainment those words being celebrated as though it's the next best thing since sliced bread, you question the intent of these people. And sports entertainment, as Dr. Jackson was saying, it's really about money. It's really about money. So if you hit them where it hurts, I think change can occur. And I'm looking forward to that day when the younger folks that are bringing up the case comes before court. I think it'll be a good day. Any answers to the questions that were posed? Another question, please.
Yes, good morning. My name is Asantua Nkrumah Toure, and like some of the previous speakers said, I too used to be at the old RFK Stadium protesting with my Native American brothers and sisters regarding the racist name of the Washington football team, and I share some of their same concerns, because fast forward from then to now, I find myself cringing about how some of my own people of African descent, engage in stereotypes not only against Native Americans, but against Palestinians, Latinos, only some of whom are immigrants, etc. So I'm wondering from the panel, just how far along are we on a broad, multiracial understanding of the seriousness of this issue? And let me just share a quick personal story. Many African people in this country also have Native Americans in our family trees. So for me to struggle with another person of African descent about this issue makes no sense to me. You know, I go up their family tree, I see their great-grandmother and their great-grandfather are Native American. My great-grandparents were Native American. So why, among people of African descent, are we also having this kind of discussion? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Panelists?
Bad behavior is bad behavior. I mean, there's just no way to cut around it. It's learned behavior is where we've gotten all of the stereotypes historically for all groups. And social justice is trying to make a change. And of course, down the street, as I said before, the Capitol, we have some that don't want to change and some that do. I mean, we have to understand that we have people that live two lives. I saw that Strong Thurman's black daughter died in the Washington Post the other day. You know, he didn't admit that forever. I mean, if you know your history, you know the type of people we're talking about that we elect and allow us to lead us. But we should not have divisiveness among any groups. Strength is in power. It's about understanding. It's about education. And we're going to always have a dissenting person or group of people that disagree within every ethnic group about every topic. But we have to have the dialogue. We have to continue to not shout, not point fingers, not use the derogatory terms. We have to have better efforts at educating one another.
And if I could just add, I think that it's important to recognize that race is not just an axis of identity. It's long been an axis of division and a means of exclusion. And if we think about some of the core messages that the panel are communicating, social citizenship and political citizenship in the United States often have linked whiteness and citizenship. And I think that until we can decouple those and we can encourage something beyond essentialized racial identities and coalitions, I worry about getting to that place where we say, where's the white in the Rainbow Coalition? And I would say that it's really this in some ways, this issue of white supremacy that's driving that. But that would be my take.
Even broadening the question a little bit more, I think we're entering a really complicated time. You know, our view as a society is now global, aided and abetted by multi areas of media. During the World Cup in South Africa, you know, it was interesting to me to look into the stands and to see a fan of the Netherlands who had his face painted, and he was blue and orange, and he was wearing a headdress. He was wearing an orange and blue headdress. So, you know, so here we have this Netherlands fan who's dressed like an Indian who shows up in South Africa. We've gone global. So you know, so I think that's the challenge in terms of coming to grips with what, you know, the casual stereotyping that becomes such a part of cultural currency. That's part of what we're trying to deal with here. So I'll leave it there.
One of the things that I would question is the notion of progress, and I think it has been questioned by a lot of people because it also it's comparable to the idea that there's savages and what's the next, barbarians and the civilized who have this destiny, you know, that we're going to somehow rise to some better place. I think we need to sort of just teach people these things and not worry about that, oh, how far have we come? Now Obama's in office, how far have we come? Well, we're still people and we still have the same problems we've always had. So it's really not a matter of when are we going to get there and all be in the rainbow or not, but that it is an everyday challenge to talk about these things that, you know, if they go away, that's great, but that we're going to reach some you know, place where we're more ahead of the people that were behind us is maybe a myth too.
Another question?
Dr. King, you were talking about the universities and the mascots and how a lot of universities have made progress in changing those. But I think that, you know, one issue that we need to focus on is K through 12 education. For instance, I attended a school in Fremont, the deaf school in Fremont in California, and we had a statue on campus that showed a bear and an Indian having a fight. And of course, these are negative images that we don't want to keep portraying in our society, but of course, children are seeing these, people who are impressionable. Of course, this has an impact on young Indian children, as you were talking about. And that perpetuates those stereotypes. So my question is, how can we start to focus on K through 12 and perhaps make some of those changes at an earlier age?
I think that I would agree that pro sports and college athletics get a lot of the attention because that's where the money is, but probably you're correct that K through 12 is where we need to be directing a lot of our energies. And I would argue, moreover, that we need to be directing our energies to popular forms of education, such as the media. Disney, for example, was brought up. A lot of students have a sort of unwritten curriculum that they bring with them into the classroom already, that then gets built upon with this kind of miseducation that Ellen spoke about before. So I think you're exactly right, and I think that those are have been some of the hardest and most impressive struggles over the last 45 or 50 years is at the K through 12 level.
Another question?
Yeah, I'll try to make this one short. I got a lot of things going on in my head. First, to give a little bit of background, I'm Peruvian. My father's of Quechua descent, and my mother's Bostonian, actually from Squantum, right next to Quincy. So I'm aware of both relationships. I grew up the only sibling in my family that actually looked like a white American. So most Native Americans here look actually like my family. So growing up, I was on the opposite side of the coin because I grew up in Peru with everybody always walking up to me and asking me for $1 or calling me gringo. So, so I always had to prove that I was based. So this is where my interest came when I came to the States. Now looking at as a little bit from the outside in, because the Native American experience here is a little bit different than the Native American experience in Latin America. But one thing that I noticed from the get-go here was that there was a very much a me against them situation between whites and minorities. And the problem, as Mr. Jackson presented, was unless you engage the majority, lots of these problems are not going to get solved. And lots of times when I see these types of discussions, we see like-minded people, including the white people in the population, discussing the same things over and over, but there isn't some way of attacking the grassroots, the lowest common denominator. The average person isn't that smart. So when you're trying to engage them, you have to talk in levels that make sense to them. So my question is, how do you fill in the vacuum once you remove certain things from them? Because, for example, when we say, okay, well, we don't want you to have a Native American mascot, but we have Viking mascots. We have other mascots from other tribes in the world that are warriors and stuff like that. But we never explain it in terms of, okay, let's look at the difference. While you might have a Viking here, you also have the media constantly showing that there are white doctors, white lawyers, all these other things. So a icon can be warrior or primitive or whatever you want to call it, and not be negative if you've got that positive reinforcement on the other side. Because if we just take away the icon, that's not really the problem, because if not, everybody would think that white people are Vikings. Well, some people do, you know, that they're all warriors trying to kill everybody. But you have to have that positive reinforcement. The other thing that, I'm a lawyer too, so one of my concerns is lots of times the shotgun approach of trying to shoot every single thing that we see as bad, which in certain ways is bad, you know, but every single Native American icon off the board. And the problem is, while that would be ideally the best thing to do, how do we achieve that if, for example, when it goes to the Supreme Court, they use things like, okay, the fighting Sioux or something is bad. Well, then they argue, well, then let's compare it to the Vikings. But that makes it so that we can't remove stuff like the Redskins. We don't have the pale faces. We don't have the slant eyes, because those are racial terms, not just a job like the Braves or something like that, you know, because you can't have warrior things. So what I'm saying is, how do you attack this by also engaging the majority? And when we're saying, let's take these icons out, what are you going to do to fill in the vacuum? Because when you're trying to address this, you are trying to reach the local animal, the guy who's the beer belly, bigger than mine, you know, and he's there doing the tomahawk and stuff. You have to fill that vacuum of, because he's watching his football game, and he's trying to think of, oh yeah, how tough we are, and let's chug some beers, and we need some icon that says that we're tough. So as an intellectual, we can discuss all of why these things are wrong. But we also have to discuss, what are we going to do to fill the vacuum if we're telling them that they've got to remove them?
I'll take a little bit of a shot at that one. In a previous life, I was a director of athletics, and I'm always interested in the way these conversations go relative to facilities, to the cost of replacement of uniforms, and so forth. because athletic folk, if nothing else, really like new uniforms. They like to have things repainted, you know, so it's so interesting to me, you know, because, you know, in any other circumstance, they would be lining up saying, you know, me, yeah. You know, so it is interesting that we get into this. But all kidding aside, though, I think that is a place within the athletic community where you can go and where you can demonstrably show in terms of marketing that by changing the look of uniforms, by changing colors, that there's actually a financial gain rather than a loss when you do that. So I think in terms of filling that vacuum once you get rid of a certain image, from a business perspective, there are all kinds of reasons why it might actually represent a gain rather than a loss. And I think that information could be shared in a way that might help the corporate people move farther down the path of doing this more quickly. I think educationally, we have a couple of things going on. Some of you may be familiar with the work of Barbara Munson. Barbara's been working for years and years in terms of working with K through 12 schools and children in dealing with these issues, and there's a whole curriculum that she has to help fill that gap. I think we have two other ways that we can do this. I think we fill the gap with a legitimate American Indian curriculum, an appropriate curriculum for schools, and then we just talk through the fact that that there are, you know, teams can be named all kinds of things. So I'll just end it there.
Good. Another question?
Just a little adding to it. The other thing that I've, again, coming from the Latino side, whenever I go to a powwow or I have traveled in the West and I've met Native Americans, American Indians, the thing that's blatantly obvious is that when I see faces like Navajo, they're the same faces of what 90% of us call Latino. And when we're trying to engage the majority, well, one of the majority populations of this country is Native American. The only thing is we've basically eliminated the identity of the Spanish-speaking Latin American population. One, because in the early times, the Chicano population in the U.S., which was predominantly of European descent, but they did have some Native American ancestry too, during the Jim Crow era, and it actually is one of the predecessors of Brown versus Board of Education, they actually litigated in California to be classified as white. Well, what's happened now is that you have people of obvious Native American ancestry, obvious African descent, that are classified as white. And they do not identify it, and no overtures has been done to identify this mestizo population, because Native American populations are pretty much mestizo too. Yeah. But how could we engage that majority to make it into a larger issue?
Question?
Yes. I am a senior at Washington Lee High School, and I'm in a social anthropology class, and we've been discussing this a lot. Oh, sorry. We've been discussing this issue a lot, and we were talking about the Irish stereotypes of the Fighting Irish and the Boston Celtics, and the previous man was talking a little bit about this and how they're different than the American Indian mascots. Can you explain why, and does that mean that these mascots are still not racist?
Can you tell me first?
Well, I mean, the Boston Celtics mascot is a leprechaun, which can be considered racist. So he was talking previously about how there are symbols of successful Irish men. Don't you think that we should spread this issue to all races, not just American Indian mascots?
Well, leprechauns don't really exist.
I know they don't. I know they don't.
And I don't mean to, I'm not teasing you. I'm just trying to be clear that we understand one another. I'm with you. I think it should cross boundaries and ethnicities and groups. But when that debate is brought forward, which it is, not just in your classroom but other places, leprechauns don't exist. They're not part of this debate. They are part of the debate, but not this debate. Now, I'll pass it. I don't want to dominate there.
I guess
with hobbits and Lord of the Rings and.
On this plane, there's been a word called genocide. Right. That is something that cannot be debated.
Could you go to the mic so that
actually, there's a lot of people waiting in line here too,
okay,
and I'm
so,
supposed to ask our online questions at least once.
Next question, and then we'll pick up the gentleman that was speaking.
Okay, I want to acknowledge all the online questions that are coming in right now. And one of them asks, couldn't school mascots be covered by Title IX education equality rules?
Just repeat that again, please.
Couldn't school mascots be covered by Title IX education equality rules?
Ellen, I think this is right up your alley.
Things seem to be pointing in my direction. You know, I've been a little bit surprised that there hasn't been more consideration of how Title IX might apply from the standpoint that the vast majority of these mascots are gendered. They're male representations, and I think it is possible that that we could think through a way that Title IX might apply to these. So I think it's a great question, and I think we need to have more work done in terms of explaining why Title IX would work, but especially given the fact that the imagery is so male-dominated, that would be an opening for a Title IX consideration.
We only have time for a few more questions. We're getting close to lunchtime, and then we're going to reconvene at 1:30, so please come back at 1:30, but let's take a couple more questions.
We have all been exposed to the images of American Indians as savages, one specifically of the scalping of homesteaders as they went west. And my question is to the panel, can someone explain the origin of scalping to this audience and how this became a part of the American culture?
I can talk a little bit about that. One of our, Suzanne Harjo today, I wish she could talk about this because this is something she's very interested in. Can you talk about it? Is she here? Scalping isn't a Native American practice per se. It was done in the early colonial period by whites who got bounties for their scalps. And in fact, the man who started the Carlisle Indian School, Richard Henry Pratt, I found an article that he wrote addressing this. I believe it was written before 1900, talking about the different prices paid for scalps of Indian males, scalps of children, scalps of women. So kind of like how they used to have bounties for wolves, you know, to get rid of wolves, and they did the same thing for Indians. So the scalping, you know, it becomes, I'm not a war aficionado, but I know that scalping that then becomes, it's the same thing we've been talking about here all day, is that this is the wall, what is it, the expression that you were, the curtain that sort of goes down over colonialism that reflects back, doesn't reflect back what has actually happened in reality. And I think one broader thing I just wanted to say here is that the whole notion today of political correctness really kind of envelops this whole conversation we're having, because I think there are a lot of people who are intolerant of the notion of political correctness, so that's just anything that's politically correct. They fight. I know I even posted on my Facebook page a picture of Lone Star Dietz in his Indian regalia during some conversation people were having about not wearing Indian costumes at Halloween, because I have a lot of historian friends who are really against that. And somebody wrote back to me, "What is this not okay now?" You know, and thinking that it was a real Indian dressed up in his, you know, native costume, and so it's just these things are so circular, but how this symbol of scalping gets attached to Indians is really complicated and not true completely.
We'll have one more question, and Dr. King here just sent me a note that I know there are a couple of high school kids here that want to ask some questions. He's more than willing to talk to you about this as soon as we take this last question and break for lunch. And I think some of the panelists will stay. We'll have a discussion, and we'd be happy to talk to you some more. So one last question, please.
Great. I want to send everybody to lunch with a call and a question. I was really inspired by this image and by the symposium. And I put a piece, my name's Daisy Birch, I put a piece, I'm a poet too, on the meetup group. And I just want to read these 5 lines. And I want to call other, you guys say, what's next? A lot of people are saying, what's next? And a lot of people say, so what? And I say, so what's next? This inspires a lot of people, and it makes people laugh, and it makes them think. And I want a lot of people to bring up things, whether it's a question that can be transferred like good gossip, or a piece like this, or a poem, that makes people laugh and cringe at the same time, and ask the question, so it spreads like good gossip, whether it's in this little city, or in the country, or worldwide. So I can just read these few lines that I wrote because of the symposium. I dedicated it to the symposium. Go Skins. A phrase can reflect what some don't detect, but what wrenches us all to the bone. We're all playing with fire when one's dish of desire is served up on ceremonial stone. There's been a request, not for the few but the rest, that a new phrase would best serve us all. But more ancient is finer. If it's just a one-liner, go Pigskins is befitting football.
I've heard that.
I'm going to put it into a song, because I'm changing poetry to song, and I invite people to just do this. Create it, put it on T-shirts, put it out, spread it out, because this is just a few of the people that made it here today, and so many people wanted to come. You know it.
Thank you. Let me just say in closing that I appreciate your attendance and your attentiveness, and thank you to the panelists as well. And a word of encouragement, please talk to each other, listen to each other, talk to your children, talk to your grandchildren, talk to your great-grandchildren, and let's see what kind of different world we can create. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
It was fun.
Thank you for coming to our glorious National Museum of the American Indian, and for being here for the Symposium on Racist Stereotypes and Cultural Appropriation in American Sports. A serious topic. I'm Suzanne Schoen-Harjo, and I'm president of the Morning Star Institute. I'm Cheyenne and Hodelgi Muskogee. I'm a founder of this museum, a past executive director of the National Congress of American Indians, a columnist for Indian Country Today, Media Network, and a mother and a grandmother. And I'm delighted to be moderating this distinguished panel. The people here have Some of them come a long way and barely made it. Some of them have come a short way and need to get out of here tomorrow morning before it starts snowing in their country. So I'm grateful for everyone who's traveled far and who are nearby and who've joined us to make this symposium a success. Did everyone see the panel this morning? Wasn't that wonderful? Give them applause. And I hope you'll be able to stay for the community conversation later. We're going to begin, as is the custom for some of us, to begin with our elders and end with our elders. We begin with someone who could not join us when Frankenstorm Sandy caused the postponement of this from the original date of November 1st, and we rescheduled. We lost one of our panelists, Orrin Lyons, an Onondaga chief and faith keeper, Haudenosaunee, from Syracuse University, and he is here through the marvel of technology. Syracuse University was able to interview him and sent us the DVD of it. So if that is queued up, let's get ready to show Chief Lyons. And he was one of the main people who got Syracuse University to drop the Saltine Warrior, and well, they should have. And he was in a good position to do that. He was a lacrosse star at Syracuse and an All-American with Jim Brown, for sports fans here. And he will not say that. He's very modest and does not say that on the clip you're seeing, but he says something about, I played a little lacrosse, I think. And but he's a big deal. And he started the Iroquois Nationals lacrosse team, which I think is ranked number 3 in the world now. And I think in their last tournament beat Team USA. So they're playing other countries and doing really, really well. And those are all Iroquois, all Haudenosaunee people. So if we're ready to show the clip of Orrin Lyons, let's do that now.
Placable Indian, you know, the fierce warrior. Really, it's something that I think is a white man's image. It's much like I hear, you know, Indian war whoop. They call it a war whoop. And everybody's heard it. It's always, whoo. And every time I hear that, I know it's a white man, because I've only ever, in my whole life, ever heard a white man do it. I've never heard an Indian do that. So every time you hear it, I say, oh, there's an Indian, this white guy's howling again. In actuality. But what I think is important, and which has a progression in American sports, is the fact that if you look at all of the new expansion leagues, whether it's hockey, whether it's basketball or baseball or anything, every major sport has not put out a depiction of an Indian. They're all new. It's the Coyotes, well, it's everything but an Indian, and I think that's very important to comprehend, because it means that the sport itself has comprehended that and has deliberately avoided that. And I think the American public and young people should take a lesson from that, because they revere their sports and their sports people, and that's a very strong lesson right there. So we know that also that the Washington Redskins are in a court battle and have lost the first round, and it's now up for the second round. That yes, it is a racist and demeaning depiction. the idea of red skin. And red skin's probably one of the most demeaning of the terms in the history of America. And yet there they are. And interestingly enough, if you're watchful and you go to some of the Washington Redskin football games and look up into their box that they have, obviously, then you will find senators and congressmen sitting in there in this box and in effect promoting that whole idea. So it cuts right to the core. It cuts right to the basic structure and the ethical structure of the United States itself. And they're going to lose. They're losing now, and they're going to lose eventually. So I think it's time for America to move on. I know that in most cases in the schools, in the history books, there's very little about American Indians. Usually we're in the way of progress. We're the other all the time. You know, we're the ones that tear up the train tracks. You know, we're the ones that cut down, you know, the telephone lines. We're the ones that get in the way of the great expansion west. That whole idea. It's in the history books, and so no wonder that young people have no understanding. There has to be an education in that direction as to the true history of this country. And until it's a standard in American history books, how do you expect the children to understand that? So I think on an ethical basis, you have a strong group of people in Ontario where they're just having this problem. You had a very courageous school board decide that they were going to drop that depiction of a mascot, and rightly so. The reaction they got was coming from ignorance, and that's what we have to really deal with. We have to deal with the ignorance of the American people concerning Native peoples and the true history of this country. And the fact is that we are in serious times now, and we're going to need one another's help to survive, and now's not the time to be fighting each other. Now's the time to be moving on. So I think that the opportunity is really there, and it will happen. It'll take time, but it will happen. And we, the Native people who are depicted as these fierce warriors, we'll have to stand our ground, and we'll have to hold our position, and in time it will prevail, and we'll be vindicated, and America will have grown up one more notch.
Well, I'm glad he could be here a little bit. Our last speaker is going to be the Honorable Ben Nighthorse Campbell, my Cheyenne brother, who is on the Council of Chiefs of the Northern Cheyenne Tribe. He's president of Nighthorse Consultants. He's a trustee of the National Museum of the American Indian, an award-winning artist and jeweler. And, oh, by the way, he was a representative of Colorado in the U.S. House of Representatives from '87 to '93, and a U.S. Senator of Colorado, '92 to 2005. Our next to the last speaker will be Delise O'Mealy, Esquire, who is Director of Governance and International Affairs, National Collegiate Athletic Association. Oh, that's what it stands for, the NCAA. Before her will be N. Bruce Duthu, Esquire, who is Huma, and Chair and Professor, Native American Studies, Dartmouth College. Ms. Lois Risling, an educator, land specialist for the Hoopa Valley Tribes, a retired director of the Center for Indian Community Development at Humboldt State University, She's a medicine woman and has worked with other young women to revive the hoopah flower dance, which was outlawed for so long by the United States civilization regulations, which outlawed all Native ceremonies. Dr. Lee Hester, who is our first presenter, who is an associate professor and director of American Indian Studies and director of the Meredith Indigenous Humanities Center, the University of Science and Arts of Oklahoma, and he is all Oklahoma, everything Oklahoma. He got all of his degrees, including his doctorate at the University of Oklahoma, and just missed the part of the OU experience where they had the dancing idiot, as he used to be called, Little Red, the mascot, who was the very first so-called native mascot in the United States to fall. And before he presents, I want to say something. Here's the good news, that we collectively have eliminated over 2/3 of these so-called native references in sports. There were a little over 3,000 when Little Red was dancing, and now there are just over 900. So that's a sea change societally in America, and we are part of the maturation of America. Every time one of these goes away, you can know that there were hundreds and hundreds of people, mostly Native people, but not exclusively Native people, who were the ones in the trenches trying to get rid of a mascot or a name or a logo or a behavior. Could be as simple as the chop. And Dr. Hester is here as evidence and to attest to the fact that the University of Oklahoma has a long way to go as well. Dr. Hester?
Well, thank you very much. Halito, Chimichukma, Saho Chifowet, Lee Hester, Chatasia Hoke, which is to say hello, how are you? My name is Lee Hester. I am a citizen of the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma, and I usually begin my talks with a little bit of the Choctaw language because in a lot of cases it's the first time that anyone will have ever heard a native language. But the great thing is that here at the National Museum of the American Indian, I know that native languages have been spoken many times and really have a home away from home here. So I'm very happy to be here, and I'm very humbled to be a member of this fine panel and to speak in this setting. I'd like to thank my hosts for their kindness in asking me. I was a student at the University of Oklahoma for 20 years before they got rid of me. I started at OU in the same decade that OU's mascot, Little Red, was banned, as Suzanne's already told you, so I know about that from my own youth. Since then, I've written about the mascot issue, and specifically about mascots at the University of Oklahoma and at Oklahoma City University. Additionally, I've had access to the research materials that were collected by Jeff Kettle and Chelsea Masters specifically for this conference, and I really wanted to thank them. Up there you'll see a picture of Little Red as Little Red was. At different times, Little Red was portrayed from the 1930s on to 1970 by various individuals. Some portrayals more stereotypical than others, but always dancing to a very, very stereotypical tom-tom beat provided by the university band. Though activists like Clyde Warrior spoke out against these demeaning and stereotypical portrayals as early as the early 1960s, the banning of Little Red at OU was really part of a larger social mobilization that Vine Deloria called the Red Power movement. A key part of that movement was the National Indian Youth Council, created in 1961 by a group of young Indian leaders who felt that the National Congress of the American Indian was too conservative. In 1969, Gerald Wilkerson and Bill and Steve Ponsono were among those seeking to establish a chapter of the National Indian Youth Council at OU. They saw Little Red as an issue that was both important in itself and also useful in grabbing headlines to help establish that chapter at OU. In 1969, the newly established chapter submitted a petition to halt the use of Little Red. By February 1970, a university committee had recommended that the use be stopped, and OU's president at the time rapidly did so within 2 months. The issue polarized the American Indian community. Large numbers adamantly supported Little Red, making the university's abrupt abandonment something of a mystery. Why were so many American Indian people so strongly on both sides of the Little Red controversy, and why did the university so readily accede to the ban? Well, the answer to these questions really lies in OU's identity. Okay, there it is. Okay, that's the seal of the University of Oklahoma. As you can see, it's a farmer and sowing the metaphorical seeds of knowledge. And of course, the farmer there is reminiscent of the many settlers who came to Oklahoma for land. The other major symbol of OU is the Sooner schooner. And there that is. It's a representation of the prairie schooner that carried settlers to Oklahoma. Those are the same schooners used in the land runs to claim Indian land taken by the federal government in defiance of treaties guaranteeing that land to American Indian people forever. OU's fight song, Boomer Sooner, is just a constant repetition of those two words. Boomer, referring to those people who would wait until the boom of a cannon, used by the government to signal that it was okay to stake their claim on Indian land, and Sooner, referring to the settlers who jumped the gun. From an Indian perspective, both the boomers and the Sooners were stealing Indian land. OU's identity as a colonizing settler institution is clear, and that identity explains the reactions of the Native American community on both sides of the issue, as well as the actions of the university in rapidly abandoning Little Red. For Native supporters of Little Red, the mascot was the only tangible symbol of the presence and contributions of American Indians at OU. To protesters, Little Red was a cruel irony, underscoring OU's colonizing identity. To university administrators, Little Red was largely a non sequitur with no real connection to the university, easily abandoned when it became a source of controversy, leaving the University of Oklahoma to go about business as it always had. The banning of Little Red delighted protesters and infuriated supporters, but it didn't do anything to change the problematic relationship of OU to the Indian community. Without Little Red as a focal point, the Indian protests withered. Though protesters did have a few other victories, they got an American Indian student coordinator, a student lounge, and some Native Studies courses started. But by the time I arrived at OU, the lounge was in disrepair, and the courses were seldom offered. Like most students, I focused on my own future and didn't notice the institutional problems, thinking they'd been solved by the previous generation of Indian students. I'd been at OU for about 9 years before I began to experience my own problems there. My proposed dissertation topic on Native philosophy was not allowed. And when I switched to federal Indian law, the graduate college blocked my study of the Choctaw language. I was initially bewildered, then angry, but my committee allowed me to go ahead and study the Choctaw language informally, so we kind of got around the graduate college in that way. I went ahead and let the matter drop because it was easier to do so, and I just moved forward. But all around the university, other Indian students were facing the same kind of problems. Student resentment boiled over in March of 1994 when members of the Phi Kappa Psi fraternity got drunk, stripped naked, and danced, whooping and hollering, around a teepee that had been set up for Native American Heritage Week. This desecration infuriated Indian students, but the university's actions made it far worse and shifted the focus of our anger from the fraternity to the university. From our perspective, the university had acted to protect the fraternity and its members, never revealing the names of the perpetrators, never sanctioning the fraternity. American Indian students and faculty came together in another wave of activism, with representatives of every American Indian student organization on campus meeting weekly in what became known as the American Indian Roundtable. Though we identified a number of major areas of concern, we all agreed that the biggest problem was really the institutional culture of the university. The solution we sought was a very traditional one, what the Iroquois call polishing the covenant chain. We wanted a real relationship between the University of Oklahoma and Indian people through regularly scheduled meetings with Indian students, faculty, staff, and administrators of the university. The problem is that the university never really understood. I suspect that some of the folks in the university administration thought we were seeking shared governance, which we weren't. I think that a lot of them thought that it was just a huge waste of time. Protests heightened, including a 2-month fast by one of our students, and resolutions of condemnation by some tribal governments. Eventually, the university made some substantive improvements, including the funding and staffing of a Native American Studies program, which has to some extent helped to provide an American Indian voice on campus. The university's actions decreased tensions, and like most student protests, this one kind of slowly ground to a halt as students graduated. For my part, I spent about 2 years of my life taken up in those protests. And even though it did some real good, the University of Oklahoma's teams are still really rightly known as the Sooners. Thank you.
Is Professor Victoria Phillips in the audience? And yes, and could you stand, give a round of applause to Professor Phillips and her students. And I'll tell you why. They've created the beginnings of a really good archive for the National Museum of the American Indian on this subject. And she and her students did a tremendous amount of research in a very short period of time on these 4 big universities that were among the very first to rid themselves of their racist stereotypes. The University of Oklahoma, Stanford, Dartmouth, and Syracuse University. And they really did extraordinary work, and I'm so happy that they did that and that some of them are here, and thank you for doing that. We'll be careful to say American University because AU sounds an awful lot like OU, but we really are indebted to you and to your law clinic for doing this extraordinary research, and we now have an archive to build on. Our next presenter was at Stanford at the same time that the mascot was there, and the mascot was a fellow tribal member. So as Lee passes the baton there.
I don't know. I broke it on the information highway, so
Okay. Maybe I could help her.
Hey, Young, Ayakwi, greetings. I want to thank all of you for coming to this forum, and I want to thank the museum for having this forum, and thank Suzanne for thinking about me and inviting me to present. Before I begin to address my experience at Stanford when the mascot was then removed. I want to give you a little background on Stanford and the Indian mascot so that I don't know if everybody is familiar with how they got to be the Stanford Indians. But Stanford was officially known as the Indians from 1930 to 1972. Stanford didn't have an official nickname until the Indians was adopted in 1930, and there were a number of factors that came together, one of them being that Pop Warner came there to be a coach, and he had had this long legacy at working at Carlisle Indian School. They adopted the Indian as their mascot in November 25th, 1930. And they said that the Indian was recognized as the symbol of Stanford and captured its spirit, and that the Indian was the symbol of Stanford. So in January 1931, the Stanford Illustrated Review published an article by two Stanford graduates that expressed what they give as the reasons for why this having the Indian at Stanford was so important and what gave the justification for having that. I'm going to read you excerpts of it. It's kind of long, but I think it captures really what the Stanford mascot is about. And the photo is up there. Oh, this is the Stanford mascot. At last, the Stanford Indians are real Indians. The red man has stepped forth to claim his rightful heritage. The Scalpers, a society composed of Stanford Indians, escorted the drum with great pomp and ceremony to the cheerleader stand, and from the booming of the drum emerged the Indian chant. It went like this: Stanford Indians, scalp the bear, scalp the golden bear, take the axe to his lair, scalp the bear, Stanford Indian. This Indian business has been brewing for a long time. Anza, when he passed from San Jose to San Francisco on his first visit here in 1792, remarked upon the astonishing number of Indians he saw. You should pay a visit to the Stanford Museum. Go to see the Indian relics, arrowheads, decorative oyster shells, and other paraphernalia scattered about in the numerous showcases serve to remind us that this redskin tradition is the oldest one we have. Quite large Indian mounds where it seems dead digger Indians were buried, occupied commanding positions all over the peninsula. In fact, there was one on the Stanford property near Mayfield. It was quite a stamping ground for the old Indian grads of the 18th century. So there has been always plenty of opportunity for the Indian to figure in Stanford tradition. And now, after all the apathy and opposition, the Stanford Indian has come into his own. May we long sing, scalp the bear, Stanford Indian. So that was their rationale for why we should have a Stanford Indian. And thus the Stanford Indian was born, conceived in a racist, demeaning, distorting ideas. A scalper society escorted by a drum. That drum was a beer keg. Stereotyping Indians, an Indian chant, which was all about scalping people, scalping bears. The Indian business had been brewing for a long time, starting with the Spanish arrival with Anza from San Jose to San Francisco in 1792. They said there was an astonishing number of Indians he saw. No tribal name, except digger. And in California, when you call an Indian person a digger, you're using the word we can't say, the N-word. They were just Indians, no name. When I got to Stanford, they couldn't tell me the name of the people who lived there and still live there. And they couldn't tell you at the beginning. But they could tell you all those Digger Indians were now Stanford Indians. Go to the Stanford Museum. It's all about relics and arrowheads and oyster shells and paraphernalia. It's all about Indian mounds. These Indian mounds were burial grounds that they dug up and they brought in to their museum, that they partied on and danced on, and that they asked that that tradition be equivalent. These mounds were all over the peninsula. They were on Stanford's grounds themselves. And he said it was quite a stomping ground, and it was a place that you should go and visit. So there's always been, these two gentlemen say, so there has been always plenty of opportunity for the Indian to figure in Stanford tradition. And we are going to make that the Stanford Red Indian. The tradition, Indians as diggers, Indians as relics, Indians as nameless things that you can visit at the museum on Stanford. He goes on to talk about the colorful qualities of the Indians' costumes and customs would go well at rallies, and the war dances that could be held around the bonfire that we will now be able to do because we're Stanford Indians. He doesn't talk about clothes that Indian people wear. No, he talks about costumes, dressing up to be like that anybody can put on the costume and not the clothes. He doesn't talk about culture. They don't talk about cultures or lifestyles, only that they'll be good at rallies. And he talks about war dances around a bonfire, reinforcing stereotyping and a Hollywood image. This was the official beginning of the Stanford mascot in 1930 and 31, because they were honoring Indians, and this was our honor. When I got to Stanford in 1971, I asked, who lived here? And they said, Indians, Digger Indians. I said, no, Ohlone people. Ohlone people live here. They still live here. No one knew their name. They don't care to know their name. It's only the Stanford Indians, the Diggers. So between 1930 and 1972, the mascot has always been held up as a great honor for American Indian people. Because of time limitations, we're now fast-forwarding to 1972. In 1972, 55 Native American students and staff at Stanford presented a petition to the university ombudsman, Lois Amsterdam. And she presented that petition to President Richard Lyman, and President Richard Lyman dropped the Indian symbol at Stanford University in 1972. The Stanford Student Senate voted 18-4 to drop the Indian symbol. The petition presented to the ombudsman asked for several things. They urged the use of the Indian symbol be permanently discontinued, that the name the Stanford Indians displayed has a lack of understanding, and that Stanford had placed the name of a race as entertainment, and race is not an entertainment, so they asked that it be changed and deleted. They, when Lois Amsterdam forwarded the petition to President Lyman, she said this: Stanford's continued use of the Indian symbol in the 1970s brings up to visibility a painful lack of sensitivity and awareness on the part of the university. All of us have, in some way, by action or inaction, accepted and supported the use of the Indian symbol on campus. She went on to write that Stanford's mascot symbol was a reflection of our society's retarded understanding, dulled perception, and clouded visions, and forwarded it to the president. A second demand in the petition was regarding the mascot Prince Lightfoot and the Dolly's cheerleaders. And that demand was that a major part of the symbol's use involves Prince Tim Williams Lightfoot and the Stanford Dollies. Neither the mascot nor the cheerleaders wear traditional dress, and their performances are degrading to the Indian population of the Stanford community. Lightfoot is especially insulting to the Plains Indian students, for the mascots' dances and costumes are improperly designed after their traditional practices and dress. So they asked that he no longer be able to perform, as the athletic department said, at games. From 1951 until 1972, Prince Lightfoot, portrayed by Tim Williams, a Yurok Indian of northwestern California, was their official mascot. He was a river Yurok, and he was the mascot for 20 years. He was the chairman of the California Rural Indian Health Board, and he helped start the National Indian Health Board. There were three major symbols of the Stanford mascot. The first one, which was the big-nosed Indian. Then they later made one into a Plains Indian, but without a big nose. And then this is the mascot, Prince Lightfoot, in the dress that he's in. Those were the main ways, that common manifestations that there were. So I came to Stanford, and I joined with the other students, and we were told it was an honor to have an Indian mascot. To be chosen as the symbol of a great university is very honorable. That this action was, that we were being used, that this was really the action of the Stanford radical left fringe, and they're just using a bunch of gullible young real Indians for their own purposes. They claimed that Prince Lightfoot performed a traditional Yurok tribal dance in traditional regalia, and he performed at games without taking a break, and that all of us Indians were just taking this personal, and we should just get over it. But it was personal. I am part Yurok. I'm enrolled in the Hoopa tribe through my mother, but my father is Karuk and Yurok. And we only allow enrollment in one, citizenship in one tribe. My grandmother, my father's mother, was a river Yurok also. My father was born in a Yurok town of Morik, which is on the Yurok River, which is upriver from where the mascot's family comes from. My father's father, my grandfather, was Tim Williams' friend and fellow political worker. When I was a child, we went to Dad's camp. Dad's camp was where Mr. Williams lived and his family lived. We went to Dad's camp at the mouth of the Klamath River in California, in Yurok territory. After I married my husband, who is a Hoopa tribal member, he and I took our children and we went to the mouth of the river, which is where Dad's camp is located, of the Klamath River, to go eeling during the eeling season. It was personal. It was very personal to me. It was very personal to the Plains Indian students who watched him do this dance and put a hex on the other tribe. That was personal. I had never seen poor Tim do this dance or this day until somebody said, let's go watch. They were playing the Trojans. And this Trojan comes out on this big, huge white horse when they're at home. And he got out there and he did his dance and he put a hex on the horse and on the something else. And I walked away from there shaking my head saying, I am going to take a stand against this. And it was personal because I had to go against my grandfather. I had to go against my grandmother and her cousins who had married into that family. I had to tell them why I was going to do this. It was very personal. What were some of the reasons? The dress. You see how this is dressed? We don't dress like that. We have manosatans. We have kasekoks. We have wolf blinds. We have jump dances and world renewal and deerskin dances and women's dances called flower dances. We don't dance like this. We don't dress like this. It's nothing like this. But as Stanford told me, Stanford Indians dress like this. And everybody who goes to Stanford is a Stanford Indian. So this is okay. It required a personal discussion and a personal sacrifice to be able to stand to do this. But all of us, all of the students that were involved in this had to make, it was personal, and they had to make what was at that time the right answer. Because the Ohlone people in California are not even recognized as a tribe by the federal government. They're not, and they don't have the same ability to interact and are left out of things that other tribes can do. So one of the things that happened is that when we decided to do this, and we had to take this stand against the exploitation, it was very difficult. But as students, we decided that it had to be done so that in the future, if we had other tribal members going to Stanford, they wouldn't have to face these issues. Well, my daughter went to Stanford many years after I did, and bringing back the mascot raised its ugly head when she was there. And then 2 years ago, we had a tribal member go to Stanford. We've had 3 or 4 tribal members go to Stanford, and they're raising, once again, bringing back the mascot. So this issue is still here today, but, you know, they still don't know the name of the tribe from there. We're still diggers, or now we're all Stanford Indians. So my question is, why we never understood this when we were going through this. They accused us of it being personal to Indian people, but when you said stop the Stanford mascot, it was personal to them. Thank you.
Thank you. That was marvelous. Our next speaker is Bruce Duthu. And we've heard mention today already of one person who was at Dartmouth during the time of the change there, and that's Dr. Michael Doris, the wonderful writer. And another person who was there at the time was Dwayne Birdbear, a Mandan Hidatsa native person who was sort of the student organizer. And he's the person who coined the phrase cultural drag to mean when people dress up like Indians and act the fool and go woo woo woo. And Bruce knew them and knew all the other people and was part of that effort to get rid of the so-called native references and to fight back the people who are trying to bring back the Indian to Big Green whenever they can. So, Bruce.
Thank you very much. I also want to thank Suzanne and the organizers of this conference for inviting me again, since this was to be scheduled last November. And I'm one of those that has to leave a little early to try to beat the snowstorm back to New England. So I hope that that can happen. I'm going to talk about some of the themes that were raised this morning. The savage, the native as savage. And I'm going to talk about it in the context of embedding savagery in symbols and law. One of the things I should mention by way of background is that I'm a lawyer, and I'm now a professor, but before that, I tell my students this is my 4th or 5th profession, depending on how you count. But as Suzanne said, I'm from the Homa tribe in southern Louisiana, coastal community. And like the Ohlone people, my people are not federally recognized for many complicated reasons. That's for another conference that I hope we can have, actually, maybe here at this museum. And I went to Dartmouth as a student. I arrived on the campus in 1975 on a recruitment trip. Dartmouth at that time and still today has a very, very aggressive recruitment program where they fly Native students, high school students, to visit the campus, attend classes, talk with other Native kids about their experiences there. So I was one of those recruited back in the mid-'70s, and lo and behold, to my shock, I got in. So I joined the campus in 1976, and so to use one of the phrases from this morning, I arrived during the afterlife phase. The symbol had already been officially discontinued, or the administration had voted to discontinue the use of the symbol as antithetical to the spirit of community and inclusion and diversity. And I'll talk a little bit about that. Like Lois, I want to give you a little bit of background about Dartmouth's association with Indian imagery. And it goes back to its founding purpose. Some of you may know this history, but many of you may not. Dartmouth is an old institution going back to 1769. Its charter from the British Crown states that it was founded in part for the education of the youth of the Indian tribes and British youth and others. So for 200 years, it was those others who really got the education. Because in 200 years, from 1769 to 1969, less than 20 Native students actually received degrees from Dartmouth. Many more attended, but most didn't graduate. Our best estimates is about 19 Native students graduated from Dartmouth in those 200 years. People like Charles Eastman, well-known, Lakota, but not a very good track record. And that changed quite dramatically in the late 60s and early 70s for a wide range of reasons, including the activism of the 60s, where institutions of higher learning could no longer ignore or keep the curtain closed on their own abysmal failures of diversifying their student bodies. Dartmouth, like most institutions, were predominantly white, and Dartmouth was all male, and was all male until 1972. So in that spirit of activism, the college inaugurated a new president in 1970, a mathematician named John Kimeny, who himself had some education to go through in terms of, if we do welcome these new folks onto our campus, what will that entail? What will happen if we invite in significant numbers African Americans and Native Americans to our campus? What will be entailed with that? There had been a handful of students, Native students, on Dartmouth's campus prior to the formal beginning, or we call it the recommitment to Indian education in 1970. And one of those students who was already on the Dartmouth campus happened to be back on campus this week. This is very timely, because we're celebrating our 40th anniversary as an academic program at Dartmouth College. Native American Studies was founded in 1972, and one of the people who spurred the, in addition to Dwayne Birdbear, was Howard Badhan, a Rosebud from Lakota. And Howard was on our campus just this week, and he told some profound stories along with people like Dave Bonga, an Anishinaabe from Minnesota, Drew Rice, a Mohawk, grew up in the south side of Chicago, actually, and a classmate of Justice Sotomayor on the U.S. Supreme Court when they were at Yale together, and Michael Hanachek, a Choctaw. Those four individuals were on a panel earlier this week and educated our current generation of Native students and the current generation of Dartmouth students generally about our origin story. And that's what we call the panel, an origin story, because it really was a new beginning for the college. Howard told a story about when he was taken in by President Kimeny, who had just to assume the presidency. And President Kimeny invited him into his office, just the two of them. And he asked Howard to sit in the president's chair. And he sat on the opposite side. And he said, imagine that you're the president of Dartmouth. And I'm listening to you to figure out what do we need to do to welcome Native students to Dartmouth. And Howard had lots of answers because they had been talking amongst themselves about what they saw when they arrived on the Dartmouth campus. This kind of imagery, for example. Imagery where white kids dressed up, the cultural drag that Dwayne coined, at football games and other sporting events. Something that actually has a very recent history. Most Dartmouth folks don't know how recent the actual use and incorporation of Indian imagery in their sporting teams, in terms of Indians on helmets and jerseys, is relatively recent. But references to Dartmouth as Indians began in the first third of the 20th century. So this is not a long, long history. But at Dartmouth, the motto is, if it happens twice, it's a tradition. So this is a long-standing tradition because some bits of it trace back to the 60s. So that makes it a very, very long-standing tradition. So Howard, and then in 1970, he was joined by a group of 15 guys. This was the first class recruited under the recommitment era of the Kimeny administration. And this is the group that included Drew and David and so forth. So they arrive on the Dartmouth campus. They go to one football game, and they see these kinds of things. These were in the programs that you could get, and they always archive everything, so you can always look back in time and see how this was folded in terms of this is the football program. And so they would always do these clever little takes on Indian imagery to scalp Brown or Harvard and so forth. Another one from 1961. So within really a matter of months after being on the Dartmouth campus, these guys were not wallflowers at all. Many of them had already been very active on the national scene, and so they organized very quickly and made a list of demands to the administration. And they said, the first thing you have to decide is, do you want real Indians on this campus or your cartoon Indians? Because you cannot have both. They actually, not too many months after that, drew a line in the sand and said, unless you do change, none of us are coming back next fall. And you're going to look pretty stupid. You're making all this hoopla about rededicating yourself to American Indians and Indian education, and what if none of us come back? So they really were quite activists. And I was so happy for our current students to hear descriptions about what activism really means on the ground. Because these are folks committing themselves to a cause and going beyond their own personal self-interest. Their personal self-interest is a bit of that. But a couple of them admitted, they said, well, we got kicked out because we were so busy doing this that we forgot to be students. And Howard was one of those. So the list of demands included, number one, you have to get rid of this symbol. Number two, you have to start an academic program in American Indian Studies. Not for us. We know what we're about. It's for you guys. Because we're surrounded by a sea of ignorance. Not malevolence necessarily, but massive ignorance. Didn't know there were any Indians still left in the U.S. Didn't know there were any Indians in the Northeast, and so on. They also wanted demands for a structure, programmatic structure. You can't bring students on campus without some sort of support structure. And this is, to Dartmouth's credit, and all of these guys paid tribute to the positive institutional changes that Dartmouth did bring about. The creation, for example, of a Native American program. This is the Student Support Network with a director, a position that today is endowed, actually, by a Dartmouth alum. They did create an American Indian Studies program in 1972. They created what we call the Native American Visiting Committee. This is a group of alumni who come back regularly. In most of the 70s and 80s, this committee came back twice a year. Now it comes once a year. But they are advisory to the president. They have a direct pipeline to the Dartmouth president. And what they do when they come to campus is they meet with the students, they meet with administrators, they meet with the faculty, and they hear, how are we doing? And they put all of this in their report to the president. I thought that was a very far-reaching institutional development to entrench Dartmouth's recommitment. So you might say, well, where were the problems then? That sounds pretty good. You're recruiting Native kids. You've already beat the record almost in terms of how many Native students have graduated within a few years. We had already broken the record from the previous 200 years. That didn't take much effort. But where were the problems? The problems were in the afterlife. Those alumni, mostly, and current students who felt that something had been taken from them. Now, they could never really articulate what that something was, but you've heard some of the elements of that story this morning. Integrated or incorporated with a sense of identity. They had somehow melded their sense of being at Dartmouth with being a Dartmouth Indian. I remember an alum telling me, you know, this has nothing to do with you people, to my face, in the 1970s. He says, this has nothing to do with you people. This is an aesthetic. And it calls back to our founding purpose. I said, oh, founding purpose, that does have something to do with me, because I'm here because of that founding purpose. Why would I have left the bayou to go to New England where it snows? A lot. Well, climate change is helping to change some of that. But you know, this afterlife thing was serious business. And as Lois said, it was very personal. And people who were on the front lines experienced some pretty horrible things. So even while we had these institutional structures that to the outside eye would seem quite progressive, and they were for their era, they were very progressive, the on-the-ground story was much more negative and difficult. Suzanne mentioned one of my mentors, a mentor to all of us in those days, Michael Doris. Michael was the first chair of Native American Studies, so my predecessor in that role. You cannot imagine the kinds of things that Michael experienced in that role, where how many arrows he took for us. Alumni coming to his office, white men, and you would think that these people are sane. But there's a story, and Michael didn't burden us with this. I only learned this many years later. 3 men showed up at his office door one day, opened their jackets, all had the Indian head T-shirt, and yelled, "Wahoo Wah," which was one of our war chants, and urinated on his floor. These are Ivy Leaguers.
There's no hope for us.
Really. So, and I could go on and on with other kinds of indignities that would have just been all the excuse all of us would have needed to leave and never set foot. None of us needed to endure that kind of indignity. And yet we persisted because we believed in what the college wanted to do, which was to play an active, meaningful role in the education of Native students. But they also knew that this was going to be very hard because there would be lots of resistance. And there was. Many of us who went to the football games and seeing how quickly politicized being a Native student on the Dartmouth campus could be, it was a very difficult and challenging time. And the more you protested, the more some of us fell by the wayside, like Howard. Not all of us were suspended, but we paid a price because you had to decide, do you go to that protest or do you study for your English exam for the next day? All of us had to make that choice in terms of where do you devote your time. Very, very precious time. Let me, as Lois, because of time, move forward and say that, you know, in those intervening years, from the early 70s to the present, there have been tremendous gains. The college can now boast of an Native alumni population of over 800. Pretty impressive. Many of them are here in Washington. Many of them are my former students. The first work-study kid I ever hired when I went back to Dartmouth to be the director of the Native American program, which is the student advisory body, the first thing Dartmouth created. The very first student that I hired as a work-study student was Hillary Tompkins. I don't think Hillary's here today. Hillary's the solicitor of the Department of Interior, the top lawyer in the entire Department of the Interior. Jody Archambault, Gillette, President Obama's chief policy advisor on Indian Affairs, class of '91. And the list goes on in terms of very, very prominent Native graduates who have gone on either to service in the federal government or the state government or their own tribal governments as political leaders, as educators, as doctors, as business people, as teachers, and now even a professor, or at least they call me professor. But let me finish up by saying where I really feel some of the real dangers come from, beyond just the personal impact on people in their lives as students and the culture of academic institutions, is this process of embedding savagery in symbols and in law. There's a very insidious quality to this process of viewing Native peoples as savages, as playthings, as a dead society who have now become part of the public domain. Because if you have a non-living, a dead culture, society somehow feels at liberty to go foraging through their archives and use whatever bits and pieces, including the dress-up bits, to play Indian. And when that happens with the point of law, it's one thing for the college campuses to endure these sorts of things, but when that savagery becomes embedded in law, as it is, you have some real problems. Let me just give you a couple of examples. The very first case involving land rights of Native peoples, a case called Johnson versus McIntosh, which I'm sure Lee teaches about all the time, relies principally on this rhetoric of Indian savagery to justify the taking away of native lands, and saying that you could never have been the owners because of your societal inferiority, the savagery. John Marshall didn't mince any words. Fierce savages, and to leave them in control of this land would be to leave this land a wilderness. That's almost a direct quote from Johnson versus McIntosh. A case closer to Oklahoma, Lone Wolf versus Hitchcock, 1903, justified the unilateral abrogation of treaties. We don't need to go back to tribes and renegotiate treaties for further land cessions. We can just help ourselves to it. Why? Because of their inferiority, their savagery, their dependency on the United States. And more currently, 1978, a case called Oliphant versus Suquamish, that held that Indian tribes can't prosecute non-Indians. And when you think about who's committing violent crime against Native women, just as one example, sexual violence against Native women, 4 out of 5 offenders are non-Indians. And the governments closest to the problem are disempowered from doing anything about it because of the Supreme Court's ruling. As many of you know, Congress has a bill pending in it right now, the reauthorization of VAWA, Violence Against Women Act, that would include provisions to restore this power of tribes to prosecute all offenders in the limited context of sexual crimes. At least on the House side, they're objecting to that because it is beyond Congress's power. Suddenly, Congress doesn't have power to do what it wants in Indian affairs, to manipulate tribal sovereignty, what I call Play-Doh sovereignty. Let's make it what we want, that we can tolerate. Well, and one last sort of embedded savagery. If I could show you an org chart of the Department of the Interior, I always show this to my students. Notice where the Bureau of Indian Affairs is. Who else is in the Department of the Interior? Fish and Wildlife. You know, animals. And that to me hits home in terms of mascots. Who gets to be a mascot in the U.S.? Animals and Indians. Who's paired together in the federal architecture? Animals and Indians. That's embedded savagery. That's the extent to which we really need to expunge that kind of attitude in our structure. Thank you.
That was terrific, Bruce. Thank you so much. Another Dartmouth alum was Mateo Romero, who's one of our top native painters, and he was one of the original plaintiffs in our lawsuit against the dreadful name of the Washington football team. And he joined a distinguished group that included Vine Deloria and Norbert Hill, Manly Begay, who you heard earlier, Bill Means, Lakota, and Ray Apodaca. And we refer to that as the old people's case, even though Mateo is very young. And that's been taken over now by the young people, and we wish them well, Amanda Blackhorse and the 18 to 24-year-olds who have taken up the same case, and there'll be a hearing in the Blackhorse case against the Washington franchise on March 7th. Before the U.S. Patent and Trademark Board trial and Trademark Trial and Appeals Board, the TTAB judges. These are the judges who know what they're talking about when it comes to trademarks. And so if you're here in the local area, turn out for the March 7 hearing. Speaking of taking arrows for us, Delise O'Mealy has done that. And more, and we owe her at least a shield. She has really done quite a remarkable job with the NCAA in dealing with some of these hostile and abusive names and behaviors and symbols. And she's going to go through very quickly what she is able to say. You know, everyone sues the NCAA, so there are some things that she's not able to cover, but she'll share with us what she can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be with you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on the NCAA's policy on the use of Native American mascots at our championship events. And I'll use this next several minutes to give you just a brief overview of the policy, talk about how it was adopted, the colleges and the universities that were impacted by the policy, the reactions that we got after the policy was implemented, and then where we are today. Let me provide some of the background and a little bit of the historical perspective on the genesis and the evolution of this policy. But it's also equally important that you understand a little bit about the structure of the NCAA that will shed some light for you on why we went about the policy the way we did. The NCAA is a membership-driven organization. We are comprised of over 1,200 colleges and universities and conferences all across the country. All of our rules, regulations, and policies are initiated and adopted by our member institutions. So the issue of the use of Native American mascots and nicknames and imagery in college sports was first introduced to the NCAA around about 2001. There were several key events that prompted our discussions, and this included an internal request from our membership to review the issue, as well as a very strongly worded statement at the time from the United States Commission on Civil Rights calling for an end to the use of Native American images and team names by non-Native schools. So if you think about our membership structure, we carefully studied this issue for 4 years. We engaged our membership, we have a very vast committee structure, and we work directly with all of those institutions that carried these nicknames and these images. Our study included review of numerous articles, consultation with experts, testimonials from tribal groups and members, student athletes, the NCAA membership, and the general public. Additionally, each of these institutions was asked to complete a self-study that described its use of these references, the impact that had on student-athletes, on the campus community, on the Native American people, and then on the general public at large. As we researched this issue, there was overwhelming evidence of the potential harm created by the continued use of Native American mascots, nicknames, imagery, and logos. Additionally, we received letters and statements and resolutions from numerous Native American tribes, organizations, and agencies that corroborated this research data. The pervasiveness of the use of these nicknames, as well as the documented harm to the Native American people, and the very, very strong opposition to continued use from those that we saw were affected the most, persuaded the NCAA to focus its attention on this issue. Ultimately, the decision by our highest-ranking committee, which is the NCAA Executive Committee, was grounded in 3 constitutional principles for the NCAA. First of all, our principle of non-discrimination, which calls on our members to promote an atmosphere of respect for and sensitivity to the dignity of every person. Then we have a principle of cultural diversity and gender equity, which requires colleges and universities to establish and maintain an environment that values these elements. And finally, the principle of sportsmanship and ethical conduct, which speaks to the enhancement of integrity in higher education and the promotion of civility in society. So before I go much further, let me set the stage for our discussion by outlining the specifics of our policy, what it does and what it doesn't do. And I would note that we received quite a bit of criticism on both sides of the coin on this. There were those that said the NCAA had far outstepped and overreached its boundaries, and there were others who said the NCAA just had not gone far enough. As a membership-driven organization, we operate by carefully balancing these issues that require national governance and those issues that we believe should be left to institutional autonomy. And so the policy relates specifically to NCAA championship and postseason events, events that we control. Does not relate to regular season competition or to conference championships that are controlled by other groups. And then, while the NCAA strongly discouraged the use of these nicknames and imagery and mascots, the policy did not mandate that an institution had to change its nickname or its mascot as a condition of membership. So essentially, what the policy does, it impacts an institution's ability to host an NCAA championship. It required those who were awarded championships previously to cover all such references. It precluded the use of these names and imagery on uniforms during our championship events, and also precluded the appearance of mascots, precluded the names and imagery on band and cheerleader, dance uniforms, etc. As I noted, what it doesn't do is it does not preclude an institution that had this imagery from participating in our championship. They just could not wear or bring any of the paraphernalia. Does not require an institution to change its nickname, and then does not govern regular season competition. We strongly believe that our championship events should promote an atmosphere of respect and sensitivity for the dignity of every person, and this included participating student athletes, students on campus, fans, and other supporters of college sports. So those institutions that encouraged a culture of racial stereotyping through the use of these imagery would not be able to host NCAA championships. At the time of the adoption of our policy, there were about 20 institutions that were subject to the parameters of the policy. These institutions had some variation of imagery, some nicknames, or some other clear association with Native American culture. Since 2005, several institutions chose to change their nicknames or their mascots and to remove the corresponding imagery. Now, very early in the process, we were faced with situations where an institution carried a very specific tribal name, and the local tribe in question was supportive of the use of that name. This resulted in an exception to our policy, and we were roundly criticized also for creating this exception to the policy. Institutions that could demonstrate endorsement by these tribes were then no longer subject to the parameters of the policy. It was a very, very difficult discussion for us because although the committee continued to believe that stereotyping Native Americans through nicknames and the imagery was wrong, it recognized that a Native American tribe is a distinct political community and therefore respected the authority of the tribe to permit the university or the college to use its name. We also recognize that there were disagreements among Native American people on these issues. And so whenever a tribe endorsed the use of the name, the NCAA deferred to the judgment and the will of that tribe. Another interesting question for us was how to handle kind of generic names. So even in the absence of specific imagery, generic names like Indians or Braves were widely recognized as stereotypical references to Native American people. And so these institutions were viewed through somewhat of a different lens than those that adopted specific tribal names. We agree that while both representations contribute to the perpetuation of a one-dimensional stereotype of Native American people, we found that generic references had an even wider impact. And as we did our research, and this was mentioned earlier today as well as this morning, we found that along with eagles, tigers, bulldogs, and lions, the term Indians was one of the most widely used athletic team nicknames in the country. So when our policy was adopted in 2005, there was immediate reaction. Initially, the loudest voices were primarily negative. We were accused of venturing into social justice issues beyond the scope of our authority. Headlines read, "Political correctness run amok, NCAA has other things to worry about. NCAA does not belong in the social change arena. This should be dealt with at the campus or the local level." Then people who were affiliated with the institutions were saying to us, the way we use the symbols, imagery, it's not negative. We're honoring Native Americans. We don't find it to be offensive. Of course, it's part of our tradition. They told us that what we would do next is eliminate tigers and bears if we went as far as to eliminate Native American mascots. Many of these calls I took personally. My integrity was questioned. I was called stupid. It was really quite a trying circumstance and situation for us in the 9 months that led just after the policy was adopted. But eventually, a chorus of voices started to grow. And these were voices that were offering very positive comments, and they got louder. And they were saying things like, "You did the right thing," that this would have positive impact on our lives. One of the quotes that stuck with me, and it stuck with me because it was very early in the process, while all we were hearing in the media and from the many telephone calls and the emails that we were getting anonymously. And I'll just say this, when you can send an anonymous email, you could say just about anything, is what I've discovered. And they did. They said just about anything, and I responded to them. But the quote that stuck with me was from a young woman, and she said, "You've made the right decision. And when it comes to an issue as divisive as this, the right decision is always the hardest decision to uphold. The people of the Cheyenne River Sioux tribe would like to offer their sincerest thanks." It was one of the first. We had many others after, but it stuck with me because it was just the most positive message that we had heard. So where we are today. On the slide in front of you are the institutions that were originally impacted by the policy. We have continued to have dialogue with them over the past 8 years. We've been through congressional hearings, legal cases, settlement agreements, a lot of media attention. We have received criticism as well as praise. The NCAA policy is still effective, now 7 or 8 years later, and we believe that we have in some small way helped to reduce stereotyping and discrimination, at least within the sphere of our control. On this slide, you'll see in red the nicknames as they existed previously, and those that changed their names, I've indicated the current nicknames. Some of them were generic nicknames. They removed all imagery and moved away from representing that nickname as a Native American nickname like the William and Mary tribe. The ones on the right are those institutions that sought and received endorsement from specific tribes. Basically, we called it the namesake tribe endorsement. I thank you for your interest and for your support. even for your disagreement, because it's only with open and honest dialogue that we can move forward. I anticipate your questions.
Well, thank you very much for all your hard work and for that presentation. I'd like to point out that there are heroes on every one of these campaigns to get rid of the local mascot or the local name, and some of them have been mentioned here before, but I wanted to mention one from the University of Illinois, Marcus Ammerman, who was the very first Native artist to oppose Chief Olenowik, and he did so publicly in the newspaper and was vilified to such an extent and had so many death threats that he had to leave the school. And that work was carried on as by Debbie Reese and lots of Native students there, and they did a wonderful job. And with the Fighting Sioux in its death throes now, Jesse Taken Alive and others who worked so hard to bring that about. And one thing that you've seen that's really interesting is a shift from the people who are the frontline people who really take the hardest hit on all of this are the students, the Native students on each of these campuses. And there's been a shift by people who want to hang on to these mascots and these symbols to saying, well, if the local tribe doesn't find a problem, then we're fine with it. You should be fine with it. And they've taken it out of the hands, in some cases, of the students and put it in the hands of a tribe who will be complicit in the bad acts that are committed against the students. So this is complicated, and a power dynamic has shifted in some cases that is undesirable. So while we do good things in one area, we're not protecting the people who need the most protection in all of these efforts, and those are the students, because they're the ones taking it every day and whose lives are being threatened and who are being vilified and held up to ridicule every day. One of the people who introduced legislation, who did it another way, tried to introduce legislation, did what he could when he was in the Senate, and the owner moved the team out of the District of Columbia because of it, and I'll let him tell that tale. Ben Nighthorse Campbell.
Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you. As Suzanne knows, I'm a retired U.S. Senator about halfway through my 10-step recovery program, and I'm almost well. Some can stay for life, but I couldn't. And most of us on this panel, we come from a people in which cars, candy bars, beer, tobacco, and T-shirts are all named after us and marketed using our image, but we don't get many benefits from those. We come from a people in which hundreds, if not thousands, of small towns, particularly in the American West, if you pick up any Chamber of Commerce brochure, they use our image. In the same area where we have 70 to 80% or more unemployment, and our kids are 10 times more likely to commit suicide than anybody else in the United States. So there's no question we've been used a lot in American history. Probably because we didn't have a way of communicating other than our own language in the olden days. And by the way, I notice our nice lady here using sign language. Many of those signs are the same in Indian Sign Language, and sometimes we watch them and we can understand some of the things she's saying because Indian Sign Language is very similar. But I don't want to digress. I often wonder, about the difficulty of changing names, and almost everybody's talked about that. And I think it's ingrained in us several things. First of all, you know, Americans are kind of raised from childhood to be loyal to the team, to your team. And so you're loyal to your elementary school football team and your high school basketball team and your college team and so on. And whenever somebody tinkers around with your team, it gets everybody on the fight. We have some pretty interesting names in the state of Colorado, my home state. But some names, you know, in India, just great on all of us. Redskins is not the only one. Savage, Squaw, and Buck, those four are considered just terrible names to most Indian people because we know where they came from. Most people on the outside, meaning non-Indian, don't know where they came from, don't know where they originated from, and nobody did mention that here, and I didn't sit in the earlier panels, but maybe somebody did mention it in the earlier panels. Redskin came from the time when bounties were given for Indian people during the French and English War, when all you had to do was turn in some black hair or a patch of skin and you could get paid for it. That's where it came from. Who wants to be remembered for that? Nobody I know. And Squaw, Buck, and Savage are equally terrible names. It's difficult to change, partly because of this loyalty kids grow up with. But I have to tell you, I think in some cases, too, it's because of cowardice on the behalf of elected officials. They tend to lean very heavily towards getting reelected, as you probably know. And not many will stand up and do the right thing if they think it's very unpopular. University of Illinois was mentioned. I remember Paul Simon, former Senate friend of mine from years and years ago, when he came out publicly about changing the symbol of the University of Illinois, Chief Illini or whatever they're called up there. He showed me some of the hate mail he got, and you absolutely wouldn't believe it. Death threats, hate mail like you would not believe. Some of those. Yes, I'll bet. And when I introduced the bill that Suzanne mentioned, and by the way, I didn't pursue that bill when the owner of the Redskins decided to move to Landover. But when I introduced that bill, I got some very, very angry mail and calls too. But if I could talk to them personally, and I noticed obviously that if that person was a Hispanic American or a Black American or Chinese American or something, and I asked him, you might say, to walk in our shoes for a while, and they would complain, that's my team, you shouldn't be trying to change the name, and I support that team, that kind of thing, and I would say to him, you're an African American, how would you like us to change the name of that team to the Washington Darkies? Or something like that. And they say, oh God, you can't do that. But you know as well as I do, everybody in this audience knows as well as I do, there is a derogatory nickname for every ethnic group, I think, in the world. And certainly in this country, whether you're Irish, whether you're German, whether you're Black American, whether you're Hispanic, whether you're Chinese, you name it. There's some kind of a derogatory word that simply shouldn't be used. I think the African Americans have taken the lead on that by creating an awareness among all Americans. The N word is a no-no, as simple as that. Well, there are many other words almost equally as bad that should be no-nos, but we haven't had the stature or the political clout or the so on to make more people aware of it. But elected officials, seems to me, through benign neglect and a worry that they might not get reelected, are really headed for the tall grass on this one, and I have to commend Mayor Vincent Gray, who just a couple of weeks ago said publicly that the Washington Redskins needed to, I wrote it down in fact, they needed to consider changing their name before coming back to Washington, and they should. Now, I personally don't have a problem with the team. I was an athlete. I was in the Olympic Games of 1964. Suzanne didn't mention that, but I know a little bit about sports. I know something about sports. And so I'm a big supporter of athletes, no matter where they are. I know the kind of training they went through. I know the injuries. I know the difficulty, the healing process, and the long-term effect of having a bad back and bad knees and everything else because you committed yourself for 10 years of being on the field or on the mats or somewhere. In addition to that, Mike Shanahan is a personal friend of mine. Remember, he was a coach for the Broncos for years, and he was a political supporter of mine, a fine man. I think the world of him, and the team too. I don't like the name. And that's the real rub. It's the name. Now, there have been all kinds of questions raised about the use of names. Some people say, well, wait a minute. There's Indian teams that call themselves Indian names, like the Chiefs or the Warriors, something of that nature. Well, that's right, they do. I know a number of high school Indian school teams that call themselves names like that, not these brutal names that I mentioned a while ago. But Indian people are not just a racial minority, they're also a form of government, a sovereign government as defined in the U.S. Constitution. They can do that. And so if a tribe like the Seminoles reaches an agreement with a university in Florida to allow them to use that word Seminole, that's their business, no problem. But I can tell you this, no Seminole, I'm not Seminole, but I know I can speak for them on this, they would not support the use of any of those four names that I mentioned. So those are individual cases where a tribe and a school may reach some kind of an agreement, as Delise mentioned. That's okay with me too. If it's all right with them, it's okay with me. But the heading for the tall grass on behalf of a lot of elected officials, I think is just inexcusable. There are over 100 names of federal locations using the word Squaw. Squaw Valley, California, where the 1960 Olympic Games were held, is one that you might mention. But there's, Squaw Peak, Squaw Valley, Squaw Lake, Squaw this, Squaw that, and so on. You track where that word Squaw originated. It's from one of the northeastern tribes, and it defines, in a longer word, a part of a woman's anatomy. Nobody wants to use that word, for crying out loud, for a location if they knew what it meant. But nobody has taken that on. And I thought about it and did a little bit of survey when I was, might say, still in the Senate and wanting to make some change. But boy, I'll tell you, the difficulty of changing hundreds of names nationwide and changing the maps and running into the bureaucracy and all the local opposition and everything else, I just couldn't get enough support in the Senate to take on those kinds of things. But those should be changed too. So it's not just a matter of teams, they should be too. There are a number of schools, I think there are different levels of how bad the names are. In Colorado, we have 3 different high school teams that have 3 different names. One are Montrose, Colorado, they call themselves the Indians. Another one, Lamar, Colorado, call themselves the Savages. And another one, Arapahoe High School, calls themselves the Warriors. In the case of the Arapahoe High School, they went to the Arapahoe tribe of Wyoming and talked to them and asked them to help them find some kind of common ground, and the Arapahoe tribe did. And every year, the Arapahoe tribe sends delegates to the school where they have some seminars on cultural diversity and the history of the Arapahoe people, and it's a pretty nice relationship. But the school never tried to do that without working with the Arapahoe tribe. I haven't really, frankly, even though my wife's a graduate of Montrose High School, I never have asked if there's been much opposition to using the name of Indians around Montrose. But the third one, the Lamar Savages, boy, did I get in a tangle over that one years ago when I was in office, when they asked me if I thought that word was offensive, and I said, you bet it's offensive using the word savage. I said, our mothers and fathers and grandparents were not savages, they're Indian people. And whoa, but did I get the hate mail from some of the people, and so I said to them in a dialogue with the supporters of that, I said, it's okay, you want to use the word savage? It's fine if you want to be a savage. Use your own picture. They didn't do that. They didn't do that. But I thought, you want to use your photograph up there and say your mother and father were savages? Okay, but don't use our people. But then the second line of defense for him was saying, oh no, what we really meant was noble savages. Oh yeah, okay, sure. We've all heard that before. So I know we have a long way to go. But clearly, the enlightened universities that have already changed their name, and Stanford was one of them mentioned. I was a student doing some graduate work at Stanford. I went to San Jose and then to Stanford. I was there when they were still the Stanford Indians, and many people that were there at the time, they didn't care for that name even then. And like a good enlightened university, they kind of took the lead on changing that name, as others have. So it's a long process, but I think part of it are forums like this. We can explain. Walk in our shoes for a while. You'll understand our beliefs. You'll understand what it is to be used in so many different ways in American culture without having almost any recourse. I think maybe one of the other difficulties, too, that we have is, and I remember some of the phone calls I got when I was dealing with the word Redskins, and by the way, I didn't pursue that bill when then owner Jack Kent Cooke decided to move to Landover, but that was one of the reasons he decided to flee the scene and go to Landover. But one of the things I used to get calls in those days, people would say, wait a minute, Senator, I'm part Indian and I don't mind using that name at all. Well, come on, you know, if you've seen Dances with Wolves and you ask, you do a poll afterwards, you'll find out there's a whole bunch of people who weren't Indian before they saw Dances with Wolves. And it goes away after the movie goes away too, by the way. So that's a real common thing and a pretty poor excuse. But I look at it this way. If you ask a person, let's use the African-American experience, who in the world would ever believe something like this? I'm part black and I don't mind using the N-word. Well, you should mind if you don't, and you're probably a liar to begin with. But there are certain words you can't cover up and hide and, you know, dodge around and say, well, it's okay because this or that or the other. They're wrong from the beginning and they're wrong to the end. And maybe I'll probably ought to just leave it there before I start pounding the table here, Suzanne. She's known me a long time. I tend to get my blood up, as they say. But certainly forums like this and the people that are here, when they go back, hopefully you will talk to your friends and neighbors and have them recognize we've come a long way, but we still have a long way to go. And part of it, I think, is maybe our own fault. You know, we didn't have a written language in the olden days. We couldn't defend ourselves, and so we're a culture that, by and large, in American history, was defined by somebody else. We were not able to define ourselves, and only in the 70s, what I call the time of a reawakening of ethnic pride for almost all Americans, that Indian people said, wait a minute, you're not going to define me. I'll tell you who I am. You don't need to try and tell me who I am. And now it's great that we have movies coming out of Hollywood with wonderful Indian actors. Well, most are. I don't know about Johnny Depp. I heard he was adopted into Comanche Nation, so maybe he is now, but he didn't used to be. But we have great Indian actors, and I think we're telling our own story on film and in books and so on. Years ago, I introduced a bill to change the name of the Custer battlefield because it was the only battlefield I could find in the whole United States that was named after the loser instead of the winner. It seemed to me we ought to have equal honor on the battlefield as the soldiers that were up there, and so we changed that name. It wasn't easy. We got a lot of hate mail because of that too, and at that time, before that name was changed, the bookstore at the battlefield would not allow any books written by Indians to be sold in the bookstore. That's a fact. There are now. In fact, I was up there just about a month ago, and there's been a lot of change. Now there's much more access to Indian people writing and telling their side of the story as it was told by their grandfathers and so on. So we're making progress. We just need more help, and we hope everybody in this audience is going to help us do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ben didn't mention that not only was his bill introduced by himself, the only Native person at that time in Congress, but it was also introduced, a companion bill, the identical bill introduced on the House side by civil rights hero John Lewis, Representative Lewis. And I always like to thank people who others might think have no stake in it, who step forward to say, this is my fight too. So I really appreciate that on his behalf, and also that Ben stepped forward and did this. Many times people say to us, don't you have other more important things to worry about rather than this? Well, we're the people who do those more important things. And the people who ask that question, in my experience, have never done anything to help our people. So I so appreciate the people who have done things to help our people. I want to ask our panelists to make concluding remarks, brief concluding remarks, not brief like the presentations, but where everyone was marvelously eloquent at length, but really brief concluding remarks, things that you want people here in the theater and watching this around the country through the webcam, through the webcast, to what you would like to say to them and what thoughts you would like to leave them with. Lee?
One of the things that I think should be said is that I really don't believe that anybody goes into having any of these mascots, doing any of the things that we've discussed on this panel with evil in their heart. I don't believe that. I like to believe that most people really are at base fine individuals, that if they really understood, that they would come to change. And I think that that's what a forum like this is supposed to do, is to help people to understand so that the better angels of their nature, as a wise man once said, could take hold and they could end up becoming better people themselves. And go ahead and drop these. Thank you.
Lois? Indian people are alive, breathing, living in their homes, both on reservations, off reservations, all over the United States, even Washington, D.C. And that having someone reduced to a mascot and reduced to a symbol so that a whole nother group of people can become Indian and then negate all of these living, breathing, functioning people. We have been here since time immemorial. My grandfather used to tell me, if a redwood tree could grow here, so could an Yurok, Karuk, or Hoopa person. And if we don't get anything else, I think we have to realize that every time we think we can change non-Indian people into Indians by just making them a mascot, we're saying Indian people don't exist and that the ownership belongs to the non-Indian. But we are living people.
Bruce.
I guess my parting suggestion or plea would be to join the project in enhancing our nation's cultural literacy about Native people. And it's quite related to what Lois has just said. Some of you may know this, but there was an event in the early part of the 20th century where Congress set aside some land in Staten Island, a big parcel of land, on which would be built a statue of a young Indian brave. And it was going to be known as the Monument to the Departed Race. There was a big ceremony. Members of Congress, the President of the United States was there, and several old chiefs were trotted out to kind of, I guess, symbolize the passing of these people. We're always planning Native people's funeral, but this was a real funeral. Had this statue been built, and there's a book, Lucy Maddox's book, you can actually see an architectural rendering of this statue. Had it been built, would have been about 15 feet taller than the Statue of Liberty. Now imagine, had that been built, how we would have to explain this to our children and to visitors. What is that statue? We know what Lady Liberty represents, but what's that one over there? And we would have to tell that story. And so in joining the project to enhance our nation's cultural literacy, it's a plea to stop acting as if we had actually built that monument.
So I think for me, this was a tremendous learning experience. I'm a Jamaican national. I was born and I grew up in Jamaica. And I came to this country about 25 years ago. And so I did not experience the anger of the civil rights movement. And I learned about it through history books and reading about it. But I got to experience some of the same venomous behavior when we went through this process in the mid-2000s. And I was amazed that people in this day and age were still so angry, were still so unwilling to put themselves in someone else's shoes, and still unwilling to recognize the pain and suffering that that they were causing other people. But saying that, we went through the fight, and we're now in a place much better than we were. And so I would leave you with an encouraging message. I would say that change has been slow. It's painfully slow at times. But keep at it. Keep going. Everyone in this room can be an advocate, no matter age or your background. Beautiful young lady sitting in the front here, she can be an advocate. And hopefully, within the next few years, by the time she is grown up, we won't be talking about these issues. Amen.
I think we have a little difficult probably than most people, because most people, when they immigrated to these shores, including some of my ancestors on my Anglo side, they were in a position that we sometimes say is upward mobility. In other words, they had everything to gain by coming to this new land and nothing to lose, because the place they came from was a whole lot worse. This was the land of opportunity and Eden and so on. The only cultural group, the only racial group that I know in the United States that does not follow in that pattern are the American Indians. While everybody else came to these shores and had everything to gain, Indians had everything to lose, and almost did lose everything by the 1900s, as you probably know if you read the history books. They almost lost everything. They were almost erased, literally, down from millions and millions, something like 14.5 million before pre-Columbian times, down to like 200,000 in the year 1900. But they were here long before anybody else. I happen to live just east, about 50 miles of Mesa Verde. If you are from ancestors are from Israel, you know that Mesa Verde was built about the same time as Masada, the stronghold on the top of the mountain. And those wonderful people that lived there and were gone about 500 years before Columbus even fell off the boat, they'd already migrated downstream. They were gone. They had towns as large as any town in Europe, and they had doctors and astronomers and teachers and all the sophisticated things that they had in Europe too. I'm only glad maybe that the Mayan calendar was misinterpreted so that we can still be here today. But they had all those wonderful things, but they didn't have a way of recording them or writing about them, and so when they left and the new immigrants took over, they tended, as I mentioned earlier, to be defined by somebody else's definition, somebody else's way of defining it. But if you ever have a chance to visit some of those old ancient places, whether it's Cahokia near the present city of St. Louis or Mesa Verde out where I live, you know that those people, they had no disease, they had no prostitution, AIDS, drugs, all the societal problems that we have in a modern America, they didn't have any of that. Surely, if we could learn from those people, we'd be better off as a nation. There's no question in my mind. We just have to somehow bridge that gap and understand there is a way to do that, but it won't come easy and it won't come fast. But certainly forums like this help tell our story, and we hope you've enjoyed it. Thank you.
Carolyn, I wonder if you have any online questions for us. We have precious little time, but...
We're going to double check the online, but a member of the audience would like to ask a question first, if that's
sure
right.
Sure thing.
Hello, everyone. I've really enjoyed your presentations. I've learned so much. My remark is to Ben Campbell.
I'm sorry, we can't hear.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you so much for your remarks so far. I've learned so very much. My question and a remark first is to Ben Campbell. You know, I'm wondering why it's not recognized amongst the white population that this is racial profiling. You know, the lies and the hidden agendas and such. So I'm wondering if you could expound on that. And before you do, I just wanted to thank you for recognizing the interpreters and the use of sign language.
Thank you. I didn't hear you very well. Dealing with racial profiling?
Right. The idea just that these symbols, these images, the names that are used why is it not considered racial profiling, and why don't the white majority recognize it as such?
Well, we consider it racial profiling, and maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe part of it's incumbent on us to try to tell our story a little better and a little more forcefully. But I think those people, more and more people are recognizing it. I mean, when I mentioned that sometimes I would talk to African American people or Hispanic Americans who are big supporters of the Redskins, and I'd ask them if they would mind if we used, you know, a derogatory name that they understood for the team here in Washington. They recognize that very well as sort of racial insults, and it is a form of racial profiling.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Yeah. Sorry. This would be directed at Mr. Hester.
Oh, we can't understand you.
Mr. Hester, you said that you believe that most people, in their goodness, if you could reason with them, if they lived close to Native people, that they would understand how harmful these mascots are. However, I, like Mr. Duthu, am Homa Native American. My mother was born in a small indigenous village in Dulac, Louisiana, and taken as a 4-year-old child. And the Methodist missionaries that raised her, I've come to know them almost like grandparents. In a recent visit, I had noticed and was appalled by the fact that the Homa police force uses a logo emblem that is very similar to the Redskins mascot, you know, profile, head, completely bright red for whatever reason, and a Siouan headdress that has absolutely nothing to do with our tribe. And I was appalled by this, and I brought it up at dinner, and I was so confused as to why they had it. Brought up that local tribal elders didn't agree with it. I had just spoken to them that day. Corinne and Louise were not at all supportive. And these women that had raised my mother, given her food, shelter, seen the struggle of the Homa people and had seen what it had done to my mother, looked at me in disgust and told me that I had no right to be offended by this, and that most people probably didn't even recognize or know that they were using that emblem, even though it is printed very largely on every police car patrolling the area, and none of those policemen are Homa. So I guess my question would be, that situation exists. I mean, I'm living in it. So you have the goodness of these missionary women who have dedicated their lives to helping Homa children, but at the same time, they're looking at me, my baby sister, my mother, generations of Homa women, and they are telling us that we have no right to have any feeling about the racial oppression and the legacy of that in our own family.
Bruce, you want to take it?
Yes.
Yeah, well, she actually addressed it to me, and I think that you're pointing to that as an instance in which it's hard to see the good nature that might exist beneath that surface. And I have to say, that's exactly right. So many times there are people out there who are so driven by different views, different beliefs. You know, for example, one of the big problems that we have in Oklahoma is that it is a state in which the settlers, our big celebration day is 89er Day, okay? And 89er Day is the day in which the settlers came to take the land, okay? There isn't any way that an Indian person is going to feel good about that. On the other hand, it's part of the heritage of the settlers. So unfortunately, you really do have a complete disconnect. You have one group of people whose history, in many cases, that they would like to be able to celebrate, has in it so many bad things that they essentially ignore to be able to feel good about the other things, that there's really a kind of false consciousness there, and that can be horribly, deeply ingrained. So I'm not saying that it isn't hard, but I do believe that they're motivated by what they think are good things. And I think that there are good things in every group of people. And I want to hang on to that. So yes, I do think that there's something there, but yes, I agree with you. It's very, very hard sometimes to see where it might be, where that spark of decency, that spark of goodness is. And you just have to keep on working at it. Just keep on trying. It's going to be a tough row, but I think you're a strong person, and I think hopefully through continuing to engage them at some point or another, maybe that you can break through.
Can I just, Suzanne, thank you very much for your question. I grew up in Dulac. That's the village I grew up in. I will slightly disagree with Lee when he said that he believes mostly in the goodness of people. There's a big part of me that would like to be that generous, but I also believe there are very evil people in our society. Most people in Homa, there's a distinction between my tribe, the Homa people, and the city of Homa. And I bet you if you did one of those Jay Leno, pass the microphone, the jaywalking episode, and said, why is this community known as Homa? Probably 9 out of 10 people in Homa would not know that there's a Homa tribe all around them that numbers over 15,000 people. And that this image that they've emblazoned on the police car, which is the city of Homa, not the tribe, so it's not our tribal government, would have no idea of what they're talking about there. Thank you. You mentioned missionary, and let me just say one thing. The missionaries, I grew up Roman Catholic, but the missionaries in our area, in Dulac, were basically in competition for parishioners. Not to convert to Christianity, but to support their parishes, while they were also reminding them that they couldn't fully partake in the benefits of Christianity. My mom went to one of the Catholic mission schools where she was repeatedly told, you know, God really appreciates that you're trying to make the effort to earn your place in heaven. You never will because you're a dirty Indian, but He appreciates and loves you for trying. That's what your folks were dealing with.
Suzanne?
In closing this out, I want to thank heartily Elizabeth Kennedy Gish and Eileen Maxwell and Leonda Levchuk, and of course our illustrious museum director Kevin Gover for putting on this marvelous symposium, and to the wonderful Carol Rapkivian, we're out of time. Okay. Thank you very much. Come back at 3:45 promptly.
How many of them switch from Indian or whatever to an animal?
Take your signs.
Take your sign.
It's like that. There's the problem.
Souvenir, yeah.
Well, welcome to the last session of our symposium on racist stereotypes and cultural appropriation in American sports. Today, what we'll be closing the symposium with is a community conversation about the Washington NFL football team name. My name is Phil Delory. I'll be the moderator for the panel today. I'm a professor of history and American studies at the University of Michigan and the Associate Dean for Undergraduate Education. My scholarly work has to do with cultural appropriations and representations of American Indian people in the broader world of American culture. We have 5 distinguished guests with us today. I'm going to say only a very few quick words of introduction. I think some of their comments will perhaps lead you to know more and understand more about them. Judith Bartanoff, Esquire, the Deputy Presiding Judge of the Civil Division of the District of Columbia Superior Court, attended Columbia University Law School, worked in the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia, was the Justice Department representation on a task force concerned with American Indian religious freedom issues, has worked with the Navajo tribe in private practice for a few years. In 1994, then moved to the bench as an associate judge, and now, of course, deputy presiding judge. To her left, Mr. Eric Brady, sports reporter, USA Today. He's been active over a 3-decade career since 1982, doing features. He's written on everything in sports, as far as I can tell. When you Google him, what you get is a page that has links to all of his clips, and it has, it's not one page, it's 64 pages long. So he's written on everything, including football and including some of these issues. To his left, the Reverend Graylin Hagler of Plymouth Congregational United Church of Christ. He's the immediate past president of Ministers for Racial, Social, and Economic Justice, received his Master's of Divinity degree from Chicago Theological Seminary, 12 years as a pastor in Boston, committed to empowerment, opposition to racism, anti-apartment movements. He even ran for mayor while he was there. To his left, Mike Wise, sports columnist at the Washington Post. He's been a writer at the New York Times. He's examined the mascot issue in several thoughtful, well-written pieces, has considered team names and mascots not only here, but in Illinois and elsewhere. And finally, to his left, Robert Holden, who's the Deputy Director of the National Congress of American Indians. He's Choctaw, Chickasaw, active in a number of issues in American Indian country. He was very active with post-Katrina, Louisiana tribes, for example, environmental, emergency issues, sacred sites, voting issues, ranging across the board, Native American issues. So what our panelists will do is speak to us for somewhere in the range of 7 to 10 minutes, not really very long. What we're really trying to do here is to balance the expertise that we have on stage with the notion that we can have more of community conversation here. So each will speak for from somewhere in the 7 to 10 minute range. That gets us, kind of closing up on an hour. It leaves us about an hour to talk collaboratively and collectively about this as an audience. Just to lay down a couple of quick ground rules for when we move to that community conversation. First of all, everyone who would like to ask a question or make a short statement should move to the microphones at the back. We're doing this because, of course, our session today is being webcast, and it's also being webcast up to another room where I had the pleasure of watching a little bit of it this morning. Please just think a little bit about our opportunities, if this is our situation, to maximize the conversation, to maximize the number of voices. I'm in a university context. A lot of times we have this exact setup with a microphone in the back, and every once in a while someone will get up and want to talk for 15 minutes, and it's just not really very good for anyone. It's sort of, that's a quarter of our collective time, right? Yeah. If 4 of us did it, only 4 people would talk. We'd rather hear more kinds of voices. It makes everyone a little nervous and itchy to have this going on. So try to, be sort of aware of, the fact there may be many, many people who might like to speak on these issues. I'll say a few words in closing, and then we'll have a delightful reception, I believe, out in the front the atrium part of the museum. So with that, I will turn to Judith Bartnoff. Please make her welcome.
Thank you very much. It is a real honor to be here. You're going to hear that, I'm sure, from each one of the panelists. Let me begin by making it clear that I'm not here in any official capacity representing the Superior Court of the District of Columbia. My comments this afternoon should not be taken as any official position of the court on the issues we're discussing. But I am here as a longtime resident of the District of Columbia, and my experiences as a judge on our local trial court for the past 18 years certainly do inform my perspective. The primary point I want to make to begin our discussion today is that the District of Columbia is a real place. Those of us who live here understand that for much of the country, the district is the nation's capital, a place where people may come for a short time to serve in the government, or a place with marble monuments and museums for tourists to visit. But for many of us, the district, and in saying the district, I mean the surrounding communities as well, the district is our home. It's where we live, work, go to school, the grocery store, and the dry cleaner, and the doctor, and the movies. It's where we conduct our day-to-day lives. The Superior Court itself is emblematic of that. Because of the unique laws establishing the district's government, it is a federal court, and our judges are nominated by the President and confirmed by the Senate. We also, by the way, are required by federal law to live in the District of Columbia, which is not a requirement for judges on the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia. What Superior Court judges deal with every day reflects the regular life of the city. Everything from simple assaults to drug deals to murders, divorces, protection of children and the elderly, car accidents, landlord and tenant matters, consumer complaints, tax liens, and all sorts of other things in the you can't make this stuff up category. So I start from the premise that the district is not just the nation's capital, but a real place. And there are no symbols more important as a unifying force in the District of Columbia and confirmation that this is a real place than our local sports teams. We do have a soccer team, a hockey team, and a basketball team, and thank goodness now a baseball team. But there's no real question that the most prominent symbol of the real Washington is the local football team. A symbol, by the way, that is also unites the Washington and the adjoining Maryland and Virginia suburbs. I well remember an article that appeared in the Washington Post in the early 80s when the local football team finally had made it to the Super Bowl. The article said essentially that the team being in the Super Bowl had special importance to the district because it was proof to the rest of the country that this is a real place. The football team has become a symbol of our legitimacy as a community. Last fall, my husband and I attended what turned out to be, unfortunately, the last playoff game for the season for the Nationals. The feeling of being in the stadium with over 40,000 people, all screaming at the top of their lungs, was both exhilarating and, I will confess, a little bit scary. But part of what was so exciting about it was that we all were there, that is with the exception of a few lone Cardinals fans, including one very loud one near us, and I'm happy to say that nothing bad happened to him, though I was a little bit worried about it. We all were there as equals and Nationals fans, and no one cared if there were celebrities or politicians there too. They were welcome to join the party, but it was our party until it stopped being a party. This was our team that was on its way to the World Series, even though, as it turned out, we may have to wait another year. I can only imagine what it would be like to be at a football game at FedEx Field in a crowd of closer to 90,000 people, all screaming at the top of their lungs, when what they are screaming is a racial slur. I will leave it to others to discuss the sociological and psychological impact of all this, and I expect that we'll be addressing some of those issues in this panel this afternoon. But I do think there is something both troubling and anomalous that perhaps the strongest unifying symbol of the Washington, D.C. community and the most tangible proof that this is a real place is called by a name that is disrespectful and derogatory to Native people. What we can do about that may be an open question, but I don't think we seriously can claim anymore that it isn't true, and to the extent we don't acknowledge it, we're in serious denial. This is a community that includes people from all sorts of cultures and backgrounds, and I think we all recognize the importance of treating one another with dignity and respect. That our most powerful unifying symbol is directly opposed to those basic values undermines the community itself, and that warrants serious reflection and conversation.
When I was a sports-mad kid growing up in Buffalo, Saturday nights were always reserved for the college basketball doubleheaders at the big arena downtown. The local Catholic schools were the Canisius College Golden Griffins, the Niagara University Purple Eagles, and the St. Bonaventure Brown Indians. The teams played and the mascots pranced, and it all seemed like so much magic to a boy who would one day grow up to be a sports writer. In my mind's eye, I can still see that cloud of cigarette smoke that would form in the rafters as the nights wore on, in an era when that seemed more atmospheric than carcinogenic. My father was a professor of English at Canisius, and so the Griffins were our team. But we always watched the Eagles and the Indians, our great local rivals, with enormous interest, if not always great affection. The most common nickname in college sports is Eagles, as at Niagara. The seventh most common in those days was Indians, as at St. Bona, though when all such mascots were grouped together, from Braves to Chiefs to Warriors, those nicknames were the most common in all the land. And this seemed natural enough to me. Our Buffalo Bills played against the Kansas City Chiefs. Our morning paper carried headlines about the Cleveland Indians that would say the likes of Tribe on Warpath, Scalp Yanks, and Twin Bill. And then, when I was in grammar school, my sister Moira began dating a man named John Roberts, whose maternal grandfather was Seneca. Moira and her future husband would take my brother and me to the college doubleheaders, and it was John who'd take us aside and point to the student dressed as the Bonaventure mascot and explain why a drunken white kid whooping it up in buckskin and war paint was so deeply objectionable on so many levels. A lot has changed since then. There's no smoking in public arenas anymore, and the brown Indian is long gone. St. Bonnie's athletic teams have been known exclusively as the Bonnies since the mid-1990s. That school is one among many hundreds from middle to high school to college that have swapped out their mascots in the last 40 years or so. But a lot has stayed the same, too. No professional team has ever changed its Indian-themed nickname, though the Golden State Warriors did the next best thing by ridding itself of its indigenous imagery. Still, the roll call of pro teams continues to include Cleveland's Indians, Kansas City's Chiefs, Chicago's Blackhawks, Atlanta's Braves, and, as everyone in this room and this region knows very well, Washington's Redskins. This is most egregious of all. The other names in other contexts are not offensive. This one, except when applied to potatoes, always is. But you needn't take my word for it. As Casey Stengel would say, you could look it up. Find it in the dictionary between red shirt and red snapper, and you'll find redskin characterized as disparaging and offensive. The Washington pro football team argues that the name is meant to glorify, not to disparage. The late Jack Kent Cooke, when he owned the team, colorfully explained that the name would never change on his watch. He'd say, "There's not a single solitary jot, tittle, wit chance in the world that the Redskins will adopt a new nickname." Few will recall that when Cooke's estate sold the team, it was originally to be sold to real estate magnate Howard Milstein and his young, lesser-known partner, Daniel Snyder. There was a news conference when Milstein was named provisional owner and a chance for individual reporters to speak to Milstein and Snyder one-on-one for a few minutes. When I got my chance, I asked Milstein about changing the name of the Washington football team, and to my surprise, he said he'd consider it. Snyder sat next to him and didn't say a word, but the look on his face suggested there wasn't a solitary jot, tittle, wit chance that could happen in his world. When Milstein's financing fell through, he withdrew his bid, and Snyder forged a bid of his own that was ultimately accepted. And so here we are. Just a matter of weeks ago, before the Washington pro football team played a postseason game at FedEx Field, one of the local TV stations asked viewers to send in video clips of them and their friends and families singing "Hail to the Redskins." Some of them used the original lyrics with some of the since sanitized lines about scalp 'em and whop 'em, and no one on the air seemed to notice or care. When I began writing about this issue at the Buffalo Courier-Express in the 1970s, I quickly found it makes people very angry. When I interviewed Suzanne Schoen-Harjo about this in the 1980s, she said whenever she brings up this topic, she's made to feel like the skunk at a garden party. And in a column for USA Today before the 1995 World Series between the Braves and the Indians, I wrote that people would look back in 50 years and marvel that these names and images survived for so long. That got me an invitation on the old CNN Shoutfest Crossfire, where the late Robert Novak scoffed at the notion that his beloved Chief Illiniwek would be gone from the University of Illinois sidelines in 50 years. Turned out it only took 12. Changes come at colleges because they have a moral center and are sensitive to pressure. Neither dynamic applies very well at the pro level. Billionaires are not accustomed to hearing what they don't want to hear or doing what they don't want to do. When the Washington professional football team says that its nickname honors, I'm always reminded of what Humpty Dumpty tells Alice in Through the Looking Glass. When I use a word, Humpty Dumpty says in a rather scornful tone, it means just what I choose it to mean, neither more nor less. To which Alice answers, the question is whether you can make words mean so many different things. Daniel Snyder owns a football team. He doesn't own the dictionary. The word he wants to change the meaning of is a racial epithet. He can't change its meaning any more than he can change its shameful history. Where does that leave the rest of us? Well, we could take Suzanne's advice, be the skunks, make a stink at the garden parties, and at the tailgates and the luxury boxes. Mascots are not trivial to me. My father was the one who started the Griffin as the Canisius mascot, and when I went to school there, I was the one who wore the Griffin suit at the arena where I'd gone to those doubleheaders as a child. The cigarette smoke in the rafters was but misty memory, but the brown Indian would remain for 20 more years. And when, at last, he was shown the door, I considered it a victory for Griffins everywhere. A couple of years ago, William and Mary retained the nickname Tribe, but jettisoned all of its indigenous imagery. That meant the nation's second oldest university needed to find a new mascot to patrol the sidelines at its athletic events. Happily, William and Mary came up with a mascot I can readily endorse, a griffin.
Good afternoon. First, I want to just greet everybody who's visiting with us in Washington, D.C., because we are truly a reservation in Washington, D.C., but without sovereignty, so welcome. And we're obviously here to speak about the Washington professional football team that does not reside in Washington. Whole lot of contradictions here. But as I approach this subject, you know, one of the things that that just hits me, it's very interesting to me that if somebody says ouch, that somebody else is going to try to ask them to define how it hurts and how bad it hurts. I grew up believing that when somebody says ouch, they're hurting. It's not up to my interpretation to interpret their hurt, but it is up to that person who has been offended, that person who has been injured. And one should not second guess and play all types of word games and try to dance around the subject and make something that is racist not racist, or make something that disparages somebody not disparaging. The reality is the reality. A person looks you in the eye and say, I'm offended, and therefore we should regard their truth as truth. But we also come back to this. You know what, if you look at the history of this country, people of color have always been put there for the entertainment of white folks. And when people of color could not entertain white folks, they got some imitation people of color to entertain them, like Al Jolson in blackface. Right? The reality is, if you understand what we're talking about, the fact is, Tarzan. I grew up on Tarzan. There's Tarzan, a white man born in Africa, can beat up any African tribe, and even the wildlife is on Tarzan's side and not on the indigenous people's side. Isn't that amazing? Right? But that is the paradigm that folks want us to think in all the time, that somehow people of color are the dominant culture's trophy. It's the dominant culture's collection of an artifact, that we are to be defined by somebody else, that we are to be manipulated by somebody else. You know, the reality is all of these things seeks to take away our humanity. And obviously, when we talk about the Washington football team, it is something that continues not only to take away the humanity of Native Americans, but it is also something that offends me and I'll say this with sitting up here with sports writers, offends me as a person of color about professional sports in this country. Because the reality is that I don't care whether somebody is paid a few $1 million, but the idea of being able to trade another human being or to sell another human being is offensive to me coming out of the history that I come out of. Slavery, even at a high price, is still slavery. Just look at what just happened, in a sense, during the recent football game. Was that RG3? Left in the game beyond injury because he was a commodity to be used. Maybe a high-priced commodity, but a commodity just the same to be used for the entertainment of someone else. We got to begin to think about the images, not only that we use, but the language that we use. Because it is a history that we are continuing to reinforce of slavery and annihilation and ethnic cleansing in all the words that we use. And we need to begin to reassess it and begin to change our language system and begin to understand that when folks say ouch, they mean ouch. I was glad to hear Mayor Gray at his State of the District address, where he did not make that reference to that team by that name, but called it the Washington football team, avoiding that. I think that one thing that we need to do is begin to boycott the word. I start boycotting the word from the pulpit of my church. I will not say it. I will not use it. Because the reality is once we begin to banish the word, maybe people start to get the idea. And we're called to do a full reassessment of how we speak as a people, because how we speak as a people is the way we see the world. Let us change our viewpoint on the world, and let us change our viewpoint on each other.
Why do I have to follow the preacher? Could... Guy's an orator. I don't know what I'm doing up here.
It's worse than that, Mike, because those were two beautifully written pieces
before
you as well.
I don't have anything in front of me. I'm a sports columnist for the Washington Post. I hosted a radio show in Washington in the last 3.5 years. I am honored to be here, and I can't tell you, and I'd like some of you to give yourselves a hand. I'd like to say that there's something about being around some like-minded people on this issue. I've always felt like I've been in a vacuum, and to actually see Native people's faces and amongst white, black, Asian, Hispanic, it's very heartening for someone who's thought that he's written a lot of columns that went into wastebaskets for the last 10 years. So thank you for being here. That means a lot. Believe it or not, I came to this issue in many ways because of Eric Brady, another white man. No, I'm kidding. Eric obviously had a social conscience. I was getting out of school. I actually look older than him now, but he's actually a couple years ahead of me. And I'd read an article in USA Today while I was getting out of school at Fresno State in California. And it was a particularly touching article about this issue. And it mentioned the name of a man named Phil St. John, who was a Minnesota Sioux Indian. And he'd actually had become motivated by this issue when he took his 5-year-old to a high school basketball game, and this 5-year-old turned away in shame at halftime when a white kid in war paint began doing the woo-woo sound in the child's face. And Phil St. John didn't know what to do with this, and he asked his child what was wrong, and he said, Daddy, isn't that what we do at powwow? And he's making fun of us. And he was so moved by his child's reaction and what it did to his self-esteem in that moment that this guy didn't become a militant in the way of, you're racist and you need to abolish your name. He went around to 39 high schools in Minnesota and gave thoughtful presentations of how this how this imagery hurt his kid. And I remember thinking to myself that all 39 of them changed their mascots because of this. And I thought, what if I have a 2.5-year-old now. What if that was my child and someone was making fun of what I think my ethnicity or who I am as a people mean? I always say I don't have black, white friends. I have friends, some of whom are black, some of whom are white, some of whom are Asian, Hispanic, Hawaiian, Native American. And I always wonder, I always try to put myself in their shoes. Well, what was that your kid? And I've been told on and off again that there are bigger issues in the Native American community that they need to worry about than mascots and images. And I can't help but go back to that moment and that child, because what more contributes to the highest rates of alcoholism and suicide on reservations per capita in this country than a child's self-esteem and who you are and what you believe. And so, you know, and so coming to this issue myself, you're often told, you know, you're a leftist social engineer, or you have white guilt. Like, what is white guilt? I don't feel guilty for what my ancestors did and what they did. I feel that I need to make changes in my own life, and I don't feel that white guilt, to me, there's two other words: human compassion. It's called human compassion. And I don't understand, and I reject the notion that this is an American Indian issue. We're all members of a tribe. It's called the world's tribe. And until we realize that if one person is offended, we should all be offended, we're not going to move forward anywhere. And I think we need to understand that. I am told roundly every time I write an article about this issue that there are polls done by Sports Illustrated, and the Annenberg Institute at the University of Pennsylvania did a poll that said 9 out of 10 people who identified themselves as American Indians on the telephone, out of 770 people in a nationwide poll, says that they are not bothered by these images. And then you go back to the Indian Country Today polls, and it's exactly the opposite. But either way, I thought, what the heck? I'm going to do my research. I call up Adam Clymer, who many of you may know as a former reporter at the New York Times and was head of the Annenberg Institute for a while and directed this poll. And I had worked at the New York Times, where I'd also gotten in touch with this issue some more. They sent me out to the University of Illinois to do a story on Chief Illiniwek. And I said to Adam Clymer, I go, is that right? Is your poll like 9 out of 10? How'd you guys come up with that? And he goes, look, I don't know what the plus-minus percentage of it is. And I don't exactly, I'm not going to say it's 100% accurate. He goes, I'll say this, though. Let's just suppose my poll was right, and 9 out of 10 people contacted that identified themselves as native peoples of this country didn't have a problem with the mascot. And he goes, well, let's take the analogy that you invite 10 people to dinner. You have a big dinner party, and 9 out of the 10 people have the most swell time imaginable. They love the food, the company, the conversation, and one of them you completely offend, to the point where the other people are a little uncomfortable. Are you really a social success? No, is the answer. I don't know what this is going to take. I don't know when it's going to happen. But I believe in my lifetime that symbol will disappear from this town. And when it does, there'll be a lot of people to thank, but most of all, the people that were here before us who believed harder and stronger than anybody that it was time that they were identified by who they wanted to be, not who we wanted them to be. Thank you.
At this point, it's going to be difficult to not go about this without restating all the wonderful things that have been said by some very astute people who have been tracking this issue and been the advocates on the front lines for decades, particularly Kevin Gover, Suzanne Harjo, who worked so diligently in pulling this together, and the panelists. It's really an honor to sit here with these folks. This is a part about a community dialogue, and this is sort of like politics. It's a local issue, but it's being played out on a national stage. There are some communities dealing with this issue, and it's interesting how they have resolved some of these problems in reporting it, particularly. The Kansas City Star, you may be aware of, does not use the R word in their newspaper reporting about the Washington NFL team. Supposedly it was named after and even so, the Kansas City football team is called the Chiefs. But the origin, as my understanding, was not about natives. It was named in honor of Mayor Harry Bartle at one time. And even that dialogue they had in their community about the name Chiefs, one person wrote in, if the Chiefs are named for a mayor, why don't they have an overweight, middle-aged white guy with glasses on their helmets? There are advocates at every level seeking change about these stereotypes. Lois Risling was on the panel. Some of her relatives were involved in this as well, because at Hoopa High School changed its mascot from an Indian headdress to an H in 2003. Student council representatives went to Sacramento to support an assembly bill to ban reservation or authorized mascots that were not authorized by reservation-based communities or tribes. But they had Native kids posted at every entrance and sidewalk in Sacramento in the legislature stating, "I am not a mascot." That's strong language for kids that age to be sending a message to the legislature where they will hopefully sit someday. And we've got to build that path for them, and they will take it and run with it. This is a community like any other community where you have common bonds. What better common bond can you have than to have a sports team that you want to support wholeheartedly? I'm a sports junkie as well as a news junkie. I like to watch sports of every kind, but I cannot in good conscience support the football team. No one else native in this community can do that too, and many of you, and I appreciate what you're doing by being here and listening and for your efforts in this manner. But we cannot feel a sense of community in that regard. Some people talk about these, the alumni particularly talk about these traditions and modern practices. But those things can change as well. I watched on ESPN, and then I read in the LA newspaper, the Los Angeles Sentinel, which is a community newspaper, about the desegregation of football. In the 20s, there were no black players at colleges and universities. That began to change. I think it was around 1940, Southern Cal had a full black backfield. Even in this area on the East Coast, there was no segregation within the colleges and universities until 1963, when there was a player named Darren Hill who was recruited. He said he didn't want to be like Jackie Robinson, but he was forced into that role, subjected to slurs, taunted, called every name you could imagine. Excellent football player, talented. He couldn't go and play everywhere he wanted to without under death threats. I won't mention the schools in particular, but there were some that they had to escort him every step of the way in and out of the stadium. When he came back home, He could not play in front of his relatives and friends at the home stadium in Maryland. No black people were allowed inside the stadium. But there was a hill where people would gather to watch the football game and watch him, and they cheered when he made some of these great plays. That hill was called, I'll say, Negro Hill, because that's the way it was printed in the newspaper, but you and I know it was something called much different than that. I don't know whether that icon to racism still stands there, but probably not. But certainly it wouldn't be called that in this day and age. So those things can change, and to the benefit, they should change. And Native people would stand beside them to make sure those changes were made. There are supporters, a list of supporters from every imaginable business association that you can imagine, from the NAACP to the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, Southern Christian Leadership Council, and the Washington Post that's opposed this name since 2006. The Post endorsed that effort. I don't think the people, the owners, understand that they're not honoring us. If they still intend to say that, please take it back. Please, honors like that we don't need, we don't want. Thank you very much.
Well, I want to thank our panelists for, you know, their brevity, their clarity, their passion. You know, I'm a professor. I have to get up and talk all the time. I wouldn't want to go after any of you guys. It's quite wonderful. So the microphone is in the back. People who have questions can go and, or comments can go and stand. Sometimes we're going to get a few things via the internet, and I believe our first question falls into that category.
Yes, I want to acknowledge all of the online audience members, and a lot of questions are coming in online internationally. So that's what I'd like to start with. I'd like to actually ask a couple of them at once. A question from Italy: what can people do internationally to support this cause? What can people do locally? What organizations are doing things right now that people can support? So we'll start with that general category of questions.
I don't know. No, this is one of the frustrations in my existence in following this issue and reporting on it is there's Suzanne Harjo is out in front as much as anyone has. I remember attending a meeting in which many people, like-minded people, wanted to see how they could get this movement going and out there, including little stickers that they gave, you know, love the game, change the name. They had a little Ghostbusters sign across the Redskins name, and I loved it, and I put it all over. But it was a very small group, and I actually felt like if I asked if she wasn't reporting on it, my bosses would find out I was there and excommunicate me. But it's frustrating because I really don't know of I know what you can do. I can't foment a protest myself. But I'll write my butt off if you show up in front of the team's facilities and issue a protest the day before training camp begins. And I'll tell you what, that'll be on national news. And one of the things that people, I think, don't realize is the people that feel strongly that they want to keep the name, they're not going to have their minds changed. And all the education in the world won't do it. They have to be embarrassed into it. It happens with our political officials all the time. Things have to mean something to somebody, and it has to become politically expedient to get rid of the nickname. And until letters to Roger Goodell, the commissioner of the NFL, Dan Snyder himself, although he's probably thrown a lot away already, are red, and people actually embarrass the organization into taking the issue seriously. It's at present moment, the NFL pays the Redskins legal bills against any trademark infringement suits. So therefore, Dan Snyder hasn't spent a penny out of his pocket to defend his nickname. NFL Inc. has. Roger Goodell's lawyers have. And until that changes, it's going to be really hard to get the team to change its nickname.
I'm not sure how much we can do in terms of, going after the sponsors in the same regard. There are sponsors logos all over the stadium, all over the media that support the team. Now, I think it's like any other campaign. You send messages to them about buying or not using their product. I have a significant belief in those things you learn in basic psychology about spheres of influence. That each one of you has a significant sphere of influence, and you can utilize that, and let's try that.
The resistance to changing the name really has to do with money. And we need to stop buying things that bear that logo. The fact is that with anything that is racist, you need to remind your friends who fall into that bad habit of buying the logo and flaunting it that they need to cease. That if they don't change the name, you basically begin to and make sure you, your friends, your neighborhood withhold the cash that is being poured in terms of the purchase of those items bearing that logo.
All right, quick question, 2 quick points actually. If there's a FedEx representative in this audience, I would love for him or her to explain to me why they want to have their name associated with their racist symbol and how that promotes their corporate responsibility policy that's on their website. And 2, and second, I challenge Dan Snyder, if he honestly believes this name is honorific, to attend the next meeting of the National Congress of American Indians and use the word Redskins to your face.
Yes, I'd like to thank the National Museum of the American Indian for this very, very important event.
Amen.
I would also like to recognize the online community for tuning in. We have come full circle. We are living now in a time cycle and a season where awareness is rising. I think one strategy, since we're dealing with a sports mentality, strategy and solutions are constantly talked about in locker rooms and on the field. The more we learn about the people that genocide was committed against in this country, the more we will find out the solutions and the strategies to deal with this situation. When we find out what is going on in Pashla, South Dakota, the heart of everything, Pashla, when we find out what is the Badlands Guardian in Canada, we will learn more. I urge everyone in this audience, in the online community, to log into Pashla and find out what is going on in South Dakota, and to log on the Badlands Guardian. I'll conclude by saying this event, to me, personally, is on the level of 2 other events. One was called Woodstock, where a young man named Jimi Hendrix played an instrumental version of the national anthem and changed consciousness without saying anything. He played a guitar. The other event was an actor by the name of Marlon Brando, in front of millions of people at the Academy Award, sent Sachin Littlefeather to deny the Academy Award. I'm referencing these events because, to me, this event today is on that level because we are in the nation's capital, and this is the good news. Feel good when you walk out of here today. We are on our way. Thank you.
I have to admit, sometimes I feel discouraged. 30 years ago, I was playing a drum in front of the stadium when we started protesting this name. Well, that wasn't even the first of it. And we were spit on, and we were cursed by people of all ethnicities, except maybe Native folks, but Latinos who did not know that they were Native. Since then, I've talked to thousands of people, and maybe 1 in 50 I'll reach. How do we reach these people? I mean, how do we say something so they do get embarrassed, so they do have a conscience? Something about football. I mean, we have this team. Washington goes crazy over it. A few miles away, Baltimore's going crazy over their team. D.C. people say, or D.C. area people, don't have any respect for the Baltimore, et cetera, et cetera. People go crazy over their football team. It's a sports thing. How do we reach through to them? As Ms. Baranoff said, you know, we are the nation's capital, and yet we have this disrespect. How do we deal with that? How do we reach out? Anybody?
The Reverend Hagler had it earlier, hit the nail on the head as well as anyone when he said it has to be some economic impact. I wrote a column a couple weeks ago essentially saying that Dan Snyder would only listen to one person, that would be Robert Griffin III. And maybe in hindsight, that's a little too much for a 22-year-old to be asked to be taken on, especially one that's undergoing ACL surgery and trying to get back on the field. But he's the one who said no pressure, no diamonds, not me. And if he really wants to lead, and I understand that there are no Jim Browns or Muhammad Ali's left, and Arthur Ashes and Curt Floods, that was another day, and those battles were fought and won in many ways. But I reject the notion that this has to be all about economic empowerment, and that has to be the new blueprint for Michael Jordan and Magic Johnson. At some point, you have to have a social conscience and stand for something or fall for everything. And one athlete with the courage and the will to say that my brothers, I'm sorry, you marched with my relatives in Selma years ago, it's time I march with you now, that has to happen. And if one athlete can hit Dan Snyder in the pocketbook, whether it be a free agent or someone on his roster right now, I believe he will begin to look at the issue differently.
I think, too, that in the media we have to bring this up. A lot of times it's forgotten about, and we just had the Super Bowl, and every year the commissioner has a news conference, and this is not a question he's ever asked, but my colleague Mike Wise did ask him about this just a few days ago, and his answer was sort of a non-answer. I guess you'd say he punted on that one. He said no one wants to offend anyone, was about the gist of his remark. But these are the questions that have to keep being asked.
And one thing also is not only withhold some of our economic enthusiasm, but clearly in terms of the articles that are written, if they cease to use the name and folks who are reporting on sports on TV, if they stop mentioning the name, then that eventually gets over to people, that it's something that is really incorrect. And again, it's like I said, if somebody says ouch, they mean ouch.
I think one other thing that probably shouldn't be, I don't know how much of an impact it has, and I think time will tell, is that people need to continue to talk about it. There have been more articles about this in the Washington Post in the last couple of weeks than I think I've seen in a very long time. And I know that in a different way, and the sports writers here probably know more about this, and I may know enough to be dangerous, but we may remember that there's a big concern in the District of Columbia for many, many years about gun violence and the murder rate. And no one's blaming that on the basketball team. On the other hand, it was disturbing that the name of the basketball team was the Bullets. And the name of the basketball team was changed in part, I think in large part, in response to a concern about what it meant in the community for the name of the team to be the Bullets when all of this was going on. And from what I can tell, the team is doing just fine, if not better, since the, and you would know that better than I would.
Actually, the Wizards are still lousy.
Well,
but you would.
But I'm still right.
But you're still right.
But I'm still right. And the point is that community pressure and community recognition of a problem is something that at some point reaches a critical mass that has to be listened to.
There was some discussion earlier today about, using K through 12 school systems and presenting these issues to school boards. You as parents, grandparents, you have that opportunity to talk with teachers, educators, principals, superintendents, school boards about these issues. And it can also come in the context of something we deal with every year. Let's say Thanksgiving, for instance. You see kids running around with the same regalia or faux regalia as you do with the Washington football team. It's not right. It's derogatory, but how much of a big deal do we make it? Because the kids are trying to do something to mimic and do something complimentary, and I give them more credit than I would someone who's an adult who's jumping up and down like a fool out in the middle of a stadium. So, but that's still an opportunity and still a place to make those points known.
Yeah, I'm an actual native of DC. I was actually born in the hospital a few miles from where the team plays. But I drew my first breaths in just off Bladensburg Road in DC. So I've grown up with, but I'm not a sports fan. So I grew up with the team, and I didn't care about them. But I guess I've been energized recently by, just being more aware. I guess I say I have my consciousness raised, about this particular issue only recently. And I've been, my part in it is being a nerd. I've been editing the Wikipedia articles on the subject, and so I've been reading all this information. And what I can understand, I became aware of the 2001 Civil Rights Commission opinion and all this body of knowledge that says this is a civil rights violation. So I don't understand why all of these public and private policies against discrimination just automatically kick in and disallow saying Redskins in a public place. How can the Washington Post print that word? How can a radio station say that word, or a TV station say that word?
Well, partly is because we have not made it culturally unacceptable. And that's what I'm getting at, because I grew up not too far from here in Baltimore, and I remember how people used to call in on the radio shows, and they would use the N-word, and it would go out over the air because it was an acceptable thing to do in a place like Baltimore when I was growing up, until we made it unacceptable. And the reality is that's what we need to continue to push towards, is to make it unacceptable, because as long as folks sort of wink and blink and give it permission to exist, it will continue to exist. As long as, and when we get to that place where we start chastising our friends, our relatives, and our neighbors for using that word, making it unacceptable, that's when things will change.
I don't know if everybody remembers Do the Right Thing, but there was a great, in Spike Lee's movie about 25 years ago, there was a really telling scene in which each ethnicity in the movie made fun of other ethnicities. And the Korean man made fun of the Italians and the blacks made fun of the Italians and the Korean man in the most despicable, worst slur ways imaginable. And when they did the audience screening, they said that everybody laughed their butts off until their ethnicity came up. And the moral of that story to me is, I'd love to see somebody depicted their own race in that way. I know Daniel Snyder would probably be upset by a team named the Hebrews and a mascot named Ira with the Dead Sea Scrolls in one hand and the Torah in the other. Probably be very angry.
Well, my question is a follow-up to the one before, but I want to ask it a little differently. I teach Native American politics, and we end up discussing this in class every term. Mr. Weiss, we read your articles in class. My classes visit this museum. Mr. Holden, you remember us a couple of months ago coming to NCAA. And so in politics, we're thinking of cause and effect. And it reminds me, the Baltimore was brought up a moment ago, that 20 years ago the NFL forced a team in Baltimore that was playing in a different league to stop using a name, the Colts. And that maybe the impetus has to come from the league. So in looking at cause and effect, what would create that action by the league? And Mr. Holden, you mentioned that there was a newspaper in Kansas City that refuses to use the name. And so along the lines of the question that was just asked, Mr. Wise, how close is the Washington Post to not using the name? Because if the hometown paper did that, I believe that would spread to print and then television media, and eventually the league would notice.
How about USA Today first? No, I don't want to punt on the issue because I took it up with my own editors when it's funny, if they had known that they hired a sports writer that couldn't stand the team's nickname, I wonder if I would have got the job in hindsight. But I stopped using the name for about a year after I first got to Washington. I think it was 2005. And what happened in my case, I believe a newspaper-wide boycott would be different, but was that almost the story became about me more than it did the issue, and I would get all these nasty emails, and you're trying to spite us, and it was clear it's kind of hard to write around the nickname when you're writing a story about the team, but you know, I did it for a year, and I enjoyed it. In fact, I loved it because people sent me angry emails, and it made people think. But I did feel like it became about me. We have a new editor. His name's Marty Barron. We will be meeting with him as a sports department tomorrow. I will bring this issue up, I assure you.
Hello. I'd like to comment on a couple of things that was said today. One was like, why would an Indian school have an Indian insignia or whatever they call those mascots? I'm from Red Lake, Minnesota, and we have the Warriors. But it's not in this type of thing here where you're making fun of somebody. And you have crowds of people dressed as Indians hollering and laughing and having a good time. That's one reason I don't go to a Redskins game, because I'll be in jail for assault in 10 minutes, you know. But in Red Lake, Warriors to us, the Ogeechee dog they call it, is the word for it. Warriors in our culture means a guy who takes care of his family, teaches his kids, loves his wife, does all that stuff, and protects his family against anything that's going to harm him. And that's the symbol that the kids at Red Lake High School are honoring when they play their games and when they go to school. That's what warrior means to them. During the game, they sing their Ojibwe song, and that's it. You don't see kids or anybody else parading around in Indian outfits or anything like that, because we do it in respect. We don't do it to mop the ground with American Indians the way that stadium full of whoever's out there in Washington or in Landover do. We don't do it that way. And another thing was, I also had an incident in Minneapolis. It was in the Orono Indians against Cooper Hawks, I think it was. And I lasted about 10 minutes in there with my two kids, because that's what they were doing. And my kid said the same thing. He said, Dad, they're making fun of us. I told him, let's get out. And we went, you know, and but they a lot of them have changed their names. And one other guy here talked about evil before, and I think that has a lot to do with it, the evil and the hatred. And I believe that it comes through from history. My mother was born in 1914. A lifetime today is like 80 years old. And it would have been the time when, you know, 1914, put another 80 before that, you know, and the Indian Wars were going on in like 2.5 lifetimes ago. And people still have that in them, you know, it's still in them. I've lived in Red Lake, and I grew up there. People up there still have that thing of, we want to beat up Indians, we want to hunt for Indians, you know, and, you know, time has stood still around there a lot when you go into the towns out of Red Lake. And, you know, and so this, I don't have as much hope about this thing changing as other people do, because, like I said, it's been like 2.5 lifetimes since the wars were on. Everybody still, at least where I come from, still feel that. And if there's one thing that will change Daniel Snyder, I think, is the money thing. And but I am hopeful. You know, I felt this way before Barack Obama was elected. I thought, it's not going to happen. You know, it just isn't. And I hope when I was wrong there that I'm wrong here too.
All right.
Anybody want to respond?
Yeah, hi. I wanted to bring up the fact that you would give us such great support if we could show up at the next pre-practice, or when they start practicing again. And back in the early 90s, I had made a promise in the NIPI that I would protest for 4 years, and I did. And it was easy to protest at RFK. Everybody was pouring out of the metro into the stadium, and you could just hit them with all your flyers and your statements. Anyway, then they, you know, he built a protest-proof stadium. I mean, you can't do it. I tried once, the first Dallas game, I went there, and, you know, it cost $8 to get into the place, you know, and then you can't carry anything with you. You can't carry anything but sneak in maybe some paper. And then you're in this massive crowd that, like, there's no organization to, and then, you know, the band goes by, and then you have to leave because the game's ready to start. And you have to wait about an hour and a half to kind of get out of there because there's no more buses going back to the parking lot. So it's a protest-proof building, and now they've moved to Richmond. So we can't even go to Virginia to like do a little, you know, hit them. Do you have any suggestions other than just, you know? And I have to say, I guess it was just you in the Post that promised that they wouldn't use the name. Because I thought it had been the Post that had made that promise at one time.
I'm one of about 3 columnists now that have taken positions. Bob McCartney, Robert McCarthy took one today in Metro. Cortland Malloy has been a long-time advocate of abolishing the nickname. Yeah. And the Post actually had an editorial, I believe Robert Holden said, in 2006 was the last one that said, as a editorial on the editorial page, as a paper we don't like, that we agree that the name is inappropriate, but the paper has never, as such, decided to actually abolish the nickname. And as far as it's a utopian thing in many ways to get the media on many levels to disregard the name. But for instance, there's networks in this town, 2 or 3 that I can think of, that have deals, broadcast deals with the team, very lucrative deals. And for them to do that, it would be saying goodbye to the majority of their broadcasting revenue. And it'd be a hell of a courageous move. I don't know if it's realistic. I think that's going to be more of a grassroots thing. Richmond is a training camp. It's only a couple weeks. They'll be in Ashburn, Virginia most days. I got to think that there's got to be some place if someone wanted to organize a protest in Prince George's County.
Too bad they're not still at Carlisle. That was the perfect place.
Was that Carlisle would have been apropos?
Yeah, and you know, if you could just ask your colleague, Mr. Boswell, he used the name 18 times in one article last fall, and it was like overwhelming. I mean, maybe they could at least tone it down, even if they can't give it up.
I'm going to beat him with a rubber hose. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I had an experience with a reporter like that earlier, but nevertheless. But there are still, we have to use any and all strategies. I mean, that still doesn't preclude you from writing letters to the editor of the Post. They still receive those, and sometimes they get printed. Most of the time they don't, but nevertheless, that's one way. You know, there's two all news stations, radio stations in this town. There used to be just one. The one that's been here the longest, I used to listen to them and still did until there was a couple of weeks ago, or maybe about a month ago, they said something to the effect that, why is everyone making a big deal about changing the name? It doesn't need to change, and they should just forget about it. So now I go to the newer news station. So there's things that you can show in terms of your support or non-support of some of these stations.
You know, the name becomes so much a part of the fabric of the community. My kids are grown now, but when my son was in first grade, the Redskins played the Buffalo Bills in the Super Bowl, and he came home from school all wide-eyed and said, the principal says everybody has to wear Redskins stuff tomorrow. So I sent him to school in Buffalo Bills gear, and let me just say that's character building for a first grader.
Yeah, I don't know what to do. I have a 2.5-year-old, and he's running around the house going, RG3, RG3. And my wife and I already discussed it. I said, no skin stuff in the house. I don't want to see any of the paraphernalia. If he wants to like the team at some point, that's fine, but I'm not going to have any stuff in the house. Except my press pass.
I've been here all day. I listened to the other panels as well, and I wanted to ask a question earlier. I just couldn't get enough time to do it. But it occurs to me that the first step in solving any problem, of course, is to define it accurately. And my sense of it is that we're talking more about symptoms than we are disease. And that the issue with the Washington football team, I'm a native Washingtonian, it's hard for me to say that. The Washington football team is simply symptomatic of a larger issue, if not dealt with, will persist. And I think that issue within which all of this has to be defined is white supremacy. We would be in this position if that weren't the dominant, overriding, and most influential issue since the beginning of this nation. And it is singularly responsible, though we participate and enable it on occasion, for all of the things that we're talking about now. And yet, in these kind of meetings, rarely is it pointedly brought up as a question to be dealt with. And I'm waiting to go to a conference that is titled something like, how do we define white supremacy, and who believes in it?
Well, you got it.
I don't know if I want to be seen at that conference.
I'll just say, you know, that's a serious part, because that's what this is about. I mean, it's the whole idea of how you use and utilize people of color. Let me put it that way, because it is a framework that says that there is a group that's in charge, and there's another group that is to be exploited, used for entertainment, used for work, used for everything else. But it's a group that exists, and that's where you want to put them at. I was saying to somebody earlier, you know, when we all talk about an image, this was years ago when I was in Mozambique, and it was, Frelimo had just basically came to power. And in the biggest cathedral in Maputo, they had an altar set up, and on that altar, on the wall, was this fresco. And it was of a Portuguese knight with a Portuguese ship sitting out in the harbor with that Portuguese flag on it. And the knight was all armored up, had a sword, had a Portuguese flag in this hand, and when you look down, he had his foot on the side of the face of a black man in the dirt. It's the images that continue to reinforce that kind of superiority, that kind of disregard that you have for somebody else. And so that's what this is really about, overcoming.
At the risk of causing some dissension, I agree with that, and let me be clear about that. But I think it's a much more nuanced, complicated issue here, because to put it, Washington, D.C. had been, I'm not sure it is anymore because the demographics are changing, but Washington, D.C. had been a majority African-American city. And that may be changing because there's a larger Latino population as well. But I think that part of why this is such a difficult issue is because, let's face it, a lot of the most supportive fans of the local football team are African Americans, Latinos, members of other minority groups as well. And part of the issue is that, and I think there was a column recently that Cortland Malloy wrote about the name of a mountain in that's called Mount Negro, and why American Indians and Native Americans should be supportive of changing that name for the same reason that African Americans should support changing the name of the local football team. I think it's much more complicated because that whole point that was made in the earlier panel about how people don't appreciate that this is a slur until somebody says, how would you feel if this team was called by whatever it is that's an offensive, derogatory term to whoever you are? And everybody has some derogatory term about them. I think that's why this is so insidious and so difficult, because it isn't just about Native Americans. It's about everybody. And it's the way we're all treating each other, and that's why it's such I think, a difficult and a really insidious problem for the community.
Great point. One of the toughest things, or one of the most interesting dichotomies to me is, if many of you are familiar with Chief Z, Zema Williams, who I've met on occasion and is the nicest, most genteel man you'll ever meet in your life. And he goes out and does charity events for children, all while as an African-American man dressed up in headdress and feathers. And I had a hard time reconciling with, well, what is this man doing wrong? Until I saw a documentary by Charlene Teeters, who helped who was a graduate student in Illinois when she protested Chief Illinois. She came out with a documentary called In Whose Honor, and she has, in 1991, she has an encounter with Chief Z at RFK, in which she tells him, these are my people, how can you dress up like this? And he says, I ain't got nothing against your kin. I ain't got nothing. And she says back something to him, and he doesn't know what to respond. And he finally walks away. He's embarrassed, and she starts crying. And it's the most powerful, moving thing you've ever seen in your life. A Native American woman, an African American man. And I thought to myself, what if she was dressed up like him? What if she had dressed up like a Zulu warrior? And the head, and on the side of the helmet was, Dan Snyder said he was honoring the warrior spirit of the African people, and I don't think Zema Williams would dress up like that. I don't.
What I get worried about is that, that we're sort of dancing a little bit. And when I say we're dancing a little bit, it's because there is the issue of consumer versus the issue of owner. Right? And all the time people are seduced into this consumer status, particularly that's how you keep people who are oppressed, is that they feel good because they're able to participate at a lesser level and make somebody at the top a whole lot of money. For example, black folks should not be going to Walmart, for example. right? Because of the way Walmart produces its products and what Walmart does in terms of voter suppression. But we do. Until we basically begin to deconstruct what is going on and therefore come up with new understanding of what our participation in that really results in. But, you know, but the fact is that the fan is not Dan Snyder, right? Dan Snyder's the one that's going to the bank, right? We're going to the bank machine to get the money for the ticket and the paraphernalia. So we got to begin to change that paradigm, right? And take the money out of Dan Snyder's pocket and keep it in ours.
These people are very smart in that regard. For instance, a company would sell paraphernalia of the Ravens and then the other NFL team in this area. And I went to a corporate meeting and had a discussion with some of the top-tier executives about this and brought it up that they will sell that here in D.C., but they wouldn't dare go out to South Dakota or Oklahoma and sell the same things where you have a significant Native American community. But nevertheless, it's the same company with the same money going to the top.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. Obviously, the term that we've been talking about, the R word, is obviously has a very negative connotation. I wanted to suggest the idea of the petition on the White House. I think that they require 100,000 signatures, and if we can get people to sign up to perhaps change the football team's name, we might be able to get a lot more national attention. And the White House has to respond if we get 100,000 people.
Great idea. And I can't personally sign you up as you leave the building, but someone could possibly give you a sheet.
Yeah, I mean, even easier than that, right, is sign on rather than, I mean, so the White House, sure, but I'm not sure that the president's going to necessarily take up this issue, but sign on, right, has a much lower threshold for sending that out. And I just actually was interested in saying the same thing. And I Google searched, and there's one petition already up that suggests they change the team name to the Piscataway. It's only got 30 signatures, so no worries. But if we launch one right now, you know, you can start to put those kinds of numbers together. And I don't know, if, Mr. Wise, if you really are interested in bringing this to your department meeting tomorrow, but I suspect we could get a couple hundred signatures right now, and you could click on the page and show it tomorrow.
I would do that, and it would probably bring my argument a little more weight. So thank you.
So if you want to Google that, it'll be up momentarily.
Yeah. What did he say?
It'll be up momentarily.
Momentarily, all right.
Hello? Oh, okay. How you doing? My name is Andre Holland. I'm a student at AACC. I've come here with my professor. He put us on this field trip where I did not know where I was really going. But I'm like, I'm in college, why am I going on a field trip? But basically, I want to say that I think it's really ignorant that the fact that us as humans are keeping the name Washington Redskins. Like, first of all, when I walked in here, everybody was staring at me with my cap on. I was like, okay, why is... Like, I thought this was something good. Like, I was like, okay, that's why I wore my Washington Redskins hat. But this Native American man right here, came to me and said, "Can you take off your hat?" You know, I'm, offended. I was like, wow. And at first I was keeping it on, but it made me think, like, how would it feel if they were called the Washington, excuse my language, Washington niggers? I would be offended. I'm sure other people would be offended too. So I really think that they should really change the name, because a few hours ago I was listening to the first conference meeting down here, on the screen upstairs, and I was tweeting. I found you can hashtag. I was, basically in a different state of mind, saying, I don't get it. Why can't we have, the Washington logo? It doesn't mean anything. I had like at least 10 Native Americans come out of nowhere and start talking to me. I was like, what is this? I was like, I'm ready to delete my account. But basically, they were basically telling me that this is ridiculous and what it truly meant to, you know, the name Washington Redskins and how they got it. And I was like, wow, like I'm just now knowing this. So why can't they just change the name to Washington Warriors? I found out, I actually asked one of them that question. They said, well, actually, Warriors is good because it meant that, you know, it was actually a job. Like, you know, there was certain things they had to do. So would it be bad if they just changed the name to Washington Warriors?
That's a good question, because I've heard that before, too. I think if you deleted all the Indian imagery, and, you know, I always thought this would be win-win for Dan Snyder. You dedicate the new name to the Wounded Warriors, and you have either a veteran or someone on the helmet that is not an Indian, and you retire the old nickname honorably. You'd have the old merchandise and memorabilia going like crazy on eBay, and you know, the Tennessee Titans weren't in existence. 3 years later, they were the fourth hottest selling jersey in the league because it was new. There were new colors. I say keep the colors, call them Warriors. Now, I think there might be an issue of, do you really want to name somebody after the, you know, the military of the United States government, which essentially tried to commit genocide on the American Indian? I mean, it's a really difficult issue. It's a really difficult issue. Like, how do you get around to coming up with the right new name? So,
well, first of all, I just want to.
But the big thing is abolish the one that's there first.
Yeah, well, first of all, I just want to apologize to any Native American because I'm not a racist. I know I'm not a racist. So the fact that, like, I had to wear that hat and take it off, like, it makes me think. Like, I actually have friends that are Native American, and now I know why they were staring at me one day. They never told me, but every time I came in with my Redskin stuff, they were always staring at me. And every time I said bye to the parents, they would look at me like, don't talk to me. I was like, oh. So, but I really think they should change the name, and I think it's really horrible that they decided to keep this name.
You know, I'd just like to say that I was a little worried today that we were preaching to the choir, but we do have one convert, so that's a good thing.
First of all, to kind of follow up on that, as a retired teacher, we just all witnessed the power of education. One mind changed one time, he changes someone else. I suppose I should direct my question to Daniel Snyder, but interesting enough, there's been a lot of people in and out today, and he hasn't been there, nor anyone from the organization. So I'm going to direct it to the panel, even though I'm asking you to get inside of a mind. If we talk about economics, and Mr. Wise, you just addressed that, if they were to change, that economic picture for Daniel Snyder gets a lot bigger. New logo, new uniforms, the whole thing. A few fans get upset, 12 cancel their tickets, and 1,000 in line to get them. So if I'm correct in my thinking, what is it? Is it what, you know, Reverend Hegler said, some kind of oppression, or I'm so big, or just the billionaire syndrome, I can do what I want? I'm just kind of at a loss to fathom, and again, it's an unfair question, you're going inside someone's mind. Why doesn't he send a representative today? He comes today, I mean, that might not be the place, but why not change the name if you're Daniel Snyder? I think I would at least look at it, even if I only cared about the economic end of it. Any ideas?
Because billionaires don't like to be told what to do. Right. And I think not only did he says he had a Ronnie Redskin belt buckle when he was a child, and that was sort of a big deal to him, but I also think that name is name does mean something to him. But I also think that the previous panel talked about these identities that people take on, and if you have to give that up, it means that you were a bad person for holding it near to your heart to begin with, and he can't admit that. And I think even more than that, he thinks this is PC, and anything that's PC is wrong, and the idea that there's backlash against it should be right, and you shouldn't change something just because people are offended by it. Everybody's offended by everything. Well, guess what? This is political, and it's correct.
You know, I've listened to all of this, and I can tell you this, that you will never hear that word on WPFW, the station that I broadcast on. And I see, Eric, I see you looking at me. I'm the guy that you were on the radio with last Friday. You know, I feel very deep down inside that maybe we've missed it. It's called stubbornness and arrogance. And I've heard so many people talk about white privilege, white guilt. I don't think it's really about that. I think it's about the almighty dollar. And I think it's about a man that under no circumstances will he eat crow. And, you know, Reverend Hagler, you were so correct in your analogy of how one group of people have to dominate everybody else in their minds. But I think we need to take this to a spiritual level, because all of the fighting and infighting and name calling and all the games that people play because they don't like something that somebody does or somebody says, I think if we take it to a higher level, or spiritual level, because it's what's inside you that really means more than anything else. And I'll tell you this. My grandfather used to always say something. It was actually my great-grandfather. And he spoke broken Cherokee, broken English, and a little Choctaw. But I'm going to put it to you the way he used to say it. It's not about the pigmentation of my skin, or the color of my eye, or the texture of my hair, or the clothes I wear. It's not about my culture or my tradition or who I call my God. Does anybody in here know what it's really all about? Can one person raise their hand and tell me what it's really all about? It's all about how you treat my heart. That's what it's all about.
My name is John, and I'm often very, very lonely, especially around football time. I'm an ex-football player, a football coach that's been humiliated personally and had my own son personally humiliated. I'd like to thank Mr. Weiss. I did call in a few years ago to relate the story about my son's experience, and I felt less lonely that day. I feel less lonely this day. I've given 33 years of my life to this country in uniform, and I often feel lonely. And I often feel that my Indian heritage feels owned by others. I think that what this is about is ownership. We own you, is what I've heard people say about my native heritage. Don't you understand? We can't do what we used to do to the black African American people. The Latinos now have political power, but we own you. We will define how we honor you. Don't tell us how to honor you, because we own you. If we want to call you Redskins in the nation's capital, we will, because we own you. If we want to nickname or have our code name Osama bin Laden and call him the name that my son's named after, Geronimo, we will do that, and we own you. We won't call him Martin Luther King or Cesar Chavez, but we will call Osama bin Laden Geronimo because we own you. That's what this is about. We can talk about the economics. The team from Washington would make more money if they changed, and they all know it. They wouldn't lose sponsorship. They'd still have 70,000 people go to the games. It's not about money. It's about the last group that the dominant culture feels that they own lock, stock, and barrel, and they can get away with it. When I was honored to be the director of the American Indian Education Commission in Los Angeles, I naively thought through education the schools would change, and after death threats and 17 years, they finally did. But it was only after we videotaped what Joe Brave really was doing. And as a person got up and said, "We do nothing but honor you," we put it up on a screen behind that person. And they were embarrassed enough to say, "Wow, if that's what's going on, I guess we're not honoring you." Thank everyone for being here. I appreciate being less lonely today. thank Mayor Vincent Gray for standing up, which isn't to his political or economic advantage, but it absolutely is the right thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I might add a thank you again to Suzanne Harjo, who for years has been called by NFL Inc. In legal papers a militant. Well, the only militant thing about her is her father was a code talker during World War II and still has had shrapnel in his leg till the day he died from a wound suffered in the World War in Italy, in the Second World War. And so this is a woman whose father served honorably in the military and is doing more for all of us in here than anybody could imagine. So thank you, Suzanne.
Hi, my name is Amparo, and I'm from South America. This debate was really great and very informative. And I just want to share some thoughts. I don't understand too much about football, but I do understand about racism and prejudice, and especially via education. And this is sort of like educational. I want to share that when I was growing up and as a teacher myself, I was learning all the time how history is written by the winners. And for instance, in South America, we always learn that when the Europeans come to America, immediately the Native American cultures, like the Incas, which partially I am, we immediately worship them because they have white beards and white hair, and we look at them so amazingly figures. But that's not true totally. That's absolutely not true. So I just want to share these things because I think all about these stereotypes is about power. It's about put the other person, the others down. And it's a hidden agenda, and it's let our evil side in our surface. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
I thank this panel and the other panels for really encouraging our hearts and minds. I feel that this question is almost somewhat anticlimactic, but do any of the panelists know what the present state of the Washington football team supporting NRA-sponsored shooting events? And some of those events, if I'm not mistaken, were geared toward youth, and this has happened over the last few years. I don't know if the team has stopped their involvement with that or not, but I'd like to know if any of the panelists do know.
Got to call my editors. That's a good story.
I didn't know anything about that.
Right.
Never heard of
I didn't.
Spent about 40 years in the sports and entertainment business. And Mr. Holden, it was a beautiful thing when I witnessed you being interviewed out here after the last session by Channel 4. And the gentleman, even though you expressed to him that you found the R word offensive, he continued to say it right to your face over and over again with the disguise that he was going to get the best sound bites, go back to the studio and edit it. I can't wait to see what that edit looks like. Congratulations to you, sir, for holding in there. But here's what I'm really here for. In my sports, let's call it career, I've had the opportunity to work for some NFL teams. My last venture was with Mr. Kraft up in New England, when he recruited me away from the Meadowlands in Jersey. Jimmy Hoffa's there, you know. Anyway, he sat me down and he said, here's your first assignment. Run some numbers, see what the effect of a logo change will do for us. Ran the numbers, presented it to him, case closed. The big obstacle, of course, is, as you, Mr. Wise, pointed out, the NFL owns a lot of the logos. It's not the individual teams. So that's where you really have to start. And you know why they're hesitant to make changes? Because the reality is they're worried about taking the violence out of the sport today. They're hesitant on concussions. They're hesitant on sports injuries. Someone else said it earlier. RG3, they threw him like a gladiator. Let's not forget it's a gladiator setting that we're involved in here with the NFL. Because they're afraid of the violence being diminished, they're going to hold on to images that support violent thinking, just like our television shows, just like our movies. The NFL is basically all about violence.
I think you make a great point about Dan Snyder probably is a bad target at this point, that the target has to go beyond that, and the target is probably Roger Goodell and the NFL.
With all due respect, Reverend Hagler, I'm going to push back a little bit on your last statement. You make a comment that I think the lion's share of blame, I guess, goes to Dan Snyder, and I would say that that's not true. I would say that there's definitely personal responsibility in this. And if people say at this point, this late in the game, after 30-some years, after this many people knowing about it, after Native people protesting, if they can say that they don't get it, that is absolutely willful ignorance, and they are working very, very hard to remain ignorant about it. So there is absolutely personal responsibility here. Dan Snyder is not there in people's bedrooms every morning when they choose to take that Redskins hat off and put it on, wear it to work, or wear it out on the streets. So I just want to make sure that I say that. And I'll share a perspective. I've been in D.C. for about 3 years. And so this is the first time that I've been accosted with this stuff on a daily basis. I mean, literally multiple times a day. Sure. I'm at work. I work at a federal agency, and I am literally accosted with this stuff. I'm also an attorney. I work with civil rights attorneys. We talk about this stuff. They can go through the legal analysis of what a disparaging work environment is. They know it inside and out. They see it for other people, but they are complicit with it. And so if I cannot get other civil rights attorneys who understand this stuff to care about it, who can I get to care about it? And so what this whole thing has taught me is that most people are just really, I don't want to say morally lazy, but they're just not willing to take on a fight. They're just not. They see it, but they're just not willing to do it at all.
Let me come back at you just for a second, because yes, I agree. It is personal responsibility. But it goes deeper than that. It's personal awareness. We must choose to be aware. Things are set up, and the paradigm is set up in the culture where we are drugged by more things than just drugs. We really don't look at the effect of things as they affect our neighbors and our neighborhood and other people who live across town and around. We don't think of it. In fact, there was serious pushback when I raised up the issue about folks going to see the team, folks wearing logos. In my congregation, there was pushback. Most of the folks I discovered had never even thought of it. Because one thing that happens in even a place like D.C., we think D.C. is cosmopolitan. We think. But what you discover, and I've been many, many places, people really don't know one another in D.C. And so they really don't know somebody's hurt, somebody's pain. They don't know somebody's struggle. This is a place where it's almost like, in some ways, a series of country towns. And it's amazing what people don't know. And it's amazing what people never have thought about. And it's amazing, even with stuff being debates out there and discussions out there, what people have never even encountered. And that's our job, is to make folks encounter it, make folks change, make folks think about it, make folks come to a place where they go, the light goes on and they say, aha, now I think I understand. After about 4 weeks ago, a church member that I have an ongoing argument with about that finally went out in the church's parking lot after service and ripped that flag off her car. Finally. But again, you know, I'm saying, yes, it's personal responsibility, but our job, and particularly my job as a preacher, as an organizer, is to try to wake people up to see and to hear. Because people ears are really stopped up because they're really satisfied with being consumers. If you can buy the things, you feel good and you don't need to think about anything else. And we got to begin to create for people the dynamic where people have to look at the relationship of what they're contributing to in a very non-thinking way and liberate them so that they can engage in the liberation of their sisters and brothers.
I hear what you're saying, but again, I guess I'll say that if people don't get this at this point, they are making a decision to not get it. They just are.
I hear that loud and clear, but I'll come back to this place because the fact is that we live, in a sense, within our own communities and within our own debates. And we discover it all the time. And the issue is how do we break out the debate in a larger way? Because one of the things we really find out is that, I'll give you an example. I still struggle with black folks using the N-word on themselves. Don't understand that that is so used to using it, it just rolls off the tongue without second thought. That's what goes on inside the community. And folks who are inside the community know I'm accurate in that. And so it's a part of getting people, waking up folks, because what exists around us is a media culture and a consumer culture that dumbs people down and deliberately dumbs people down.
And having taken a lot of phone calls over the year on my radio show that I did for 3.5 years, that topic, the nickname topic always took up all of my hours, and it was great because we'd have some all-the-time fights. But I get what you're saying. Some people wanted to hear what they wanted to hear, and they would not give an inch to the idea of being educated. So that, to me, told me there's going to be a fight, and it's going to be a fight, and who's on this side and who's on that side of this issue, and it's going to come, and it's going to come soon.
I think that the other part of that equation in terms of personal responsibility is that once you're aware is what do you do with that? You know, it's not just, well, maybe I stop buying or maybe I stop watching or something of that nature, but also what do I do? I'll take that to the next step. Personal responsibility to tell other people, to tell your neighbor that we've talked about here today, to write that letter, to do the things that are going to make that change in the greater. That's sort of personal responsibility as well. And I think many of you have done that, and I appreciate that.
Hi, I'm Ebony Ellis. I'm a DC student. I go to Wilson High School, and my school was here on a field trip. I'm here with my history teacher, so we're learning about, you know, the Trail of Tears and stuff of that sort with the Native people. And I just wanted to make a comment on, like, this is a perfect time for awareness. I have lots of friends and families that are huge fans of the team. My family and I personally aren't from the DC area, so we don't really support the Washington football team. But I think the biggest target at this point, it should really be the youth, because at a point they are the biggest supporters of sports. They're crazy about football. And like my friend over there just posted a picture on Instagram, like I'm at a debate about whether, excuse my language, the Redskins should keep their name or not. And it's about 10 comments going, no, they shouldn't, they should never change it. Like, I'm interested in this type of stuff, but I think if discussions like this go out into our communities and schools and like enlighten our youth about it, I mean, they're the future. We can bury this name now so it doesn't reach out 20, 30 years from now and still being used. Like Dan Snyder, all these people are gonna soon be gone. The name can be gone and we can start over. So that's my comment.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
I want to thank the panel for your comments. I've learned an awful lot this afternoon and this morning as well. And of course, I want to thank Suzanne Harjo and the museum for this forum. I think it's been excellent, and I hope that it keeps the ball rolling. I just wanted to, I come from the perspective of a long-term Indian educator, 40-plus years, and I've seen a lot of different things, from a classroom teacher to an athletic coach to a principal to a tribal college president. And I don't know if I heard Mr. Holder right, but I heard him say a couple times this is a local issue. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, but simply because of where this team plays and what it represents in the city. But I think there's one ingredient that I haven't heard today at all, and that is, where are our tribal governments? I think if we're going to say ouch, we need a bigger ouch. We need 500 sovereign nations talking about this issue.
I didn't mean for that to sound like it's a purely local issue, but certainly, you know, my point also was that it was played out on the national stage. So it is, you know, getting coverage, and there's people all over the country that have vested interest in this. But also in terms of response from tribal governments or support of tribal governments, the National Congress of American Indians passed a resolution in 2005 against mascots and logos, and we have cultural committees that deal with us on a regular basis. So we do address this within our education committees.
And to Reverend Hagler's point earlier, I'd be remiss if I didn't say there is something to do with white supremacy in here. You can't make up what we've heard today. Earlier in this symposium, Lone Star Dietz, the team's first coach, was discredited to be a fake Indian. He was the person that was originally named for the team. George Preston Marshall named the team for him. He assumed another Indian's identity. George Preston Marshall was a known segregationist who refused to integrate his team until 1961. 1961, he waited. And why? Because of business. Because the Redskins, pardon my term, were the team of the South. And when the Atlanta Falcons and the Carolina Panthers had no franchises, they had the radio rights locked up in the South. So the team of the South became the Skins. To this day, I'll go to cover a game in Atlanta, in Tampa, in Carolina, and half the stadium will be burgundy and gold because that's the team they grew up loving. And that team was supported by an owner who, when he died, left millions of dollars to a school only on the condition that they remain segregated. This is the team that has this nickname. Symbolism is so important in this country, and when they opened this museum, they had thousands of American Indians marching a certain way, toward the same way the Trail of Tears went. And in this town, that symbol and this name still stands. You can't make this up.
Something the young woman who's an attorney mentioned made me think of the NFL's policy regarding personal responsibility. So I looked it up, and it says it's important that the NFL be represented consistently by outstanding people as well as great football players, coaches, and staff. We hold ourselves to higher standards of responsible conduct because of what it means to be part of the National Football League. So I just wonder, do you think that in the various ways that people have talked about kind of bringing attention to this issue, that this would be one way that you could get the NFL's attention to the fact that they're not holding themselves to a higher standard of conduct?
I didn't know I was next, so. Well, basically, my name's Andrew. I'm from the Absalaga Nation in Montana, and I noticed when we talk about Native Americans, we talk about them in one singular way. We say Native Americans, we say American Indians, and Redskins. That doesn't even come close to naming all the different tribal names as they were really known. We're known as the Crow by a lot of people because of a way of just looping the Crow tribe of our different clans into one name, so it's easy to call us, just like the Sioux. There's a lot of different bands of Sioux that were looped into one name that makes it easy for white people to say and explain and keep together. A lot of people don't know that the name Sioux actually means just snake, just a little person who's not to be trusted and down below you. I think the Redskins remain the same way. It takes all the tribal names into one way of calling Indians, and it's very easy to keep going in society because people I know in the military go in and they're called by their tribal names. People in the Blackfeet are called Pikuni. People who are Crow who are in the military are called Upsalaga, because in the military they understand the sacrifices Indians have made all through the military for their country. I just wonder why the moment they leave the military and come to Washington, D.C., people seem to forget all the sacrifices Indians have made for this country and just call them Redskins. So I think that's another piece of history that needs to be said more, is Indians and their sacrifices, you know, mothers sacrificing their sons, and people sacrificing their lives for this country, which allows people to just shout Redskins, 80,000 plus.
There's no way to respond to that except to say that, for me at least, except to say that I think one of the things that will contribute in some way to alleviating that problem is this building and the programs that happen here, and the fact that people continue to come to visit it, and how important that is. Suzanne Harjo and I have been friends for a long time, and I remember when she first was talking about how important it would be to have this museum, and she said it wasn't just important to have this museum, it was important to have this museum here, so that when members of Congress were in the Capitol looking out at the mall, this was the first building they saw. And because of where it is, they can't build any others that are going to block the view.
So we'll take one last comment.
Yes, thank you. The program today has been absolutely marvelous, and I think of, similar to recent momentum that is building on the gun issue, how people, there's so many people of eloquence in the room here, and that they've spent the whole day certainly testifies to their great interest. But it seems there needs to be a sign-up sheet and some kind of gathering of email addresses and so forth for any kind of group activity that might follow this, because while everyone in their personal spheres can do their part, group action is really needed on all fronts in all of these major issues to affect change. And I don't know if there's a way that a sign-up sheet can be put outside, or several that people could put their emails and at least have some linkage with one another if there are any group activities to follow.
I think we should absolutely explore that. So I want to say a few quick words here to wrap up the day and wrap up the panel. I teach at the University of Michigan, which has a stadium, largest stadium in the country, and we 115,000 people, and we cram a few more in. And it's quite a thing, right, to be in that stadium. The feeling of community, of solidarity with other people is incredibly, incredibly powerful. When the team runs out, right, everybody feels it. And I think most people in the room have had those kinds of experiences. The way that we can come together as a community. What we've been talking about, of course, is a moment when we come together as a community around a certain set of symbols and practices that actually destroy our community. And it's not simply that these things are disparaging for American Indian people and dehumanizing. They are, at their core, because we practice them in this context, they are dehumanizing of us, no matter who we are when we're sitting in that stadium. So these kinds of struggles that we're talking about here, struggles that exist in the realm of culture and meaning and experience and practice, actually really matter a lot. There was a moment, you know, when Karl Marx said, well, look, you know, the economy, the economics of it determines everything, right? It determines what happens with culture floating around in the superstructure. But I think one of the things that we know now is that this isn't really truly the case, right? Economy determines a lot. And we can always go to the economic argument, and we always should, right? But what happens in people's hearts and minds, right? What happens in culture as we become people in all the instances and places where we become people, including sitting together in stadiums or in auditoriums like this, right? These things produce meanings in the minds of individuals and in conversation with other individuals in all the personal networks that we have, right? They produce our collective sense of culture and meaning and what is right and what is not right. So it's important for us when we're engaged in these kinds of struggles to fight them on all possible realms: the social realm, the economic realm, the cultural realm, the legal realm. One of the questions I think that we always ask in these kinds of circumstances, and it was the main question, it's the implicit question that we all ask: what am I to do? Right? What are we to do? How are we to live our life? What are we supposed to do if we care about this? I started keeping a running tally of some of the ideas that were floating around here today. And I want to thank everybody for being incredibly smart, engaged, eloquent. The panel, fantastic. The audience, amazing. This is an event that really, I think, touches us all. So here's just a quick list. I'll read fast, right? Economic strategies: boycott, sponsors, FedEx, team merchandise, personal pressure, conversations with other human beings. That turns into community pressure at some point. We've had a tweet conversion today. We've heard other tweets that are not about conversion, but maybe they will get there. We have civil rights attorneys, right, who don't actually see civil rights instances right in their own practice, right, in their own home, in their own house. Language: refuse the word, reject the word, watch it grow if this can happen. Is there an economic profit model that can be used, right, to convince team ownership, the NFL itself, right, that yeah, you know, let's get rid of this stuff, make it collector's items for 2 years, fine, we'll accept that trade-off, right, and then we'll have another, you know, fire sale and we'll sell off this new stuff. Could one be convinced around the economic kind of model? Is it possible to imagine, right, that some young athletes, perhaps RG3 during rehab time, will think a lot about this kind of issue and think about the legacies of people like Arthur Ashe, right, or Kurt Flood, or other folks, Mike, that you raised in that quite wonderful column that you wrote, actually. Protest. We kind of forget about this stuff that we used to do called protesting. What if we showed up at training camp, if not necessarily the game and the stadium, which seem to be absolutely prohibitive of this? Mike says this might show up on national news. This might actually be part of this bigger, broader kind of front. Letters and emails. We should write the NFL. Quit supporting this. We should write the Washington Post. And I believe the name was Marty Barron, right? Not to sort of like put you in a position, Mike, but we could write and say, look.
I'm going to be fired tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. Mike Wise told me to just don't use Mike's name on this, right? Right? We write the NFL and we say you should be held to higher standards. We want you to be held to higher standards, right? What about the legal realm? Of course, there's the trademark lawsuit that has made its way through, been refiled, these kinds of things. Other people have suggested lawsuits against those broadcasters who have deals with these stations who have deals with this team. Are there other legal avenues that we have not yet explored? Of course, there's the moment of popular culture. Someone mentioned Marlon Brando going to the Academy Awards or Jimi Hendrix at Woodstock. And this makes me think of something we haven't talked much about, which is social media. Right? We talked a little bit about sign-on and sort of existing petitions and these kinds of things. But in fact, social media, if we're talking about youth, this is one of these things that I think we absolutely must engage. It's a sign in some ways, right, of where we're sitting generationally in relation to this dialogue. Ebony, we should engage you, right, around these kinds of issues, right, and we should think more about how we use this stuff. And we should talk about the media itself. So Eric and Mike, you've done these kinds of things, but we should ask the Washington Post about this. We should think about education, right? Things that happen in the K-12 classroom can contribute to this kind of effort. Civil rights issues and decisions themselves, right? There is a body of stuff out there, right, that we can continually use and mobilize around this. Perhaps we petition the White House, or perhaps we sign on online. We need to perhaps psychoanalyze Daniel Snyder and figure out just what it is that makes the man tick, because I don't get it, right? All the arguments lean, you know, in a certain direction, and yet he leans in the opposite direction. Psychologists, we need your help here. There is a sense, right, that this also needs to engage the spiritual level. And I think we can say at this institution, we begin each of our meetings with a prayer. We close each of our meetings with a prayer. We take this seriously here. So thinking about prayer, but also moral and ethical seriousness, right, in the ways in which we as a collective, as a group of people, bring these things to bear on the world. So, going back to the youth, Ebony, back to the youth. And mobilizing tribal governments, right? Yes, this is exactly right. Tribal governments don't need to be silent on this particular issue. What we're thinking about then, and what we can think of collectively and collaboratively, is a broad-based struggle across all the different kinds of realms of action, right, in which each one of us has some particular role to play, whether it's sending that small email or doing that small Twitter feed or whatever it is, right? The collective kind of mass in action can perhaps establish the conditions for history to change. So I'm a historian, right? And one of the things a historian knows is that stuff actually does change. Like, stuff changes over time. Nothing remains the same. And one of the ways in which things change is good, meaning, and committed people end up establishing the conditions for unexpected things to happen, right? History changes in many, many instances because of stuff that we can't predict. Right? It's contingent. This is what historians say all the time. History is contingent, and guess what? The future is contingent as well. We establish the conditions, we make our best effort, and we are open to the thing that we did not expect to have happen. And maybe it's RG3 sitting, you know, with his, in a whirlpool with ice on his knee and sort of just thinking a little bit more about this conversation and about the world as a whole. Here at NMAI, we are committed to education. We host discussions like this discussion. I want to thank you all for participating in it. We make knowledge, right, through the enterprise and the kinds of scholarship that we do here around our fantastic collections. We educate people. We're committed to the educational project. And we host awesome receptions out in the Potomac atrium. Let me tell you, you have not been to a reception until you have been to an NMAI reception, and we're going to have one in about 10 minutes. So please stick around, continue the conversation, and we'll be out there.
Professor Deloria, we just want to respond to the idea of an email. We just created one. Please, everyone, email us at racistsportsmascots@gmail.com. That is also our hashtag. I work for the museum, and we will make sure that you get on the list and get all the resources, the links to this symposium, and everything else we plan to do in the future. racistsportsmascots@gmail.com.
I love this brave new world.
Plural.
Thank you all so much. Wow. We'll see you out there in the atrium for one of the best receptions ever.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. That was great. That was the most beautiful piece of writing, you know? That was great.